Chapter 1. The soft sunlight filtering through the bedroom blinds rouses someone from the depths of sleep. The first thing Duang does when his mind clears is shield Qin, who is lying on his chest, from the sun's rays. Chaitanya once gave Duang a romance novel. The quote that appears before the first chapter reads, "Cats are here to remind us that not everything needs a purpose." Even so, Duang is convinced that this cat has entered his world with a single purpose. Where are you going? His sole purpose is to conquer her entire world. Wasn't there someone who wanted shrimp rice soup? You said you were craving it last night. I don't want it anymore. Qin replies, his eyes still closed, as one hand grips the hem of Duang's pajama top. Duang spends a moment trying to pry him away, and then, gently, lowers Qin's head onto the pillow instead of letting it rest on his own chest. It's not really Duang's fault. Qin wakes up because that warm scent disappears, like that of a blanket that's been drying in the midday sun. I'm going to let our baby come sleep with you, okay? She's already awake. I can hear her, Duang says, trying to convince him. It's not that he doesn't want to stay there a little longer, cuddling with his boyfriend. Of course he does. But Qin works late into the night, and Duang wants him to eat the meal he's been craving so much. Just one glance is enough to see that Qin is as hungry as he is sleepy. If Duang gives in and keeps cuddling him like this, he'll only end up feeling bad. He leans in again and presses his nose against Qin's pale cheek. He kisses him near his ear and, in a soft voice, coaxes the sleepy head to sleep a little longer. He even promises him that when Qin opens his eyes again, the shrimp rice soup he's been complaining about so much will be waiting for him without fail. So damn cute, murmurs Duang as Qin, with the little strength someone half asleep has, wraps his arms around Duang's neck and drags him back to bed. Duang kisses the tip of his nose. Qin doesn't seem bothered at all. This cat is already used to being pampered, so he just stays still and lets his owner shower him with as much affection as he wants. This morning's deluxe package leaves Duang so full of energy that he wants to make a giant pot of shrimp rice soup and share it with everyone he knows. What could be better than winning this cat's heart? Let me put the ring first, because I liked you first. Do you understand the rights of the person who fell in love first, Qin? Okay. Duang takes the troublesome ring and gently takes Qin's left hand in his. Even though he knows his hand is shaking so much that he probably looks like an idiot, Duang doesn't try to pretend he isn't excited or overwhelmed. He can say without a doubt that this is the moment he's been waiting for ever since they met. If it's not Qin, who else could it be? If not the person standing in front of him, then who else? I love you, Qin. How could Duang ever love anyone this much again? Duang replies to Qin, who has his face buried in Duang's neck. Shrimp. Cats really do like shrimp, huh? Qin pulls away from Duang, which basically means he's letting him leave the bedroom now. So you admit you're a cat? Get lost. Duang laughs when Qin kicks him. Seriously, what part of this isn't typical of a cat? 1 minute he's clingy, and the next he loses interest and turns cold, without the slightest attachment. Duang catches that tiny ankle with his hand, leans down, and plants a light kiss on his matching tattoo. He stands there watching Qin disappear under the blankets for quite a while. Only when he's sure the boy has fallen back asleep does he head to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. It doesn't take him long to come out, open the bedroom door, and find a little furry creature waiting silently for him with her toy. Kanfu, you're such a good girl. Daddy is very proud of you. Duang runs over to the 1-year-old corgi and her favorite toy, which is dirty from all the play. Kanfu is a lot like Qin. So much so that Duang gives in every time she comes to ask for extra treats. Qin is just the same. If she likes something, she focuses only on that and nothing else. Kanfu is no different. No matter how many new toys they buy her, that little walking ball of fluff never shows the slightest affection for any toy except that one. Qin says that a dog's first year is equivalent to 10 years and 5 months for a human. And Duang can't help but get teary-eyed. Has my little girl grown up so much already? TT, after you eat, Daddy will give you some treats. But don't tell Mommy, okay? All right. Duang lovingly serves their daughter her barf meal. No one would believe who prepared all this by hand. Who else could it be but the person sleeping peacefully in the bedroom? Qin takes Kanfu's food very seriously, and Duang feels guilty every time he gives her extra treats on top of her usual portion. But just look at those pleading eyes of hers. Duang strokes the corgi's head and tail while she eats neatly, and he doesn't forget to plant a loud kiss on her head 4 or 5 times. By the time he finally starts gathering the ingredients he needs to prepare the meal Chin requested, nearly 20 minutes have already passed. Duang, the house husband, smiles as he looks at the ingredients on the counter. Let others conquer the world if they want to. Duang just wants to conquer his cat's heart. So as for those 10 shrimp, no way. Duang is way too in love with Chin, so he's going to give him 20. Here you go. What is this poison, Chi-Wen? Jatana pulls away abruptly from the bag of rice soup. It's Sunday, yes, but they're meeting in the afternoon at the cafe below Pei's apartment to talk about work. And even though Pei was the one who organized it, there's still no sign of him. That idiot loves to stand people up. It's rice soup, you idiot. Shrimp rice soup. Duang practically throws the bag at his best friend's head. What's all the fuss about? Stop it, or I'll punch you. It's Chin. Jatana rolls her eyes. Of the 1,000 things in Duang's life, what else could it possibly be about? Other people let whatever it is run their lives, but Duang's whole world revolves solely around Chin. Well, just break up with him already. There's a line of us waiting for him. You're a damn idiot, Jamie. Don't call me that, shouts the one who's been called by his real nickname. But before they can start really fighting in the middle of the cafe, Pei walks in with the look of someone who's used to this kind of nonsense and sets his iPad down on the table. Work first, then the fight. I brought boxing gloves. They're in my backpack. Okay, away. Pei, you're late, says Duang, sliding the other bag of rice soup toward him. What do you want? I'm not going to do anything for you. Jatana laughs so hard her shoulders shake. Everyone is suspicious of the rice soup. Since when has Duang been generous enough to hand-deliver something he's prepared himself? It's Chin. Dude, we have to work. How much pay? Duang takes his wallet out of his backpack. How long is this going to take? Jatana looks at her 2 best friends, who are sizing each other up as if this were some major negotiation. Once again, she has to wonder if these idiots have ever taken their studies this seriously. Yeah, me too, actually. A little while. Work can wait. Then, 500. Pei, you're cruel. You're worse than the worst kind of person. You take dirty money, you take bribes. I won't stand for it. Get to the point, man. Skip the fluff and tell us the real story. Duang listens to Pei as he takes a big sip of his iced milk with syrup, then sighs. I made rice soup for Chin because he was craving it. I put a lot of love into it. So what's the problem? Didn't it taste good? Of course I knew how to make it. I wasn't sulking, yells the guy who's currently wearing his boyfriend's t-shirt. Who would sulk just because their boyfriend sighs when he sees the huge pot of rice soup they made? You were definitely sulking. What a whiny husband. Here you go. Here's 500, Dad. And yeah, husband is the right word. All right. Can this day just end already? Jatana thinks as Pei slips another 500 baht note into his shirt pocket. Friendship? Huh. More like a hassle. Straight face. Mr. Kin, I'm bringing your prisoner home. Jatana shouts from the front door, pushing Duang inside. The more she sees Duang acting scared at the sight of Chin there watering the plants with Kung-Fu, the harder it is for her not to laugh. Seriously, does Mr. Chin even know that Duang has been sulking? Confess your crimes, Duang. I'm leaving. Drive safely, Jatana, says Chin, looking at her boyfriend's best friend, who blows her a bunch of kisses, clearly in a good mood. Once Jatana's car drives away, the front yard of their single-story house, the one they built so Kung-Fu could run around, is left with just Chin, Duang, and the little walking dog who happily jumps around and plays with the hose lying on the ground. Did you buy another film camera? Chin asks lazily, leaning in to gently wipe the smudge of color from Duang's cheek. Duang had a work meeting with his friends. Chin is also busy with his own work, since his sophomore year of college demands more effort. That's why he doesn't ask Duang many questions. He just tells him to text him when he gets home. No. Then why did Jatana say that? Jatana just talks nonsense, Duang mutters. He can't even look Chin straight in the eye. I was telling you guys I wasn't sulking, so why can't I even look at Chin? If I weren't sulking, I shouldn't feel this way. You didn't like what I did you? Duang startles. And when Chin raises his hand to cup his face, as if asking for a moment to read what Duang is feeling, Duang's heart beats even faster, like a complete novice at love. Why does he have to be so handsome? Duang thinks as he looks into Chin's eyes, and then lets his gaze slowly drift down to his nose and his full lips. Tonight, I'll sleep on my own pillow. For God's sake. Duang bangs his head repeatedly against Qin's shoulder. He gives in mainly because Qin is just too cute. How can Qin possibly think Duang doesn't like it, when lately Qin has been coming over to lie on his chest all the time? That ridiculously expensive pillow they bought so Qin could sleep comfortably without getting a stiff neck? Forget it. Qin has been using Duang's chest as a pillow. Duang loves it. He wants Qin to sleep like that for the rest of his life. Why are you sulking? Can you tell me? Qin silently plays with the hair at the nape of Duang's neck, presses his nose against Duang's temple, and takes a deep breath of that warm, sweet scent he's always loved. They're about the same height, but right now Qin feels like Duang is a giant puppy leaning his full weight against him. But Qin really wants to know, what exactly is this puppy sulking about? I'm sorry, I don't always realize it. Please don't get tired of having to explain things to me all the time. Honey, I'm sorry. That's not it at all. I'm just being too sensitive. I should have asked you first, Duang admits. Although they agree that if something comes up, they'll talk about it. What's happening now isn't even close to a fight. It's more like one of those emotional spirals where each person starts assuming things about the other instead of saying them out loud. But that's what a relationship is. Even when you live together and see each other every day, you still have to keep learning all the little details about each other. It's because you sighed when you saw the pot of rice soup. So I thought you were upset because I'd made too much. I just felt a little hurt, but I'm over it now. So that's when I sighed. Qin says lazily as Duang leads him by the hand toward the house. His eyes drift to the little furry creature Duang is holding in his right arm. Kanfu presses her face against Duang, mimicking what Qin had done a moment ago. The two of them are snuggled up against Duang's warmth. He was only gone for a moment, and I was already looking for him. It's not just Duang who's attached to Qin. Qin is also very attached to Duang. I wasn't mad that you made so much. I was grateful. You made such a big batch, so you must have been there peeling shrimp for a long time, right? Duang sinks onto the couch and opens his arms, inviting Qin to settle into his usual spot. Their bodies already know each other so well. With just a few small movements, they're already in a position they both find comforting, one they both love to sink into together. Qin rests his face against those broad shoulders and slowly sorts through the words in his head. For someone like Qin, his feelings overlap like the layers of an onion. Sometimes, when he has to peel them away one by one, a few tears are bound to fall. Qin feels he's improved a lot since Duang became a part of his daily life. He never knew how to express his feelings or why he should, but now he's much better at it. Just like right now, when he can feel the warmth of a hand gently caressing the small of his back, soothing and reassuring him at the same time. Those lips kiss his forehead and whisper, "Take your time. I can wait." It's thanks to Duang that Qin knows he's become so good at this. I sighed because I was thinking about how many potatoes I'd have to peel to fill a 12-liter pot of chicken and potato soup for you. Duang's mind goes blank for a moment. He's always known that Qin is cute, but what he never knew is how Qin keeps getting cuter every day. God, thanks. Your rice soup was really delicious. Honey, I'm going to cry. So that sigh had nothing to do with my pot of rice soup. Huh? It was about himself. He doesn't even like cooking that much, but since I like chicken and potato soup, is he going to make the same amount? I'm seriously going to lose my mind. I'm really going to go crazy over you, honey. Thank you, says Qin. Honey, you don't even like rice soup that much. The chicken and potato soup is in the pot. Let's eat it together this week. Duang flashes a smile, so wide he can't contain it. Qin is so cute that he wants to run headfirst into a wall just to calm down. And with Qin sitting on his lap like that, making it so easy to hug and kiss him, Duang thinks his life has truly been worth it. And the sweetest part is the way Qin says, "Let's eat it together this week." Even though they aren't eating the same dish. They're eating what the other prepared. Duang can't take it anymore. Qin, he can't take this level of cuteness anymore. What? Honey. Duang rubs his nose against that sweet-smelling cheek, ignoring Kanfu who's pacing around the couch as if demanding attention. She's the quiet type, after all. But honey, can you entertain yourself for a little while with your toys? Dad and Mom are about to get all lovey-dovey, and Dad's going to be really happy, no matter who ends up getting hurt, as Uncle Jet said. Come on, sweetie. Qin frowns at the man who keeps pushing his luck. He doesn't like moments like this, moments when Duang acts like he's going to kiss him and then doesn't. If Qin lets this dog get too spoiled, He'll just keep stealing kisses all over his face. Chin, baby. Duang raises his eyebrows, his hand sliding under the loose t-shirt Chin is wearing, caressing that soft skin with brazen confidence. What are you doing? I'm still sulking, you know. I'm not going to let you do it here. Chin takes Duang's face in his hands. A dog that's too mischievous might need a little punishment. Chin thinks silently. Then where would you let me do it? And once again, Duang knows he can't beat Chin. He loses before the game even begins. In bed, maybe. Damn it, that's a critical hit. Fuck. That's my baby. Smiley face. Are you crazy? Jetana narrows her eyes at the guy who keeps making excuses to get up from his seat and run to the bathroom for the 100th time. I really have to pee. Yeah, right. A talking dog sounds more believable than you. Hey, here's one. Pei points at Duang, only for Duang to raise his fist at him in annoyance. Duang rushes out of an aesthetics class. No matter how much everyone hates the last semester of sophomore year, Duang loves it. Why? Duang, I'm begging you. Stay seated here until class is over, Duang. This must be the 1000th time already. Not only is this class offered at the School of Music, but luck is also on Duang's side. He'll be in the classroom right next to Chin's for the entire semester. It's totally worth praying to the Ganesha statue in front of the education building. Anyone can ask for whatever they want. Me? I asked to be in the classroom next to my Chin. If it bothers anyone, they can cry if they want. Tongue sticking out. Chin, your friends are scolding me. And are they wrong? They're not. Duang buries his face in Chin's shoulder while Chin stands there discussing work with his friends. Duang knows that Chin's class today isn't too serious, so he keeps popping in and out to recharge his batteries. It's not like he does this all the time. But today, the timing is perfect. He's going to get all the affection he wants. You can hug me, but you have to stay quiet. I'm a good boy. Good job. Chin praises Duang as if he were praising a puppy, and the friends listening nearby can only watch fondly, because Chin really is only like that with Duang. His tone with Duang is different from the one he uses with anyone else, and Chin is especially patient with him. He's kinder to Duang than to anyone else in the world. Duang can rub against him, kiss his shoulder, do whatever he wants, and Chin lets him get away with it all. Plus, Chin even apologizes in advance, saying that if Duang keeps getting too close today, he promises he won't interfere with anyone's work. So who on earth could possibly have a problem with these two? They're just ridiculously in love. Are you done hugging yet, Duang? Kim teases as Duang stands behind Chin with his arms wrapped around him, his cheek pressed against Chin's left shoulder, listening quietly to what the music guys are talking about. Chin, can I speak now? Yeah, we're done talking about work. Then, Kim, listen to me. I'm not done hugging yet, and there's no hug for you. Only I can hug Chin. The puppy who obeys his owner so well quickly kisses Chin's neck and then runs back to his own classroom, leaving Kim laughing because he knows Duang will probably be back soon. That's Mr. Love Addict for you. Does it really never bother you, Chin? Never. And you reply the same every time too. Tong shakes her head, smiling. Between the two of you, who's more addicted to physical contact? The question makes Chin pause in the middle of scribbling something on a piece of paper. Before, it probably would have been Duang. But now, me. Really? Yes. Chin doesn't even think to hide that fact, and he doesn't know why he would. Whenever people ask him if he and Duang are dating, Chin always answers yes. With Duang, Chin wants everything to be as clear as possible, in every way he can. If Duang says that Chin deserves the best kind of love, then in Chin's eyes, Duang deserves a love that doesn't make him feel insecure about anything either. Are you guys going to get married right after graduation? Kim, damn it, that's way too far off. Yeah, I'm sorry. That question is too hard. Chin doesn't answer. And the reason he doesn't answer isn't that there isn't one. But if anyone should be the first person to know things like that, it has to be Duang. It's not far off at all. For Chin, the future he's imagined for so long already has Duang in every part of it. Here we go again. Duang, are you learning something right now? Just sit here. Don't go back to your class. Don't question me, my friend. Love needs no explanation. The moment Chin sees Duang walk back through the classroom door, he gets up from the grand piano and takes Duang's hand, leading him away without saying a word. Chin, are you mad? Duang complains, feeling a little guilty because maybe he's been pushing it too far. But Chin's classroom doesn't even have a teacher. It looks more like a class where everyone sits around chatting with friends about future projects they want to do. Honey, I'm sorry. Duang, who isn't even wearing his school uniform to class today, flashes an awkward smile. He seizes the moment while Chin turns around after pushing him into the music practice room to press his palms together in a Y. Click. The sound of the practice room door locking makes the big puppy tilt his head in confusion. At first, he thinks Chin is taking him back to class. He never expected to be locked in this small, dark practice room instead. Am I really being too naughty? Am I not your good boy anymore? Honey, are you really going to scold me that hard? I was just missing you. There's one thing Chin has always loved about Duang, his voice. The tone is exactly the kind that's music to Chin's ears. Even though Duang likes to complain and make a fuss, Chin has never grown tired of listening to him or dealing with it. Chin devours the sound he loves most, as if it were his favorite snack, with his lips. He presses again, lightly biting his lover's lower lip to make him open his mouth. Chin knows it's wrong to kiss him here. This isn't even the kind of place where they should be doing something like this, but he thinks Duang is just too cute. And when someone is too cute, Chin finally understands what it means to be unable to hold back any longer. Honey, Duang says it as if he were delirious. Even though he turns him around and takes control of the kiss until Chin can barely breathe, he never sees it coming. This is the last time, okay? Why, yes. Pay attention in class. When it's over, I'll be waiting for you outside. Got it. Duang nods dazedly, staring at the man who looks devastatingly handsome with his lips swollen from the kisses. That's how it is between them. Once Chin opens up, Duang can never hold back. Once he gets a kiss, he wants a deeper one. Once he receives a hug, he wants to hold Chin close forever. Chin lets out a soft, satisfied hum at the taste of the kiss. And even though this is yet another time when Chin is the one to initiate the kiss first, Duang ends up taking control. That beautiful face tilts, letting the larger man kiss him as greedily as he wants. Chin is pushed until his back hits the soundproof wall of the practice room, his heart pounding so hard he can't even hear all the people passing by outside. Duang laughs softly when he finally pulls away. He runs his thumb over those flushed lips, tenderly and with delight. He never expected Chin to do something like this. If you do this to me, should I study all the way to a PhD for you? Shut up. So this is the life of a dog who is deeply loved by his owner. Huh? You're so my wife. Duang. My life is blessed as hell, guys. Chapter 2. Chin. Duang calls out as soon as he pushes open the hospital room door. Although Chin had spoken to him gently on the phone and, halfway through the call, told him not to drive over there, that it wasn't serious, to calm down, and a whole lot of other things. None of that made Duang feel any less anxious. I'm not in any pain. Don't cry, Duang. I'm fine. Chin doesn't know whether to feel touched or annoyed at himself for making Duang cry. As soon as he sees the cast on Chin's arm, Duang starts crying as if he were the one with the broken arm. It's ridiculously cute. Chin, that's not funny, okay? Don't cry, sweetheart. Chin comforts him in the sweet tone Duang likes best, but it doesn't seem to help much. The older man keeps pouting and crying until his whole face turns red. What you did isn't funny, Duang says between sobs. He stands still by the bed and lets Chin use his free hand to wipe away his tears. Why is the one with the broken arm the one laughing? Duang has always loved Chin's smile, his laugh, everything about him. But not like this, not with a broken arm. Why did you have to go skating with your friends and end up with a broken arm? Honey, can you please stop skating for my sake? I'm begging you. Okay, I won't do it anymore. You're soaked in sweat, Duang. I told you not to run. Chin, I'm so sad, says Duang, finally collapsing into the chair next to the bed after standing there crying and complaining for what felt like an eternity. Chin is already so small. Why does he have to get hurt, too? I'd rather be the one to get hurt. I'm sorry. I was careless. You can get mad if you want. I'm really sorry. And when Chin says it with that face and that tone that Duang can never resist, Duang gives in immediately. He leans down and kisses the top of the patient's head, who looks dazed. Chin's family will probably arrive at the hospital soon. Honestly, it's lucky that Duang went to Siam with Jetana that Saturday like any college student on vacation and came home to rest. I can never get mad at you. Do you remember where you fell? Yeah, I remember. Good. Take me there and show me. I need to have a word with the floor. Like, what the hell is your problem with my boyfriend, you bastard? Sheen laughs softly and reaches out to ruffle the hair of the person who says the most ridiculous things in the world. Manners. But I'm angry, Duang complains, lifting his boyfriend's hand to kiss it because he's so worried. He practically dropped all his shopping bags, turned to his best friend, and said, "Run." And of course, getting out of Siam on a Saturday took forever, and the traffic was so horrible that he almost got out and walked. Being a guy is fucking hard. Why are you mad at the ground? I was the one who wasn't watching where I was going. I don't care. Everyone else is wrong. You're the only one who's right. So that's how it is? Yeah, you're always right. But you're really not going to skate anymore, okay? I don't agree. I cried in the car, and Jet yelled at me too. He said he was stressed out too. Sheen just shakes his head with a smile. Right now, he should calm Duang down first, get him to stop sniffling, and wipe away his tears. He's talking and crying at the same time like a little snitch. So this is what it feels like. When the cutest person in the world is standing right in front of you. This is the kind of intensely unsettling heartbeat it causes. Where's Jetana, by the way? She dropped me off at the hospital entrance. I think she's looking for parking. She'll probably be here in a minute. Come here. Sheen shifts over in the hospital bed to make room for Duang to sit with him. They're obviously in one of the nicest, largest private rooms in the hospital. At least the insurance is finally paying off. Sheen hopes his parents won't scold him too much. Kiss my eyes too. I cried like a sad dog. You look like one even when you're not crying. Honey, Duang complains and clasps his hands in his lap, hoping Sheen would give him the full package of comfort. He starts with a kiss on his forehead, then the tip of his nose, then his cheeks, then back to his eyelids, because Duang keeps complaining about how much he's crying over Sheen's broken arm. Oh, what about here, says Duang, pointing to his own mouth. Your friend is here. I grew up abroad. I can handle it. Sheen is about to scold the guy for taking a mile when given an inch, but ends up laughing instead. How can he be such a smooth talker? Fine. I'll just give him a kiss. I hate you so much, Duang. You're such a cheeky guy. Oh, what a shame you're in a long-distance relationship. Sheen nods in greeting to Jetana. He knows that if Jetana walks in and sees him kissing Duang like this, she'll definitely start screaming. Mr. Kin, Jetana is here. She may just be your secondary wife, but I was just as shocked as you were, so I deserve something in return. Just a little hint. My minimum expectation is a kiss on the cheek. You idiot. Shut up, Duang. And Sheen knows that Duang is definitely going to start yelling too. Go away. Go home. Get out of here. My number one yuk. Please give me a little kiss on the cheek. Shut up. Don't you dare go near him. What the hell is wrong with you, Jet? Ugh. So, am I supposed to stay here with a broken arm and a migraine? Confu, you can't roughhouse with mom, okay? Actually, it's dad, Sheen argues. More importantly, Sheen is her first dad. Why does Duang keep claiming the title for himself? You're going to confuse her, Sheen. You're the mom. Sure, whatever you want. Sheen walks over to the fridge to look for something sweet to drink, but before he can grab anything, Duang rushes in and does it all for him. Sheen watches his endlessly helpful boyfriend and just lets him. That's what being in love is all about. Knowing what makes the other person happy. Sheen lets Duang do these things, just as Duang has always taken care of him. Now that your arm is broken, how are you going to shower? Sheen, who's in the middle of drinking guava juice, narrows his eyes. You're a pervert. Yes, he deserves it. Even with a broken arm, he still has dirty thoughts about it. Now he's a stealthy pup. I just want to help you. What are you planning to do? Duang presses his lips together and sways back and forth in front of the fridge. They used to shower together all the time, back when they lived in the dorm or the condo, whatever. But after moving in together, taking their relationship to the next level, and now in their third year of college, Duang has to admit they almost never shower together because their class schedules are different. He only manages to sneak into the bathroom with Sheen without feeling embarrassed every now and then when the timing works out. Sheen's skin is so fair. And that's not all. His waist is incredibly slim, his legs are ridiculously long and slender, and don't even get me started on his face. Duang is hopelessly weak in the face of Sheen. No matter how much other people say Sheen is handsome, to Duang, Sheen is incredibly beautiful. You have to wash your hair every day, so I'll wash it for you. Is that all? I'll lather you up too. Extra service. says Duang with the most sincere smile, while his mind races. Okay. Huh? That was way too easy. But nothing else. Qin directs his gaze downward, toward the lower half of his tall body, making it clear that Duang can only help him shower. Because every time Duang says he just wants to shower together, it never ends with just a shower. And if it hurts, oh, honey, which one of us has a broken arm? Take care of yourself. Qin walks away after kicking the pervert. He tries not to get physical, but honestly, he can't help it. If I say something dirty, will you still love me? Qin turns to look again at the tall man in his t-shirt. Duang is trying to annoy Qin on purpose. When Qin curses, Duang puts on a sad face, tail down, ears drooping. But when Qin speaks affectionately, Duang gets even more annoyed. Test me. Just let me rub against your leg and I'll. Qin. Whoa. Duang lets out a dramatic scream when Qin throws Kanfu's favorite toy at him. Of course, Qin's aim is spot on. Kanfu's little, worn-out stuffed octopus flies straight into the center of his forehead. I didn't even have a chance to dodge it. Qin is so mean. I help him take a shower, and I don't even get a reward? TT. Kanfu. Not yet. Dad is serious. Kanfu tilts her head, not understanding why Dad is frowning. To Kanfu, Qin is the boss and Duang is his friend. So naturally, she's much more afraid of Qin. Mom threw Squiddy at Dad, and he's mad, okay? That's just how yukes are. The seme is always to blame for everything. You get it, right? You're Daddy's little girl. If Daddy has a strawberry, he always gives you more than half. Duang sits on the couch and talks to Kanfu as if it were a serious conversation. The dog probably thinks Qin throws the toy so she can play with Duang. Man, I wish I were a dog. Then I could beat up Qin all I wanted. He acts strict with Kanfu, but in reality he spoils her, takes care of her, and loves her to pieces. Wait, am I jealous of my own dog? Qin, where are you? Maybe I should go check if Qin loves me or Kanfu. What are you looking at? Duang swallows hard. He can never keep a straight face when he sees Qin completely naked like that. You've seen it 100 times already. Are you saying we've had sex 100 times? The pale man rolls his eyes. He doesn't even understand why Duang reacts like this every time. Your mind is so damn dirty. How did you even come up with that? Qin, I thought you said we'd speak kindly to each other. You deserve it. Can you hurry up and wash me already? Duang takes a deep breath and psyches himself up to go over there and wash and shampoo Qin, whose skin is hot, as quickly as possible. Why are you touching me like you're afraid of hurting me? Well, because I am afraid. So why were you acting that way the last time we had sex? The person being asked holds his breath. His heartbeat changes just from that question. His pretty lips press tightly together. The memory of last Thursday comes flooding back like a rewound tape, and before he knows it, Duang is burning up as if he has a fever. His cheeks are red, his ears are red, so red that Qin has to lightly touch the tip of his nose with a finger. What? You can't play tough anymore. Qin. Qin likes this expression, that of a sulky puppy who doesn't actually feel guilty at all after secretly chewing on the couch. He watches as Duang's hand slowly rubs the body wash onto Qin's damp skin, gently and carefully. But since they spend almost every day together, Qin can tell that Duang is nervous. He's embarrassed, even though he was the one who did it. Why are you embarrassed? You asked me first. Honey, can you stop talking? I'm about to crawl down the drain and disappear. Why were you choking me? Tell me. I want to know. Qin. Duang screams his boyfriend's name, his voice breaking. He's trying so hard to bathe him and lather him up carefully without getting the soft cast on his right arm wet. And Qin keeps pushing him about this. He's really going to cry. Then why did you let me do it? Because this dog asked so cutely. No, that's not true. You were acting all sweet, but basically you were asking me to hang myself. So, what were you thinking? Tell me. Qin pushes Duang all the way back against a bathroom wall, thinking that today's shower is actually pretty fun. I wasn't too rough, was I? Did that hurt? No. Qin leans in and kisses the older man's flushed cheek, letting those restless hands continue to wrap around his waist, rubbing the same spot over and over like a nervous child who isn't quite sure if what he did was right. It felt good. And the answer is yes, it was. Everything that happens between them is entirely consensual, and Qin enjoys discovering new sides of Duang. He likes knowing that there will always be more to discover about each other. He likes that little streak of selfishness Duang has in bed, And perhaps in the future there will also be moments when Chin becomes especially selfish with Duang in situations like this. No, stop, that's enough. The one who starts to get worked up by Chin's words and actions, bites his lower lip. Duang gets really shy when Chin is so direct about things like this. He's embarrassed even though he was the one who did it. I only have a broken arm. So do whatever you want. Chin, I'm all yours. How on earth is anyone supposed to stop blushing after that? Just look at him. It's like he's dreaming. Man, I can't take it anymore. So what am I supposed to do about the fact that you're horny? Jatana stops by Duang's place, and by place, she means Bangkok. Mr. Incorrigible Romantic has brought food, his belongings, and his beloved daughter Kanfu to live in Bangkok, splitting his time between Chin's place and his own as if they were already married. But anyway, I guess Duang will probably ask Mr. Chin to marry him after he graduates. He's so impatient. If he could ask him right now, he probably already would have. I felt bad for Chin, but I really tried, says Duang. The poor guy has a broken arm, and you kept torturing him. Think about that. He's the one who tortured me. And I'm not some shitty boyfriend who just takes whatever he wants whenever he feels like it, okay? It was just a fling, you know what I mean? Dude, Duang slaps his own hand against his best friend's face. And of course, Jatana screams right away. They struggle for a bit because Jatana starts yelling that Duang's hand is dirty. By the time they finally get back to the original topic, several minutes have already passed. I hate you because you're Chin's husband. You deserve it. Just because you have a husband doesn't mean you can't have a wife too, Mr. Kian. Jatana shouts on purpose, loud enough for everyone on the second floor to hear. It seems the future junior music major has taken on a side job to challenge himself, writing a song for a band. From what Jatana has heard, it's a pretty big label too. Chin really is perfect for this kind of thing, the guy behind the scenes. If anyone wants to see his face, they have to stalk Duang's Instagram instead. Chin keeps things incredibly private and always manages to look irresistibly angelic. To Jatana, Chin looks like an angel with wings in every way. How on earth can someone be so charming? He doesn't even try, not even a little bit, and he's still ridiculously captivating. I totally get why Duang is always acting all flustered. Yeah, she's jealous of her boyfriend all the time. You should wear swimming goggles when you bathe him. Really, the ones with tinted lenses. That way he won't look so tempting, so you don't get turned on. Yeah, you're right. Jatana stifles a laugh at this silly friend. As soon as she sees Duang nodding seriously, then pulling out his phone to search for swim goggles on a shopping app, and even choosing express shipping, her shoulders start shaking because she can't hold it in anymore. So Mr. Chin's guy really is this idiot, huh? And Mr. Chin is working with just one hand now. Yeah, poor guy. I wish I could get hurt instead of him. You want me to do it? I'll break his arm for you. You jerk. I was just kidding. Who would do that? You and me and you, best friends forever. Duang pouts at his best friend, who is eating cookies from the jar Duang's mother made. Right now, there's no one else home except him and Chin. Kanfu is in Hua Hin with his grandparents, happier than ever because he can eat and play as much as he wants. Duang's parents love to spoil Kanfu. His mother loves Kanfu more than she loves him and Funan. Both of them have been knocked off the top spot. The only one still at the top is Chin. But then again, who wouldn't like Chin? Around older people, he shrinks down to practically pocket size. Lucky he broke it during vacation, or he'd be really screwed. He's in the music program. Exactly. I told Chin to quit skateboarding for good. That's sexy as hell. Just picture Chin on a skateboard. He totally gives off husband vibes. Do you want to die, Jet? Duang, I'm your friend. Jatana is just messing with him. Who wouldn't love it when Duang reacts like that every time? So, when is PMAR coming? In 2 days. After that, you'll never see me again. I'm out. I'll be in bed cuddling my wife all day. You're annoying. I'm telling you. It's just that today, right now, your wife is working, you know? Poor Mr. Chin, earning money to feed a scruffy old dog. I'm not an old, scruffy dog, damn it. I'm a handsome dog. We shower together every day, and we're going to keep showering together for months. Duang sticks out his tongue and rolls his eyes. He doesn't even know why he's trying to get over it. But now that he's started, he's going to see it through to the end. What are you two arguing about now? Mr. Kian. Jatana leaps off the couch at the speed of light, and then buries her face in Chin's chest, as if he were small and helpless. Chin reacts as usual, using his uncast arm to give Jetana a light pat on the shoulder by way of greeting. You let him hug you. I totally disagree with this. Are you jealous of your friend or something? Chin strokes Duang's head as he slumps down, curled up on the couch pretending to be miserable. He knows perfectly well it's all an act, but seeing that pouty face makes it impossible not to comfort him. I'm jealous of everyone when it comes to you. He's just jealous of Kanfu. What can you do, Mr. Chin? Come here. Jetana watches as Duang jumps to his feet the moment Chin calls him, immediately resting his chin on Chin's hand. As for what happens next, she prefers not to watch. Those two can't stand being apart for even a second. Chin disappears upstairs to work for half a day, and as soon as he's done, they have to lean on each other nonstop. What is this, even? You keep kissing him, but don't forget about this baby. Jetana complains. Well, Duang is cute. What? Jetana puts a hand to her chest. He loves me, see? How about that? Chin just shakes his head wearily, then tells both Duang and Jetana to get ready to go out to dinner together. They'll go to a hot pot restaurant, using Jetana's car. Chin spent the day working on a demo for a band that's about to release a new album. He really likes the story behind this band, so he agreed to write a song for them, and the singer insists it will be used as a promotional track. Luckily, Chin had already finished recording the instruments before he broke his arm. Otherwise, he definitely would have had to rush and call someone else to help. Are you tired, honey? Does your back hurt? Duang hugs Chin from behind as they walk together toward the parking garage. It doesn't last long, but for someone like Chin, who's been working nonstop, just being hugged like that is enough to make all the fatigue melt away. I'm tired, but I feel better now. Really? Yeah. Thanks for hugging me. Chin, damn it, you're so cute. Can we skip going out to eat? Let me have you for 3 hours instead. No. I'm hungry. Jetana jumps in right away because he's sick of these annoying lovebirds. Why are they always acting so lovey-dovey? Even though Chin's words secretly make him smile like an idiot, he's still the most annoyed with Duang in the whole world. I hate it, honey. Don't fight. Make up already. Sit together up front. Chin settles it that way, because otherwise Duang and his best friend would definitely keep arguing here forever. He keeps saying he hates Jetana, but every time his friend stays in Seoul too long with her boyfriend, Duang FaceTimes him morning, noon, and night just to fight. Although their shower together today didn't go too far, things got a little steamy when Duang had to pick out clothes for Chin to try on for his meeting tomorrow with the band he's writing for. Duang takes a critical hit whenever Chin wears loose-fitting shirts like this. The dark colors make that pale skin stand out even more. Being the one to button Chin's shirt, and then the one to unbutton it again, makes Duang's blood boil so much that he can't help but sink his teeth slightly into that pale shoulder. The soft moan of the person being ambushed sounds as dreamy as ever. That perfect, beautiful face tilts to one side so the bigger man can rub against the hollow of his neck however he pleases. Duang insists they don't have to have sex at all while Chin has the cast on, that a little nibbling and teasing would be enough to calm a puppy like him and his sharp teeth. But somehow the one who wants more turns out to be Chin. You're fucking gorgeous, Duang murmurs under his breath. He usually never talks dirty to Chin, but this time he really can't help himself. Chin's face is just too tempting. And well, showing up already primed like this is so typical of Chin. Chin loves teasing him with those innocent eyes until he can't take it anymore and has to make the first move. It's so damn hard to bully. Do you really want me to lose control? Tell me. Duang stands behind the limp body pressed against him. This position is probably the best one to keep Chin's arm from moving too much. His hot lips leave kisses all over Chin's pale back, while his hand traces and kneads his body until his skin blushes a pretty pink. Kiss me. Beg me first. Duang presses a long kiss on Chin's cheek and waits patiently, wanting to see how Chin will seduce him with sweet words. Then those beautiful hands rise and pinch his cheek, not so gently, as Chin asks in a flat voice, "Are you going to kiss me or not?" Yeah, that's about as good as it gets. Everything Jetana jokes about Chin is completely true. Chin is incredibly handsome and seriously dangerous. He doesn't even deign to speak sweetly to Duang. But the more he acts like this, the more he is like this, the more hopelessly Duang loses himself. Don't complain later. Duang presses a light kiss on those full lips. I'm definitely going to be rough with you. Then do it. And the real kiss begins right then. It's hot, especially hot, so hot that Duang has to grab Qin's hips just to relieve some of the pressure. The more their tongues entangle, the more he feels like he's going to lose his mind. Duang loves the way Qin looks at him, because those eyes tell him exactly what to do to satisfy him without Qin having to say a single word. Duang bites those beautiful lips, unable to resist, and laughs softly as he rubs his hard shaft against Qin's round buttocks. He can't tell for sure if the pre-cum spreading across Qin's skin is making him uncomfortable or simply making him want everything to happen faster. They kiss again and again, and before anyone realizes it, the condom wrapper is open. Qin applies the lube himself and even presses his own fingers into that tempting hole to open himself up for Duang first. Duang runs his tongue over his lips. He fell in love with Qin at 18, and at 20 he still loves him so much it hurts. What followed needed no words. And that is how the perfect day ends, so perfect that it makes the heart of the greatest man beat like crazy. Duang kisses the beads of sweat along Qin's face while his eyes are barely open, asking if anything hurts, if he was too rough, but he gets no answer. It seems Qin has run out of battery. The one with a full charge is obviously Duang. Well, as long as he falls asleep against my chest, I can take care of him. No worries. Chapter 3. Honey, help me. I'm not going to make it on time. I'm so screwed. Although the internship season has been underway for a while now, neither of them has quite gotten used to it yet. They choose to do their internships in Bangkok and even pick places that aren't too far away, so getting around is easier. Of course, Confu doesn't like being cooped up in a condo, so they leave their furry little girl with Duang's parents. They carefully split the schedule each week, because everyone loves that little walking ball of fluff. Her booking schedule is busier than a celebrity's. At this point, Duang doesn't even know if she still remembers who her real parents are. I'm definitely going to fail this internship, Qin. Today Qin has to go to his internship in the afternoon, so he set his alarm for 10:30 because he's not the type of person who takes forever to get ready. And if anyone asks when this morning's chaos started, the answer is, Duang forgot to set his own alarm. Hoodie. Duang is screaming in the middle of the living room. As soon as he's late, he completely falls apart like this. He doesn't know what to do or how to get his thoughts together. Even though he isn't horribly late this time and his internship supervisor doesn't scold him or anything, he just tells him that being late is okay, but it would be good if he hurried up. Duang still feels terrible for forgetting to set his alarm. Calm down. Here's your backpack. I've already checked everything. Qin walks straight up to the oversized puppy who's in a panic, slings Duang's backpack over his shoulder himself, then pats him until the bigger man starts to calm down. Qin takes Duang's hand, interlaces all his fingers with his own, gives it a gentle squeeze, and looks him straight in the eyes. It's okay. Trust me. Everything's going to be fine. The spell lasts only a few seconds, and even though it's so brief, Duang will never forget this feeling. The feeling of warmth, security, and the way it makes him believe with all his heart that everything really will be okay, just as Qin says. I'll walk you to the motorcycle taxi stand in front of the condo. We'll go together. You don't have to be afraid. It's okay. Qin, put on your shoes. These are fine. They already match your outfit. The older man's eyes light up when he sees his boyfriend pull out a pair of shoes for him. Qin knows that Duang is usually meticulous about coordinating his outfits, even going so far as to pick out colors for socks that no one will see, but today he's running late. Even if he plans his outfit, he still has to choose his shoes right before leaving the room. But if Qin picks them out for him like this, what can Duang do? He's so thoughtful. Qin, thank you. I love you so much. Qin can feel the damp sweat on the man's forehead as he leans against his shoulder while the elevator takes them down. He presses a gentle kiss to Duang's hair and squeezes his hand again, wanting the other man to know for certain that everything will be all right. I love you too. Those few words from the person who feels like his whole world make Duang's heart swell beyond measure. Usually, Duang secretly puts a lot of pressure on himself. From the moment he wakes up until the second he rushes into the shower, he can't stop blaming himself for forgetting to set the alarm. Last night, he was really exhausted. He fell asleep before Qin because he'd been busy with one thing after another all day. He doesn't even want to think about how much pressure he'll be able to handle when he actually starts working someday, no longer just as an intern. Being an adult is hard, but it's okay. When Qin says he's fine, Duang truly believes him. Even though he's heard people say you should never make someone your whole world, Duang doesn't feel like he'd ever regret it if things were to change. Because Chin has always let Duang know that Duang is his whole world, too. You did the right thing. Text me when you get to work, okay? In a world where everyone has to try so hard just to be considered good enough, Chin lets Duang just be Duang. That alone is enough to make him Chin's good boy. It feels so precious when he thinks back on everything Chin has already done for him, even if it might seem insignificant to other people. Duang smiles at his boyfriend, who isn't normally the type of person to openly show affection by hugging, kissing, or anything like that in public. Still, this time, Chin leans in and lightly kisses Duang on the cheek, then gives him a little push toward the motorcycle taxi, as if sending a little kid running ahead, ready to stay there and watch until he arrives. Honey, see you tonight, okay? Let me pick you up today, says Duang. See you tonight. His goal. You really live up to your title as a 50-year veteran intern, don't you? Chin steps aside to avoid the sound engineer, whom he already knew before starting his internship here. I can't even touch you a little, huh, kid? Are you satisfied now, Peepa? Do I need to fix anything else? Fix what, kid? This is already a success. Normally, interns don't get to do this kind of work. It's a bit beyond their scope. But Chin says he can handle it. He's written songs for several artists on this label before, so it's nothing new to him. But doing it as an intern is another matter. Okay. Chin replies with just that, then grabs his iPad, nods goodbye to the tall sound engineer, and leaves the studio to return to his office. Peepa stays there, shaking his head with a smile, thinking to himself that this guy really doesn't care about anyone. Chin is so handsome that he makes celebrities look dull by comparison. He sings well, plays a ton of instruments, and can write songs with ease. But what really stands out is that he's antisocial. He keeps to himself in a way that piques people's curiosity, but no matter who tries to break through the wall Chin builds around himself, they all bounce right back as if he had an invisible shield. Chin, what? Someone left this for you. I told them you probably wouldn't accept it, but it's the same old story. What can you do? At first, this place only had one internship opening for this position, but they added another one, so Tong is applying here too, because he likes how this place is run. A box of macarons is waved in front of Chin's face. Chin doesn't respond. He just gestures with his hand for him to move it out of his sight before sitting down in his work chair. It's his way of telling the guy to get it out of his sight. Does Duang know that now that you're interning here, people all over the building are trying to hit on you? I didn't tell you because I don't care, says Chin, his eyes still fixed on his MacBook screen. And you already have a boyfriend. Should we print his face on a t-shirt for you to wear? I've told you a million times, but it goes in one ear and out the other, says Tong. I guess it's one of those sayings. Hooking up with someone single means 100 rivals, while hooking up with someone who's already in a relationship means just one. Do you know any good shops for custom t-shirt printing? Chin, do you realize I was joking? I know. I didn't. Chin is fed up. He chooses to be a loner because that's his nature. One of the things he hates most is other people's expectations, when in the end, each person is responsible for their own expectations. Chin hates how people keep piling expectations on him. When he acts indifferent, it's because he doesn't care. When he looks past something, it's because he's not interested and doesn't want to understand it or the person. So why does all that just seem to draw people in even more, making them chase after him? It's so annoying. So annoying. Check this out. I saw my little sister make one to take to a concert. Wait, are you really going to wear this? Chin looks again at the t-shirt on Tong's phone. It's a t-shirt printed with the words, I love my boyfriend, with the word love replaced by a heart and a customizable face inside it. Do you accept rush orders? Order it for me. Make 5. Are you serious? Are you going to wear it for 5 days straight? Tong laughs. Yeah, I'll wear it until they stop going crazy over me. Mr. Love Addict is going to smile until his mouth splits. He's going to absolutely love it. Send me a photo of Duang, and I'll take care of the rest. Chin hums in response and picks up his phone, opening his photo album to choose a picture of Duang. Everyone knows that Chin really doesn't like social media. It doesn't matter if a phone is someone's 33rd organ. For Chin, it isn't. That's why he's always been hard to reach, until he met Duang. Once he knows someone is eagerly awaiting his reply, Chin starts responding more. And he doesn't mind changing that habit at all. because it's the kind of change that makes him like himself more every day. Do 6 instead of 5. Better to do too much than too little, adds Chin. You're ridiculous. Ha ha. Okay, 2 white ones, 2 gray ones, 2 black ones. This photo, right? Chin doesn't even realize he takes so many photos of Duang. More than 60% of his album is just Duang. The other 40% is his daughter, who would probably feel a little hurt if she knew. Duang is really handsome, you know? In what way? Chin turns to look at Tong, who suddenly brings it up, probably because he's looking at the photo of Duang. Chin has always known that Duang is handsome. In their freshman year, when he still had a bit of baby fat, he was handsome in a different way. But now they're in their senior year, and many of his features have matured. He's gotten into the gym, weight training, and eating protein, and Duang has become much broader than Chin. Chin hates sweat, doesn't like working out, and doesn't think a muscular body suits him that well. That sense of being alluring, mysterious, it makes people want to come closer and take a chance. Really? Yeah. But the way Duang is handsome works differently. It's like a comfort zone. Just looking at him makes you feel calm. His face has that kind, playful sweetness. Chin hums to himself. He's finished all the work he needs to do, so he has time to chat aimlessly with his friend while waiting to leave work. More importantly, today Chin will drive to pick up Duang from work so they can go home with Confa together. It is Friday, after all. Finally, they'll all be able to relax together in bed. Chin, Duang, and Confu. I miss college life so much. If someone at Duang's workplace were flirting with him the way people flirt with you, would you get jealous, Chin? See you on Monday. Haha, okay. The t-shirts will be ready on Sunday. The rush fee is another 500, but you probably don't mind. Tong laughs at his friend dodging the question by suddenly getting up from the desk and stuffing his things into a backpack. Tong remembers that it's Duang's backpack because Chin isn't the type of person who carries a backpack, but an internship means he has to. These incorrigible romantics, seriously. If he doesn't answer, it means yes. Bye, guys. See you on Monday. Bye, guys. See you all on Monday. Pay size. So this is what people mean when they say that days are long, but years are short. She sits there working, wondering why a single day feels so damn long. During her first 3 years of school, time didn't feel this slow. But before she knows it, she's about to graduate. A year really does fly by so fast it's scary. What's wrong with you, Pei? Go home and give your wife a hug. Wife my ass. Having one just brings trouble. Huh? Wait, did you guys really break up? Duang's eyes widen like plates. Yeah, now I'm Mr. Casanova. Wow, are you really claiming that title now? Yeah, Jet turned into the incorrigible romantic just like you, so I'm fine with it. I'll stay single. Maybe being in a relationship just isn't my thing. Pei wants to take the cigarette out of his pocket and light it, but he doesn't want his dear friend Duang to inhale the smoke. He holds back so Duang doesn't end up getting sick. After all, Chin quit smoking for Duang. Duang is so loved. How could Pei dare to do anything else? So, did you guys fight? Duang asks. Something like that. The more I tried to fix it, the worse it got. Wouldn't you change for the sake of your relationship? Exactly. Some things are just in your nature. You can't change them. I tried. And your ex couldn't understand who you really were, could they? Duang swallows hard. He figures this must be a pretty tough time in Pei's life. Damn it. They really did break up. Exactly. Not everyone is like you, you know? You love Mr. Chin because you really understand his nature. That's true. I love him so much. I'm going to marry him. Pei laughs in disbelief. Duang has been saying that since before he even mustered the courage to ask Chin if he could flirt with him. Honestly, Pei really respects Duang for that, because it really looks like he's going to pull it off. Did you buy the ring yet? I've been lying in bed thinking about it for a long time. How long is a long time for you? Since Loy Krathong in our freshman year. Duang turns to look Pei straight in the eyes, making it clear that he isn't exaggerating in the slightest. He's been thinking about it ever since. Damn it. Okay, so what's next? Chin doesn't like anything flashy, so it should be a simple ring. Then just a plain silver ring, says Pei. Ordinary won't do. We're talking about Mr. Chin here. How about a gold ring? Gold prices are crazy right now, suggests Pei. Chin doesn't like gold. Platinum. Nah. Fine. Then go pray for your answer, or whatever. I'm out. Wait. Duang, wearing his black long-sleeved Acne Studios t-shirt, quickly grabs his best friend. Duang and Pei are interning at a graphic design firm, a startup that's becoming really popular right now. This place gives interns a lot of freedom when it comes to what to wear, so Duang has been having fun putting together outfits every day. And this t-shirt? Chin bought it for me. Duang, Pei, are you still here? A voice calls out from behind them. They're in the parking lot in front of the company. Duang is waiting for Chin. He goes out anyway, even though Chin told him to wait until he actually arrived first. But what can he do? Duang likes it better this way. Oh, Namchweem, haven't you gone home yet? I was just talking to him, says Pei. How are you going home, Namchweem? Do you want Pei to drop you off at a Skitran station? Do you want me to give you a ride? I can take you. Pei offers. Namchweem is also a senior, but at a different university. The surprising thing is that she went to the same elementary school as Duang. Duang was really shocked when they ran into each other here on orientation day. The thing is, Namchweem looks exactly the same as she did when she was a kid. She hasn't changed at all, not even her hairstyle. She's had bangs like that since she was 10. But can you get on a motorcycle wearing a skirt? Asks Duang. That makes Namchweem break into a wide smile before saying cheerfully, with complete sincerity, Duang, you're so sweet. Pei presses her lips together. The atmosphere suddenly becomes so awkward that she has to look away, while her silly friend waves both hands in rapid denial. Pei understands Duang because she's been with him for years. Duang is one of those guys who's genuinely affectionate. Whether with friends or anyone else, he's always attentive to some degree. But with his boyfriend? Multiply that by 1,000,000. What the hell is she supposed to do? How am I supposed to react? Pei has been sensing something off and having a bad feeling ever since Namchweem asked a senior in the department to switch seats so she could sit next to Duang. Your lips look dry, Duang. Do you want some lip balm? Lip balm? Sure, Namchweem. Thanks a lot. But if they stay dry, they might crack and bleed. Let me put some on for you. Guys can use lip balm too, Duang. No, I'm really fine. Just try it first. That's exactly the kind of guy who steals hearts without even trying. That silly, funny, sincere, and adorable personality. The way he has things he loves and is really good at. The way he puts his whole heart into everything, including loving someone. How could anyone not like him? An honest bisexual guy like him. It's no wonder he won the heart of someone like Mr. Chin, the kind of man people would go to temples to pray for. Duang. Pei accidentally hits his forehead because the moment is so dramatic it feels like a movie, making him want to call Jetana, who's in Seoul doing her internship, and tell her about this painfully tense situation. We're going to be so screwed. Chin, the only woman in the parking lot, follows her elementary school friend's gaze. Maybe no one has ever told Duang this, but he really does have beautiful eyes. That little sparkle in them is what makes people keep looking and smiling when he's telling a story. But right now, those little sparkles come together to form a huge star, and Namchweem finally understands what someone's eyes look like when they're looking at a person they love very, very much. Mom, I am first. Bye, Namchweem. My boyfriend came to pick me up. Oh, okay. Bye, Fat Duang. Mr. Chin, see you later. We'll talk later, Pei says with a nod before letting Duang jump in to link her arm with her boyfriend's. Mr. Chin parked on the other side of the lot and walked over to this side to avoid traffic. Huh? And not only that, but they're wearing matching shirts? Did they plan that? Duang is in black, Mr. Chin in white. For a second, I feel like being gay. Is that Duang's boyfriend, Pei? Huh? Oh yeah. That's her boyfriend. She's crazy about him, says Pei, emphasizing it on purpose. Better safe than sorry. If anyone wants to bail, now's the perfect time. I thought when Duang bragged to Mei that her boyfriend bought her this t-shirt, she was joking. Hara. That laugh is painfully bitter. Pei gives her a dry smile and lets the warm wind blow over them both. If they were a little closer, Pei would probably give Namchweem a light pat on the shoulder to comfort her. Don't go thinking that only Mr. Chin can break hearts. He never jokes about that kind of thing, Namchweem. The photo on his computer screen, the tattoo on his ankle, the food he packs. It's always been about the same person. Duang does that all the time, without even realizing it. Why Fat Duang? Duang looks up from his laptop screen because they haven't even properly wrapped up their practice session yet, and someone from the department kept calling to apologize over and over, then asked Duang to send a file, so he's only just now free to talk to Chin. As soon as Duang closes his laptop, Chin, sitting in the driver's seat, fires that question at him immediately. Oh, Namchweem? She's the girl who's interning with us. I told you about her before. The one who sits next to me. Remember? Yes. Qin nods. He remembers that Duang mentioned a girl from another university who is interning in the same position. Someone who draws really well, but leans more toward pastel styles. But Qin doesn't get it. Fa Duang, huh? And how did she know the name? Qin asks again. His tone sounds the same, but Duang probably has no idea that the way Qin keeps moving his hands on the steering wheel means he's obsessed with why that girl knows such strangely specific details about Duang. We went to the same elementary school. I probably never told you that. I mean, I'm not even that close to her. Busy stowing his laptop in his backpack because it cost a fortune, Duang replies casually. After all, that laptop really is the most expensive thing he's ever bought with his own money. For art students, a MacBook and an iPad are everything. He has to invest in them, or his work will be held up all the time. Did you finish all the water in your bottle today? Not yet. The big guy in the passenger seat gives Qin an embarrassed smile. Try again on Monday. Qin cups Duang's face and kisses him gently as they stop at a red light. This takes Duang completely by surprise. When this cat strikes out of nowhere like that, his heart really is going to explode. Duang swears his breath catches in his throat as Qin blinks slowly and looks at him so closely, with only a breath between them. What is this? This kind of behavior? Is he being affectionate with me? Don't ever comb your hair up like that again. What? Duang stammers. The more Qin rubs his thumb against his cheek, the faster his heart beats, as if it were about to burst out of his chest. I said don't ever comb your hair up like that again. Why? You said it looked handsome. I even practiced with a Korean guy on YouTube, so I could win you over. That's exactly why. Qin gets back behind the wheel with a look on his face, as if he's a little annoyed. Duang just stares, mouth agape, like a fish out of water. He doesn't even know what he's supposed to say or do next. Qin doesn't call him handsome very often. Most of the time, he says cute instead. So when he does say it, it hits hard. As for Duang, he really wants to be the most handsome person in Qin's world. What the hell is this? TT. So do I have to keep my forehead covered for the rest of my life, Qin? Duang lightly touches his boyfriend's arm as he asks. Yes. Okay. You only need to look good when you're with me. Qin turns the steering wheel and pulls into the mall. They'd already agreed via text that they'd stop here for dinner and to buy snacks for Kanfu before heading home. Kanfu is spending this week at Duang's parents' house. What's this? Are you jealous because I look handsome? Maybe. Duang presses his lips together. He already knows exactly what Qin means. Besides, Qin glances at him once, then gets out of the car first, looking ridiculously uke as he does so. Help! He's jealous of me because I'm handsome. Who do I report this to? Which ministry is in charge? Is there an official response? Has any agency come to help this Sime yet? I'm smiling so hard my cheeks hurt. Are you hungry? No. Why? Are you going shopping first? Qin nods, naturally intertwining all his fingers with Duang's hand, and the two enter the mall together. Qin, no more clothes shopping, okay? We've already spent 50,000 this month. Even the matching t-shirts we're wearing today cost almost 30,000, right? TT. Yeah. No more clothes. Qin replies briefly and leads Duang to a section they've never stopped at before. They end up standing in front of the La Mer counter. Duang gets nervous, looking around in confusion. Qin uses skincare products, but it's always the brand his mother has put together in sets for him. Every 2 months or so, someone hands them to him. Because if no one told him to, Qin probably wouldn't put on anything at all. Are you buying cream for my mom, honey? She doesn't use La Mer, isn't that too expensive? Duang tugs repeatedly at his boyfriend's hand. His mother already adores Qin to bits. If Qin were to bring her a little tube of face cream, she'd probably brag about it to the whole neighborhood for a whole week. There really's no need to go for something that expensive. I'm here to buy lip balm. Huh. That's when Duang starts to realize. If you're not going to drink enough water, then you need to bring your own lip balm. You're not allowed to use anyone else's lip balm. Qin is an only child who doesn't have to share anything with anyone. And Duang is one of the things Qin has no intention of sharing either. Qin, I brought you some snacks. Tong is trying so hard not to laugh that her shoulders are shaking. The change in expression on the face of the woman from the 24th floor, who appeared with a bag of fried bananas, is honestly priceless. This is so brave of her. Qin actually wore an I love my boyfriend t-shirt to work. So what was Mr. Lovestruck's reaction? Did he lose his mind? She asks. Yes. I remember that time when the girls were screaming at the top of their lungs while you were playing bass. In that situation, Duang could have done 100 different things, but he chose to scream even louder. I seriously love that. He's the biggest goofball in college. Chin chuckles to himself, carrying a bag of jelly that Duang saw in an online review and begged Chin for last night because he wanted some. For someone who hates the heat as much as Chin does, even if the place were close enough to walk to easily, he still wouldn't go. But for Duang, even if Duang doesn't ask, Chin will do it for him, just like he's doing now. And he didn't even ask you why you're wearing this t-shirt. No, a dumb dog is a dumb dog. Duang has no idea why he's using him. It's probably for the best. That way, he won't have to worry about a thing. Chin doesn't care about anyone else anyway. Chin's world has been revolving around Duang for a long time. Hey, speaking of the devil, he just posted a story. Tong holds out his phone for Chin to see. Chin has Instagram, but Tong hardly ever sees him use it. Every now and then he posts a story, and most of the time it's Confu. Tong has asked him before why he almost never posts about Duang. I want to keep him to myself. So that means he's possessive. He's so possessive, even with a dog like Confu, that Tong barely dares to touch her. If anyone asks to hold her or pet her, Chin shoots them a sidelong glance. So what chance does anyone stand with her boyfriend? The only human who has ever won Chin's heart? No wonder Duang's eyes still light up every time he looks at Chin. They love each other so much. Did he ask your permission before taking this photo? Ha ha ha, your face looks terrible. He did. He said he wouldn't go to work unless I let him take photos. Chin says briefly before stepping out of the elevator. They went out for lunch together at the made-to-order restaurant next to the office, and now it's time to get back to work. As for the photos Tong showed him, Chin had already seen them all. It started with Chin waking up first, showering first, and getting dressed while Duang was in the bathroom. When Duang came out and saw what t-shirt Chin was wearing, Chin swears he saw a pair of dog ears poking out from right under that dark brown hair. A complete transformation into a puppy. Duang was so thrilled that he ran over and hugged Chin so tightly he lifted him off the ground, repeating over and over that he loved Chin, that he loved his boyfriend, that he loved his little wife, until Chin finally laughed at how absurdly happy he was. Honey, do you love me that much? You can love me even more. Do it in your pants too. Please, please, please. Enough already. Is this for our anniversary? It's not, is it? Can I scream? Why are you asking when you already did it? Wah. TT, this is so freaking cute. That's my wife, yes sir. Can I take pictures and show them to everyone? Please let me. Come on. You're so damn cute. What even happened? Do the heavens really answer my prayers? Just thinking about that kid's face, so excited about what happened, makes Chin smile to himself. The truly adorable one is Duang. It's always been him. Oh, I thought it was just Pei and Duang practicing together. Is that girl from our university, Chin? Tong pulls her chair closer to ask Chin, who is about to open his laptop and start working. And that's when Chin feels his body temperature rise. There have only been a few times in his life when he's felt like a kettle about to boil like this. One bad habit Chin has, one he never wants Duang to know about, is how incredibly possessive he is. No, she's from a different university. Huh, they got close pretty quickly though? But Duang was being really reserved with her. Chin doesn't answer. He looks away from the photo Duang reposted of someone else on his Instagram story. It's a photo of Duang with his internship classmates in front of a regular street cart selling drinks. If anything in the photo feels out of place, it's that girl from Duang's elementary school. Chin just doesn't get it. She doesn't understand how gravity works in his world. Why did she lean so close to him? Chapter 4. Having a rich wife means you get to live the best life, huh? What did you say? Duang, who is busy drawing on his iPad, turns to ask Pei again, unsure of what he just heard. Having a rich wife means you live the best life. Look, Pei nods toward his best friend's desk. A bottle of Prada water. La Mer lip balm. Well, that cute, rich, high society you bought them for me. Duang murmurs, then nudges Pei, because he still can't stop melting. He doesn't want Chin to buy him expensive things or anything, but when Chin looks so happy to get them for him, and on top of that they're matching items, all Duang can do is say, okay, yes, I'll take good care of them. Thank you so much. He's so damn cute. What am I supposed to do? I can't wait to get off work and shower him with kisses. But why does the lip balm have to be La Mer? Chin said it's the only one he's ever used, because his mom used to buy it for him. So basically, it's the one he knows, so that's the one he bought. Exactly. This is the kind of rich wife I want. Sure, but not him. Not my wife. Duang raises his fist in warning. Whether it's Jetana or Perchai, they're always trying to get close to Chin. He knows Pei is just joking, but when it comes to other people, Duang really does get jealous. Don't be like that with me. Do you really think no one's hitting on Chin in that building full of celebrities where he's practicing? Wait, is there? The guy with blue-tinted glasses and a full outfit that looks damn handsome stares in shock. As good as he looks, he doesn't slick his hair back anymore. His boyfriend doesn't like it. Chin won't let him look that hot. Duang doesn't even know why, but he seriously loves it. Damn it, what an idiot. Pei shakes his head in exasperation. When Duang doesn't know something, he literally has no clue. The line of people trying to hit on Chin probably stretches to the ends of the earth by now. The front of the line is at the North Pole, and who knows where the hell it ends. But Chin didn't tell me anything. Is that right, Pei? What should I do? If I grab a motorcycle taxi right now, will I still make it? Make it, my ass. His internship ends in a week. Those celebrity types have been hitting on Mr. Chin all over that building. Pei teases his friend, whose face has gone pale. There's no one in the world more fun to tease than Duang. Remember when you first started talking to him? They were coming from everywhere, every department, every age group, every gender. So how on earth did I beat everyone else? That's the same question everyone else asks themselves every day. Duang puts a hand to his forehead. Before he can say anything to Pei, someone taps him on the shoulder with something. Want a Pocky, Duang? Don't you like the strawberry flavor? Oh, thanks, Namchweem, but I already have some. Duang points to the Pocky in the drawer under his desk. Did you buy a whole pack? Yeah, my boyfriend got it for me. Pei smiles awkwardly, because someone who never notices anything really doesn't notice a thing. The longer he looks at Namchweem's face, the more uncomfortable he feels. He ends up taking all this to Jetana for advice, even though that guy is in Korea right now, living his best life. I think Duang is already keeping his distance. He's super careful. No matter what happens, his wife can't be sad. Yeah, I can confirm that. He always rejects people in the most direct way. Last time, he put a photo of Chin on his desk, and that girl was devastated. He's completely obsessed with Chin. Chin is on his computer screen. Chin is on his phone screen. And he even printed out a photo to put on his desk. Exactly. And every photo was taken by him with a film camera. These days, if someone asks him to take their photo with a film camera, he won't do it. He pushes me to do it instead. Like, man, how much more of a green flag guy can you get? His wife doesn't even know, but he still doesn't do anything that might upset Chin. Anyway, I'm out of here, guys. I love my wife so much too. I want to fly back to Thailand just to slap him. Yeah. Physically speaking, that's the situation. A one-sided round of applause makes no noise, so why doesn't she just stop trying already? It's obvious she has a boyfriend. Ugh. I'll eat it, Namchweem. Yum yum. Pei takes that opportunity to reach out and grab the Pocky, because she's still standing there holding it, clearly a little more than shaken by what just happened. Unlike Duang, who's already back at work and completely focused. He's tuned everything out because he's going to the movies with Chin today. So now he's rushing to finish everything so he can go on his date with a clear conscience. Duang. The owner of the name looks up from his iPad again. Did you buy that bottle of water in Thailand? I wanted one earlier, but I never found it. Oh, I can ask Chin for you. Oh, did your boyfriend buy it for you? Pei listens intently, his eyes fixed on the open draft on his computer. It's seriously hard to split his brain between work and getting involved in other people's business. I often forget to drink water. Sometimes when I'm drawing for a long time, I lose track of everything. But after Chin bought me this bottle, I've gotten much better at drinking water. I don't want my boyfriend to worry about me. Duang smiles broadly and shows Namchweem the bottle of black water with his real name engraved on the cap, and by shows, I mean he's holding it in his own hands so she can see it. Obviously, Duang is possessive of everything Chin gives him. How romantic. So, have you been with your boyfriend for a long time? Since freshman year. It took forever before he finally reciprocated my feelings. For Duang, nothing is more fun or makes him happier than talking about Chin. He loves being able to say how talented Chin is, how cute he is, how kind he is, and how deeply he loves and cares for him. Or maybe Duang just wants everyone to love and adore Qin, to see Qin the way he does. I want the world, and everyone in it, to be extra kind to Qin. Oh, so your boyfriend studies music. When Qin plays music or sings, he is so cool. Namchweem. Want to see some photos? I have a few. Sure, let me see. Give me a second. Pei chuckles to himself. Duang isn't working anymore. Any other topic has an end, but if someone gets him started on bragging about his boyfriend, he'd better grab a pillow and a blanket and get comfortable. He can talk about Qin all day long. Wow, you have so many folders. Actually, Qin doesn't like having his picture taken, but I like taking them. This one is from his first year vocal exam. These are really pretty, Duang. Bring me some sometime. I knew it. Pei stops what she's doing, because she already knows exactly what Duang is going to do next. Pei takes prettier photos than I do. Let Pei do it for you, Namchweem. Just pick a day, Namchweem. And bring a roll of film, says Pei. Duang turns and gives Pei a shy smile, as if to thank her for saving the day. Tomorrow he'll definitely buy her breakfast to make it up to Pei. They know each other all too well. Your boyfriend is really handsome, though. He's seriously attractive. That's true, but I think Qin is more handsome. When he smiles, he's ridiculously cute. But I'm not going to show you pictures of him smiling. I'm possessive. Don't go liking my boyfriend too, okay? Duang says it as a joke, though he's partly serious. Oh no, I don't like your boyfriend. Don't worry. Ha 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 ha, yeah? Don't worry, Duang. Pei bursts out laughing on the spot. It sounds as hollow as hell, but his idiot friend doesn't notice a thing. He just lowers the screen on his MacBook, gives Namchweem a thumbs up, then lowers his head and goes back to coloring the picture on his iPad. We're going to get through this together, and by we, I mean everyone except Duang, who doesn't know shit. I refilled my water bottle twice today. Aren't I amazing? The big guy with his glasses pushed up on his head rubs his face against his boyfriend's shoulder. Duang loves the way Qin smells, because it changes every day. The scents of his colognes are usually pretty similar, but Qin isn't the type of person who sticks to just one scent. Duang may have fun getting dressed, but Qin has fun choosing a perfume based on his mood that day. And today's scent is ridiculously cute. God, I don't want to get out of the car yet. Let me kiss you first. Can I have a kiss, Muffin? It's true that Duang usually calls Qin honey, but every now and then, when he uses other terms of endearment, Qin finds it especially adorable. The fair-skinned man doesn't respond. He just tilts his face and lets the other man kiss him. Sweetheart. Qin murmurs, his hand absent-mindedly stroking Duang's hair as always. Did anyone try to flirt with you at practice? Qin stays silent for a moment before answering that question with one of his own. Did anyone try to flirt with you at your practice? No. I'm super antisocial. Are you sure? Absolutely. Every day I tell people that my boyfriend bought this t-shirt. I stole these shoes from my boyfriend. And when I go to refill my water bottle, I brag to the cleaning ladies, too. Qin pinches his chatty boyfriend's lips, but still doesn't answer the question about whether anyone hit on him. Even after getting out of the car and walking together to the mall, Duang keeps complaining and asking over and over again because he still hasn't gotten an answer. If you don't answer, that means yes. Maybe I should call in sick tomorrow. I'll put on boxing gloves and go watch over you. How about that? I wore a t-shirt with your face printed on it so big. Who's going to hit on me now? There. You said already. Duang ruffles his boyfriend's hair. Qin is now wearing Duang's blue-tinted glasses. Duang loves that they share a wardrobe. They're about the same height, and in many ways, they just fit together. Duang is much broader because he works out, but more than 80% of his clothes can still be shared. Except for pants. Qin's waist is so tiny. What's he supposed to compete with? He's such a uke. Did your waist get smaller? Haven't you been eating honey? I eat a lot. Then why is it so tiny? Asks the guy with an arm around his boyfriend's waist, still fixated on it. Don't you like that it's tiny? Huh. Looks like you like touching it, Qin says with a serious expression. Duang, on the other hand, panics as if he's afraid people will know exactly what Qin means. This is the middle of the mall, for God's sake. Your actions may never be obvious, but your words, seriously. Kin. What? Isn't it true? It is, but you can't say that. You can't, honey. Duang buries his face against the arm of the fair-skinned man standing one step above him on the escalator. He squirms and mumbles this and that, and Chin has no idea what he means. Duang presses his lips together to stifle his cry, accidentally thinking of the times he's touched that narrow waist in bed, and how every time Chin is treated like that, he turns into a kitten, arching his back and exposing every inch of himself. Oh my God, help. Someone help me. What's going on now? Chin turns to look at the boy, who suddenly buries his face in his neck. You started it. So, now I have an erection. Are you going to stop? Chin puts the psychology book back on the shelf, then jabs his elbow hard into the boy behind him. Duang lets out a yelp and follows his boyfriend back and forth. Being in a bookstore like this makes him think about when he first started courting Chin. Why is that? Why do I feel like I fell in love with Chin just yesterday? And this love, where does it even end? What are you looking at? Chin asks, because someone is sitting there with their chin in their hand, staring at him with sparkling eyes. Chin isn't made of stone. Being looked at like that while Duang smiles, of course it makes him nervous. If it were anyone else, he'd probably punch them. But with Duang, Chin just ends up like this. It's not just Duang who's weak around Chin. Chin has discovered that he's also completely weak around Duang in every way. Chin likes how Duang always packs snacks in the backpack he brings to work. Sometimes, he also secretly embroiders cute messages on Chin's handkerchiefs. Chin only found out because lately he's been bringing handkerchiefs to work on the days he has to go inspect outdoor concert venues. Today's one says, "You're the sprinkles on my cake," smiley face. Chin isn't sure if it's because the scarf is light-colored, with pastel dots scattered across it, or because Duang really thinks Chin is like rainbow sprinkles. It's probably the other way around. It's Duang who's the sprinkles on a plain vanilla cake like me. How do you manage to be even more beautiful than the first day we met, sweetheart? Someone asked Chin why it was Duang, but what Chin really wants to know is why Duang chose him. How can I keep loving you more every day? Why is he the one who's so lucky? He's lucky enough to be loved by the person who loves him from the bottom of her heart. Someone once asked me why it had to be you, Duang. I don't even remember what I answered back then, because that was never what mattered to me. What matters is that I've never forgotten a single thing you've said. The moment of falling in love happens between them time and time again, but today it happens in the middle of a bookstore, just as it did once before. Chin's beautiful fingers lightly touch the tip of Duang's nose. Chin touches him as if handling a work of art, as if he were something precious, the only one in the world. I just realized I've never told you why I chose you. Duang smiles faintly. He wants to pull Chin close to give him a kiss big enough to match the sensation rising in his chest. This is the one. The person who is the most beautiful and deserves all the love in the world. For Duang, it has never been anyone but Chin. Because everyone else brought me their flowers, but you grew them. Chin reaches out and takes Duang's hand, looking deeply into those eyes, hoping only that the other man understands how much Chin loves him. So much that Chin can't even figure out how. Or maybe it's because Chin never tries to find the answer in the first place. Thank you for showing me that there is also a beautiful garden of flowers in my heart. Chin simply lets it be. Thank you. Really. Just letting Duang love me and loving Duang. That's all I need. They watch an action movie together until a little after 10. Because it's so packed, Duang falls asleep for about 10 minutes. He feels guilty for falling asleep like that, especially since he picked the movie. It's okay. I can watch it for you. Man, Chin is so damn cute today. Let's head back, okay? Or do you want to stop by the gourmet market? It's still open. Let's just go back. You're sleepy, aren't you? Look at your eyes. Chin rubs the taller man's head and smooths out Duang's bangs, and the hair sticking up all over his head. If Duang isn't rubbing against Chin's neck, he's burrowing into his shoulder or under his arm. It's as if he physically can't stay still, and sometimes Chin seriously wants to try tying him to a chair just to see if he'd finally stay still. Duang. Just then, a voice calls out from behind them. Chin even thinks he sees it in slow motion as that woman approaches them with a smile. Chin isn't afraid. What he's feeling right now isn't even close to that. It's irritation. He can always see through her intentions so clearly. Duang is stunned again. Chin. Is Chin inviting someone else to walk with us? And not only that, he's walking right in between Nam Chweem and me. And he did all that with someone he just met. That's seriously unbelievable. Duang talks about you all the time with me, Chin. We sit next to each other at work. Hey, Nam Chweem, are you ratting me out right now? But you are. And wow, do you two really like matching things that much? Even your shoes are the same. He points to the shoes they're both wearing. We didn't plan it, I swear. I left the room first today, Duang explains. Chin reaches out and loosely takes Duang's hand. He just keeps walking in silence, staring straight ahead, because he feels no need to respond. People say that if a couple wears matching shoes, they're going to break up. Damn, really, Namchweem? Seriously, haha. I never bought matching shoes for any of my exes. But you still broke up, right? Duang slowly turns to look at Chin's face. Right now, he can't read the man beside him at all. All he knows is that Chin's fingers clench his palm as he speaks in that calm, even tone that is so characteristic of him. What the hell is this feeling hanging in the air? Next time you have a boyfriend, try buying matching shoes and see how it goes. If I asked ChatGPT, could it explain why uke number 1 is slowly raising our joint hands? Maybe then they'll last as long as we do. Then Chin turns and gives the third wheel a faint smile with that look in his eyes. Honey, Chin. I'm going to die. I can't take it. Is Chin drunk? How could he be? Chin hasn't had a drop of alcohol today. Chin, baby. Duang whispers as if begging for his life, but the person sitting on his lap shows him no mercy. They're still in the car, even though it's been parked in the condo garage for over 10 minutes now. It all happens so fast that Duang doesn't even realize what's happening at the moment. As soon as Chin turns off the engine, he somehow ends up climbing right onto Duang's lap like that. The outline of his hard erection is visible through his green cargo pants, pressing insistently against the fabric. Chin's full lips lower to kiss him, sometimes biting with an intensity that Duang doesn't understand at all, but absolutely loves. Chin is so fucking sexy. Don't touch. But honey, you smell so good. Still don't touch. Can I lick just a little, please? Please, pretty please. Chin looks down at the man beneath him with a jumble of emotions. Those long lashes suit those beautiful eyes, but when all that comes together with everything else on Duang's face, Chin gets genuinely annoyed that the other man is so handsome. He doesn't get it, and he doesn't like it one bit. No biting. You forbid too many things, honey. Do you want it or not? Yes, baby, hold your shirt up for me. Chin gives in and catches the hem of his t-shirt between his teeth, and as soon as a wet tongue touches the top of his breast, his mind goes completely blank. Duang sucks on the chest of the man in his lap as if he's having fun. The more he nibbles lightly, because Chin told him not to bite, the more pleased he is to hear those little moans escaping Chin's lips. Are you that hungry? Chin runs a hand through the dog's dark brown fur and gives it a gentle tug, causing the mischievous dog to pull away from his chest. Even after Duang lets go of the hem of his t-shirt, he still tries to stick his nose under the shirt toward his favorite thing. He really acts like a puppy that hasn't been weaned yet. If you don't make me come tonight, I'm going to get really mad. Duang presses his lips against his groin. He knows Chin would never have sex with him in the car. Being the one on the receiving end isn't that easy. Do you think you have the right? Oh, honey, get out. Stop whining. Chin opens the car door and gets out first. Maybe Chin really did make the right choice when his family asked him what kind of car he wanted, with any budget, because his dad wants to buy him a graduation gift. It's wide enough for two men to sit comfortably together in a single seat. Back then, all I could think about was giving Kanfu enough space on long trips so she wouldn't feel cramped. Cover me, please. Look at me here. Chin sighs and lets Duang snuggle up to him again, because Duang has to hide his own desire, and no matter how hard he tries, it's impossible to conceal it through the fabric. Can we do it tonight? Duang presses his cheek against his lover's shoulder as they ride the elevator up. They're very lucky that no other residents are using the parking garage or the elevator at this hour. Otherwise, Duang would have had to walk behind Chin all the way to the room, because he's so hard. Who told Chin to tease me like this? And Chin teased me so fucking well, damn it. The fact that I didn't come right then and there is impressive enough. Chin even took it out and stroked it a little. Do you know the word wait? And Duang takes that as Chin's version of yes, because as soon as they arrive at the apartment, Chin simply walks straight into the bedroom. Duang scratches his cheek awkwardly. Right now, he really wants to know what happened after they dropped off Duang's intern friend at the Skitran station. Duang grabs his towel and heads to the guest bathroom to take a shower. This condo belongs to Chin's family. Not only is it right in the heart of the city, but it's also next to a Skitran station and has 2 bedrooms as well. So maybe having a rich wife really does mean you get to live the good life. It is just then, after Duang has taken off all his clothes and is about to enter the wet area to wash up, that Pei's words suddenly echo in his head. Do you want to switch seats with me? Huh? Why? Are you hot sitting there? No, it's just, with Namchweem. So you don't have to keep moving away every time his elbow is about to touch you. Wait. Duang quickly grabs the phone on the counter and calls someone. Pei. Yeah? Dude, I'm playing. Can this wait? Pei, does Namchweem like me? Oh, so you figured it out. Shit. Duang drops the phone, then roughly brushes his hair back. He really doesn't notice anything. He isn't paying attention to Namchweem or focusing on her at all. She's just a childhood friend, and they'll soon drift apart again because practice ends in just a few days. What the hell? And not a single person thought to tell me? I'm quitting the game. Your drama is more entertaining. So, did he confess his feelings to you? No, probably not. He wouldn't dare. You already have a boyfriend. How long have you known? For a while now. Namchweem has been acting weird. He's not hiding it very well. I wasn't paying attention to him, okay? Do you understand me, Pei? I get it. I also know you're an idiot. You're only smart and talented at one thing. Being number one at loving your wife. Right. Duang paces back and forth in the bathroom. It's not that he doesn't want to hurry up and take a shower. It's just that this is really getting to him. What is he even supposed to say? All this time, Duang has treated everyone like friends. He never does anything that might give anyone the wrong idea. If anything, he's always careful. God, this is really happening to me. TT, do you think Qin knows? Idiot. Of course he knows. Wife's instinct, Duang. React and think. Has he ever been jealous or possessive of you at all? Holy shit. Qin has been insanely jealous of me. Friend, I'm going to scream. Pei, help. He loves me. Friend. Duang completely loses control. It all really clicks into place now. What should I do? What am I supposed to do? Qin is so damn cute. Well, damn it. You're even crazier than I thought. If you want to scream. Make sure Jet hears it too. And what are you doing right now? Why is it echoing like that? It's almost midnight, you know? You still have work tomorrow. Use your free time for something useful. Yeah, whatever. I gotta go. I think I'm in a hurry. I'm gonna break into his bathroom. But, wait, what the hell are you talking about? I still don't know. Beep. Duang hangs up, glances up at his reflection in the mirror again, and finds himself smiling so broadly. He can't help it. Who could hold back a smile right now? Qin is madly jealous of me. My number one yuk. Too tight. Skin so pale it almost seems to glow in the dark. Those full lips are a deep red from all the times they've kissed before reaching this point. There's a hickey in the middle of Qin's chest that Duang swears he didn't mean to leave. He only loses control because the man in front of him is so beautiful. Well, why aren't you ANS? MMPH. Duang pulls the man in bed toward him by the neck and kisses him, swallowing that soft voice before he can finish. Then he grows playful, sweeping his tongue across his lips and stealing every bit of sweetness for himself. Duang's blood boils because the kiss Qin returns is just as hot. The larger man lifts that soft, pale body onto his lap. It all happens while their lips are still locked together. Don't bite. Qin gasps for breath as he's been bitten all the way from his calves to the insides of his thighs. His mind keeps going over the same thought over and over. Exactly how is this supposed to make up for anything? Who is making it up to whom here? I'm going to bite. Duang, that'll leave marks. Show them to those celebrities in your building who hit on you for me. That way they'll know your dog knows how to bite. Duang kisses the inside of Qin's thigh, then bites down hard. He does it over and over, alternating with licks. That habit of his has never changed. There comes a time when Qin stops wearing shorts. It really makes sense that Pei calls Duang a winner. No, we've been together for almost 4 years, honey. Duang stops what he's doing and blows warm air onto the back entrance, which has been so thoroughly prepared that he can easily tease him. Huh, Duang. I know what your no really means now. The naughty dog is dead serious about tormenting his owner until Qin's lower back arches off the bed from the way Duang teases him with his tongue. Duang nibbles on those white butt cheeks, then flips Qin over and lifts his hips. That mischievous tongue does its job beautifully, because Duang can't stop hearing moans escaping from those pretty lips. Well, I said I'd make it up to him. I'm going to come. And no, Duang, I don't want it like that. Yes, you do, smiley face. Some moments are felt, not spoken. I'm going to make it up to him properly. Chapter 5. Sheen is lying there playing with the fur of a deeply sleeping Duong on the pillow next to him, like a cat engrossed in its favorite toy. Then, suddenly, the wet snout of the creature that almost never barks nudges his arm. That's when Sheen knows Kanfu is hungry. Let daddy sleep. Come here, sweetie. Come on. Good girl. Sheen gets up first to stand by the bed, not forgetting to adjust the blanket and body pillow so Duong doesn't roll over and fall out. Better not to be careless, because Duong has rolled over and fallen out of bed before. The fair-skinned man in matching pajamas is calling out to his daughter. Kanfu, who just had a bath and spa day yesterday, looks ridiculously cute when she tilts her head as if wondering why her dad isn't coming too. In Sheen's opinion, his daughter really loves to tease Duong. She likes to trick him into doing this and that for her, but she doesn't follow Duong's orders very well. Sheen thinks Kanfu understands, but she simply doesn't obey because she wants Duong to worry. After all, everyone likes to tease Duong. Give me 5 minutes. Go play with Squiddy while you wait. Okay. Sheen crouches down and talks to his daughter, who is pacing back and forth looking for her octopus doll. Lately, Sheen has been really into preparing meals for Kanfu. The chubby corgi turns 4 this year, and Sheen wants this adorable little creature to stay with them for a long time, so he's become very serious about her food. Sheen's life after graduation is simple. The job he chose isn't far off from what he planned either. Of course, a loner like Sheen would never take a job in the spotlight. He always wanted to work behind the scenes, and now he's a music producer for several record labels. Sheen doesn't commit to any one place because he wants more freedom. Quite a few companies reached out to him around the time of graduation, actually, but in the end he chose only 2 or 3 that really suited him, setting his working conditions in advance as someone who had the right to choose. That might sound annoying, but what's he supposed to do? Sheen has taken courses in songwriting, music production, and more since his sophomore year. Kanfu, your food is ready. Wow. Oh, he barked. Sheen smiles and carries the meal he prepares for his daughter every day to serve the little one right where she is. Wait, just a moment. Let me position it properly first, or your neck will get tired. She's so cute. Sheen strokes his daughter's head as she waits so patiently. She's been such a sweet girl from day one until now. How could he not love her so much? One thing Sheen never tells anyone, not even Duong, is that he's always wanted to raise a dog. He doesn't want a younger sibling, not even once. No matter how many times his parents ask, Sheen always insists he doesn't want any siblings. It's the Peanuts comic strip, the one with Charlie Brown and his best friend, the beagle Snoopy. Sheen wants a Snoopy of his own, but he realizes in elementary school that beagles are incredibly energetic dogs. Sheen has never had enough energy to keep up with a beagle, not then and not now. Honey. And if you're wondering what gave Sheen the courage to bring Kanfu home when he was 18, the answer is Duong. If Sheen can take care of Duong, then surely he can take care of a dog. Honey, why did you wake up and not wake me up? That was all Sheen could think about at that moment. But in the end, it really is Duong who makes him braver. Why are you such a winner? Sheen looks at the person who has slumped down with their head in Sheen's lap, as if they aren't fully awake yet. Their life after graduation really is simple. If someone asks if they're lucky, then yes, they're lucky to have families with a decent amount of money. Sheen has seen how difficult it is for many of his friends after graduation, paying for houses and cars on their own, unlike them, whose parents provide everything. If anyone asks if there's a downside, of course there is. Working is exhausting. Why does earning my own money make my back hurt so much? Duong complains. Then rest. It's okay. Sheen strokes his lover's head, understanding the exhaustion Duong is talking about. Even compared to other people, the two of them have it very easy, but they can still get tired. Everyone is struggling through their own story in life, so Sheen never questions it when someone complains of being exhausted, especially if it's Duong. Sheen always tells him the same thing every time, that Duong can rest whenever he wants. He can lean on Sheen's shoulder at any time. That's not right. I have to work and make money, says Duong. You don't have to. If I don't work, where am I supposed to get money, young Master Consawat Pakti? Duong is joking. Lately, he likes to call Sheen young Master Consawat Pakti, which is Sheen's last name. I mean, he has a perfume brand, and it's not just selling well in Thailand. It's also taking off overseas. If I don't call him young master, what am I supposed to call him? He's always had that absurd rich kid good looks. Right here. Chin points to himself with complete sincerity. I want to cry. Having a rich wife really does mean you get to live the best life. Duang presses his palms together in front of his chest. He wants to give Chin a respectful why, but he doesn't even have the strength to lift his arms. He's completely exhausted, probably because he stupidly takes on too much work himself. He starts off too strong, but burning himself out completely by the end isn't an option either. Why the hell do people have to grow up? It's already been 4 months since we graduated, Chin. Time flies, doesn't it? Yeah, you've done a really good job. I saw that a lot of people were reaching out to you. Once I finish this batch, I'm going to take on less work. I feel like I barely have time for you. All I do every day is draw. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. I'd rather see you doing what you love than making a ton of money, okay? After hearing that, Duang takes Chin's hand and kisses it, over and over again until all his exhaustion disappears. Anyway, a young freelancer like him has only one goal. When he says he wants to get married after graduation, he isn't talking about a year or 2 down the road. Jetana usually stays in Seoul most of the time, but this week she's flying back to Thailand on purpose to do something with her best friend. Every time people ask her if she loves Duang, she can't help but make a face, because honestly, yes, she does love him. If she didn't love him, would she fly all the way here to help this jerk pick out a wedding ring? I seriously hate you, you know that? Is that how you talk to your best friend whom you haven't seen in almost 5 months, Jamie? Don't say that name. Jetana snaps. Every time Duang calls her by her real nickname, it sends shivers down her spine. Man, I'm so excited. I've never been in a store like this before. I've never bought anything this expensive either, so stop freaking out. They walk side by side, having already made a rough plan of which stores they'll check out today and how. Obviously, it can't be a 10-carat diamond ring or anything that screams, I'm a wedding ring. For the ultimate uke like Chin, it has to be high-end jewelry. So what brand does P. suggest? He thinks the same as you. Either Chomet or Van Cleef. My heart leans a little more towards Chomet. But I'm Team Van Cleef. He looks more like a young master. You like that sleek style over there, don't you? Jetana asks her friend, who is dressed suspiciously well today. No idea what kind of lie he told his wife to get away with dressing like this without getting caught. Uh-huh. I think Chin looks cuter in delicate things. I mean jewelry. I thought you meant clothes. I saw Mr. Chin at some event for that singer from that famous band. I hated that damn shirt so much. People were talking about my wife all over social media. Thank goodness Chin's Instagram is private. Once no one could actually find him, the hype died down on its own. Duang goes on, still unable to get over his grudge against the label's stylist who dressed Chin in that outfit. Chin looks so damn gorgeous in that, and just as dangerous. A white shirt? Nah, that's fine. A see-through one that lets you see right through his skin? No way. Are a lot of people trying to get your wife to become a singer? A million. Duang, come on. Don't give me that drama queen act. People are always reaching out. Especially around graduation. All the major record labels in Thailand were trying to get him to join them, but Chin was never into that kind of thing. He doesn't even show his face when he makes music for people. If anyone asks to film behind the scenes, he says no. Jetana nods. She can see the signs going all the way back to freshman year. Chin is so angelic. If he wants to break into the industry, it shouldn't be difficult at all. Then why did he agree to go to that singer's event? Jetana asks. Chin is related to him. I think his parents wanted him to go. They asked him many times, so Chin said, okay, I'll go, but this ends here. He really is the #1 uke. Duang nods, agreeing with every word. That's exactly why he has to work and save money. How could the #1 uke wear a wedding ring that isn't worthy of him? How much money do you have? I have enough. You've worked yourself to the bone for this ring and your dream home, but in the end, it's all for your wife, isn't it? Every drop of sweat, all for your boyfriend. Duang chuckles under his breath. He can't deny a single word. I work so hard because I want my wife and daughter to live comfortably. Houses in Bangkok are so damn expensive. Even when I try looking in the suburbs, they're still insanely expensive. Have you tried buying lottery tickets? Jetana suggests. I have. I've never won a damn thing. So, what time is that jerk Pei supposed to meet us today? He said he'd be here by 3 at the latest. They keep talking as they walk until they reach the first store of the day, Van Cleef and Arpels. Duang turns to look at Jetana. This really is the moment of truth. Are you ready, Duang? Yeah, I've been ready since Loy Krathong in my freshman year. Now that's what I call a true, incorrigible romantic. Come on. If I don't get a wedding ring today, I'm seriously not going home. P. Chin. P. Chin. Chin is coming into the office today to supervise an artist recording a song. It's a song Chin wrote while half asleep, and he has no idea what he was thinking at the time, but it turned out to be ridiculously hard to sing. So today he has to come in and supervise in person, just in case he needs to record a vocal guide for the singer. Chin wants this job done already because he doesn't feel like coming in and dealing with people. If he can do something from home, he wants to do it there. What? Chin replies flatly when one of the members of a boy band for whom he once wrote a promotional song catches his attention. It's the group's debut song, and it's been a hit for quite some time. I heard you were coming today, so I bought this for you. You eat it. I'm not hungry. Then save it for when you're hungry. The fair-skinned man, dressed head to toe in the outfit Duang had chosen for him, rolls his eyes. Then he strides away, not caring what that third-year student yells after him. Has he still not stopped hitting on you, Chin? This is one of Chin's co-workers. His name is Dan. He's actually a year older than Chin, but he says it's fine to just call him Dan. I don't know. I don't care. Whoever said that persistence conquers all deserves a kick in the face. Chin completely agrees with Dan. Why the hell is he so damn persistent? So when Duang was flirting with you, was he pushy? No. Duang is cute. Wow, that's crazy. Dan has seen Duang several times. Sometimes, Chin brings his boyfriend to work. The guy walks around holding his boyfriend's hand every time, not caring what anyone thinks, acting as if they're already married. Marital equality is already here. Come on, man. Do something. So, when are you two getting married? Why? Chin glances at the person who asked the question. Can I ask? I really want to know. You're old enough to get married now, right? You'll have to ask Duang that. So you're waiting for him to propose? If I propose first, he'll get upset. He'll complain about it until we're old. Chin mutters that last part under his breath to himself. What's that supposed to mean? Are you complaining that he's taking too long, upset that it's not your turn to propose, or what? You don't need to know everything, Dan. If that's how you're going to put it, go ahead and call me a nosy bastard, Chin. Dan laughs. It's because Chin's personality is so straightforward that everyone wants to challenge him and win his heart. Even though he insists he has a boyfriend, people keep approaching him and flirting with him. I'm starting to feel a little sorry for Duang. Maybe he really needs to hurry up and put a ring on Chin's finger, so all these people will finally stop being a nuisance. So that guy really hasn't stopped hitting on you yet, Chin? Duang's blood pressure shoots up. At first, he hadn't even planned on coming to see Chin at the record label today, but work took longer than expected, so Chin didn't make it home for dinner with him, even though Duang had ordered food for them the night before. Duang could tell how down Chin was feeling, so he packed up his dinner to eat it here with Chin. Right now, they're sitting in Chin's office, the one the company set up for him, even though he hardly ever comes in to use it. Honestly, Chin is the company's favorite. Who wouldn't love him? Everything he does goes viral. More importantly, he doesn't even do it all the time. He just makes a song or two whenever he feels like it. That's just how the young maestro Kongsawat Pakti is. He doesn't work for money. He works because he wants to. That's my wife. Kin, I just saw him leave some snacks with one of the staff for you. I didn't take them. I wasn't going to. I know, but I'm jealous and possessive, and I'm really going to beat him up. Do you even know how to beat someone up? Of course I do. I'm a bully, you know. Chin laughs for the first time all day. No one can do this like Duang. Everyone else is just boring to Chin, but Duang brings color to his life. Tell him that if he tries to hit on you one more time, I'll definitely beat him up. Do you want to tell him yourself? I'll take you there right now. Really? Won't people say your boyfriend is harassing a guy? Duang ponders, still preparing Chin's meal. Chin isn't just sitting around either. He takes out the forks and spoons and pours water into a glass. That's why he says it's always been an equal give and take. Then or now, between Duang and Chin, everything remains simple, moving forward in the same ordinary way as always. That ordinariness has always been what makes it so special. Why don't celebrities date other celebrities? Why do they have to mess with my wife? Enough about other people. Eat. You're hungry too, aren't you? Nah. Sorry for making you wait so long. You're so cute, Chin. Give me a kiss. Duang whines, asking for one. And he really does get what he asks for. Nothing could be better than this. Eating with the person he loves, chatting about whatever comes to mind, and laughing at Chin's annoyed expression as he talks about his work today. For Duang, nothing is too exhausting, not if it's for Chin. Because Duang is ready to love Chin with everything he's got. What are you smiling at? I'm still mad, Chin complains. And for all that, Duang really means it. He's been ready for a long, long time. Wow, the cat's showing its claws. Scratch whoever you want, just don't scratch your owner, okay? I like that you have so much to say and fight to the end when it comes to work. Because they're terrible. Man, I wouldn't want to work with young Master Consawat Pakti. They'd surely scold me all day long. Duang groans dramatically. He understands why Chin is complaining. Chin is talented, and more importantly, he's the kind of talented person who never stops improving himself. When he has to work with people who aren't good at what they do but still insist on acting like they are, he gets irritated like this. All Duang can do is comfort him. Is it good? Garlic shrimp, your favorite. It's good. Better than chakti fokana? Duang stifles a laugh because he knows Chin is the kind of person who can't lie. Complicated, perhaps, but deeply honest. Duang knows full well that his cooking can't beat his legendary made-to-order spot, but he just wants to tease him. Duang loves watching this big cat struggle with himself. It's ridiculously adorable. It tastes different. You didn't answer me directly. Didn't you want to hurt my feelings? So this means you love me too much, right? Did you have to go that far? Just eat. Chin serves food onto Duang's plate. Duang is in the kitchen, but he doesn't touch anything. He just stands there with his chin in his hand, watching. Then, after a while, he leans in to kiss Chin's arm, kiss his shoulder, acting as if they haven't seen each other in months. Thanks for coming over. Ichem? It's nothing, really. Duang smiles, but before he can say anything else, he freezes with the spoon still in his hand because Chin buries his face in his shoulder. Duang is so helpless when his boyfriend is tired and comes to snuggle up to him like this. What time are they even going to finish dinner tonight? He's seriously worried that I'm going to do something bad at Chin's office. He's so damn cute. TT, you're tired, aren't you? Come here. I'll give you a hug. I'm tired. I'll go beat them up for you. Just point to whoever it is, whoever has worn you out so much. Chin laughs into Duang's chest, breathing in his warm, familiar scent, resting against the person who feels like home. Duang has truly always been a home for Chin's heart. You did really well today, honey. Just hang in there a little longer. I'll be waiting to take you home, and then we'll sleep in each other's arms all night, okay? Chin replies briefly, but in Duang's mind, it sounds unbearably cute. The tall man presses a kiss to the soft forehead of the person in his arms. He rocks him gently and thinks to himself in silence. Is this the right moment to ask this sweet, precious person to marry me? Dude. What's up, man? You sound miserable. Did you fight with Chin? Worse than that, Pei. Duang bites his lip and paces back and forth in his office. Why am I like this? Shit, don't tell me you're breaking up. Pull yourself together, Chiwen. Pei. What now up? I lost my wedding ring. You're such a fucking idiot, Duang. Duang covers his face with his hands. He's about to cry. It's not that he can't afford to buy another one, but the first one always means the most. Is Duang really that forgetful? Worse yet, he doesn't even know when it went missing. All week, he's kept the ring in his pants pocket. He never puts it back in the box because he really wants to surprise Chin. But every time he tries to find the right moment to propose, something gets in the way, and he never manages to take it out. Did it just disappear? Did you check your clothes? I did. It's nowhere to be found. I'm such an idiot. Calm down. I'll go look for it at your house. Nakhon Pathom isn't that far away, right? Man, I'm going to cry. Don't cry. Wait a second. Let me drive you there. Sit down and calm down first. Duang agrees and hangs up. Luckily, Chin isn't here today because he has to go handle some perfume business with his family. Otherwise, if Duang saw Chin's face right now, he would definitely burst into tears. He feels like he's letting him down in some way, even though Chin has never once asked him when he's going to propose. Chin never pressures him about anything. The only one putting pressure on Duang is Duang himself. As soon as he thinks that, his eyes burn so much that he has to splash water on his face. My baby. Duang looks at the little furry creature tangled around his legs as if it knows its dad is sad, and all he can do is quickly wipe away his tears. He picks up his daughter and buries his face in the chubby corgi's belly, which stays still and lets him recharge his batteries. Did you see the ring, Kanfu? Daddy lost the ring. I was going to ask your mom to marry me, but it just disappeared. Duang takes a deep breath, trying to keep his emotions in check the way adults are supposed to, but he's really just so sensitive. When it comes to Qin, he can't help himself. Duang stands there hugging his daughter for quite a while until he hears a car outside. It's Pei, and she arrives so quickly that Duang is completely taken aback. Damn, that was fast. Don't you live pretty far from here? There was no traffic. I wasn't even going fast. You were worried about me, huh? You must be. Your eyes are all red. Pei gives his friend a pat on the shoulder before they go inside after he parks in the garage. He knows this house well. In college, he used to come here all the time to hang out, eat, and relax. Soon, Duang will be moving back to Bangkok. Duang's life is about to move to the next level, and so is his relationship with Mr. Qin. You're really down, huh? It's not like it cost millions. It's 100,000 baht ring. But the sentimental value is like. You understand, right, Pei? Yeah, I get it. That's why I came right away. I've been distracted lately. Work has been crazy. I've already cut back, but they're still pushing me like crazy. Next time, pick better clients. I'm thinking about doing something else, too. I want to be my own boss, says Pei. They talk as they help each other look for the ring, and the first room they check is the bedroom. I've never been in your bedroom before. Put those condoms away, man. You're hurting me. You're an idiot. Duang smacks his best friend on the head. Even now, Pei still has to joke around. Duang is stressed out here. There, Lou. Oh my God. Your eyes are way too sharp. Pei covers her face and points at her friend, telling him to hurry up and hide it. It's not that they left it out in the open, but since they're looking for something, they have to search everywhere. Please, let's hope we find it. I really want Duang to settle down and start a family already, especially since he's the top student in our class. Qin gets home at 9 and is a little surprised that Duang has gone to bed early. When he sees that Duang isn't waiting for him in the living room and that Kanfu is in her own room, Qin decides to take a shower in the bathroom outside so as not to make too much noise and disturb Duang, in case he's really already asleep. Qin enters the bedroom, drying his hair. The only light on is a single lamp, and nearby, Duang is lying with his cheek resting on his hand, still and silent, but not asleep. Why are your eyes red? Qin crouches down in front of his lover, who looks so dazed that it makes Qin's heart ache. Maybe I rubbed too hard. Are you tired, honey? You were out all day. I'm not tired. Qin strokes his dark brown hair and decides not to bother Duang anymore. Look at him, still trying to dodge the question. Has he been crying all day? Qin presses his lips together, blaming himself for not thinking this through. What should I do? Is Duang going to get really mad? Are you looking for this? Qin asks. Qin has known for a while that Duang has been carrying a ring with him. Duang isn't very good at hiding his feelings. Plus, he keeps reaching into his pants pocket to check on something all the time, even while walking around the house. Qin thinks it's adorable that Duang has been planning things for him. This Chomet ring was in the dryer. At first, Qin was a little confused because it seemed too small for Duang, but after putting the pieces together, he realized it wasn't a ring for Duang. Duang had bought it to propose to Qin. Qin, Duang stammers. He's shocked, relieved, happy, and confused all at once. What is this? So this is what a real surprise feels like. You're such a fool. Something so expensive. How could you just stick it in your pants like that? Qin, I. Don't cry. It's okay. It wasn't lost. I have it. Qin leans in and kisses the man's lips, his mouth already beginning to tremble, one hand stroking Duang's cheek to comfort him. You cried because you were upset, didn't you? I'm sorry. And no, I'm not upset with you at all. I'm upset with myself because I failed to surprise you. Duang sniffs, whining like a little kid, because he spent the whole day trying to accept that the ring really is lost. He's already decided he'll go buy a new one tomorrow. Even if he has to wait a while for it, he's never going to give up. Duang really wants to marry Qin. He's wanted to marry this person ever since their eyes first met. Then let me surprise you instead. Will you marry me, Duang? Duang's breath catches. The sight of Qin pulling another ring from his shirt pocket feels like a scene from some romantic movie that Duang never imagined would happen to him. Those dark eyes are still beautiful, still always reflecting him. The smile Qin gives him melts the heart of a man so overwhelmed that he can do nothing but lets silent tears fall down his face. Is this real? Am I dreaming? Did Qin prepare a ring too? Honey, I can't take it. Don't cry just yet. Answer me first. Qin laughs until his eyes crinkle. Duang is just too adorable right now. The big man in dark pajamas keeps shaking his head wildly, waving his hands as if he really can't stand it. Cute. Duang is the cutest. Of course my answer is yes. I've been waiting since that Loi Krathong day, you know? You probably thought I was joking, but I was serious. Can I pretend to faint for a second? I can't breathe. I already knew I was going to ask you to marry me, but I had no idea you were going to ask me too. Duang rambles as if he's been holding it all in, talking and sobbing at the same time. Qin has to hold him up and let him lean on his shoulder. Of course I have to ask you. Didn't you say we'd get married after we graduate? Duang breaks down in tears because Qin truly makes him realize that what matters to Duang matters just as much to Qin. They've always given and received equally. Duang isn't the only one ready to love Qin. Qin has also been preparing everything on his own to love Duang. All along. What a crybaby. Qin kisses his eyelids, swollen from all the crying. He really wants to take a picture of Duang right now, to remember this moment forever. But Qin knows Duang will cry. Even if everything turns out perfectly, he'll cry anyway, because now Qin knows these are tears of happiness. Let me put the ring on you first, because I liked you first. Do you understand the rights of the person who fell in love first, Qin? Okay. Duang takes the troublesome ring and gently takes Qin's left hand in his. Even though he knows his hand is shaking so much that he probably looks like an idiot, Duang doesn't try to pretend he isn't excited or overwhelmed. He can say without a doubt that this is the moment he's been waiting for since they first met. If it's not Qin, who else could it be? If not the person in front of him, then who else? I love you, Qin. How could Duang ever love someone that much again? I love you too, Duang. It is this smile, this exact smile, that makes Duang understand what it feels like when flowers bloom in his heart. Because the moment Qin responds so sweetly, saying that he loves Duang just as much, Duang finally realizes that the two of them meeting wasn't just a coincidence. Even if Duang turns left and Qin turns right at life's crossroads, they will meet again in the end. And every time they pass each other, Duang's gaze will seek out Qin's until their eyes meet. Duang will never let Qin be just a fluke, because they're going to keep meeting, growing together, and doing all kinds of ridiculously sweet things together. Chapter 6. Their new home is still a single-story house, just like before. Qin chose this neighborhood because he liked the common area, especially the large garden where people could take their dogs for a run. More importantly, there weren't many residents there yet. As for Duang, he could live anywhere. As long as he had Qin and Kanfu, that was enough for him. Duang is dressed in comfortable loungewear, holding a plate of carefully peeled peaches and a cup of jasmine tea. He volunteered to become a stay-at-home dad. It's been almost 2 months since he quit his freelance jobs. Qin couldn't stand seeing his neck, shoulders, and back ache so relentlessly anymore. But Duang isn't living off his wife's money, as his friends tease him. He's using his own savings. Qin. That familiar feeling comes flooding back the moment he looks at his boyfriend. Qin is wearing headphones, one knee propped up on the chair, his eyes fixed on the iMac screen filled with music software that Duang has never understood. Seeing him like this makes Duang feel exactly as if he were looking at the Qin from their freshman year all over again. Snack time, honey. The moment Duang's warm palm lands on his thigh, Qin tilts his face down to look at him because Duang always comes to sit here. Eat with me. Duang smiles when Qin picks up a piece of peach and feeds it to him first. Duang leans against Qin's leg while he sits in the chair. More than anything, he likes sitting on the floor and watching his boyfriend work. Well, he's been doing this his whole life. What's the song about? Dreams. Qin gently strokes Duang's dark hair. He's been working so long that he's lost track of time, but if Duang tells him to take a break to eat something, then it must already be late afternoon. Do you have a dream? No, do you? The older man takes Qin's hand and kisses it, pressing kiss after kiss onto the ring on his left ring finger. Although they agreed to get married some time ago, they haven't had time to legally register it yet. As for a wedding and all that, it was never part of their plans from the start. If it seems like Duang spoils Qin too much, that's not exactly it. Duang simply understands Qin's nature and knows full well that Qin doesn't like that sort of event. They've had a deep conversation about it before. Duang thinks maybe they'll just invite close friends over for a meal, share the moment of the proposal, and ask how everyone's been doing, whatever's easiest. As for their parents, they're the type who spoil their children. They go along with whatever their kids want. Maybe it's because they've seen them together for so long, steadfast on the path they chose to walk together. So there's really nothing to worry about. When I was little, I wanted to be like SpongeBob and Patrick. Have you ever seen it? Yeah, the sponge and the starfish. Even though SpongeBob has a routine job, his life seems fun. He goes fishing for jellyfish, accidentally annoys his neighbor every day, and has a snail as a pet. Chin rubs Duang's cheek, just as he always does. This angle, this time of day, the way the light falls on him, it really makes Chin think back to when they first started talking. The times Duang came to tend to his wounds, the times he came just because he wanted to smell him, all of that. When Chin says he's never once been annoyed by Duang, he's telling the truth. Now that he thinks about it, Chin is practically incapable of lying in the first place. He's that kind of person, so straightforward that he often hurts people's feelings without meaning to. Maybe that's why he keeps his distance from others. He likes being alone. But Duang is the one who shows him that two people can sit in silence in different corners of the same room and still be together. Duang draws over there. Chin sits here making music. They fit together like two puzzle pieces that fit perfectly. Chin has never even wondered why he loves Duang so much. He doesn't bother looking for a reason or wasting time on it, because simply loving Duang like this already makes him happy every day. And now, I still don't have one. I tend to put pressure on myself without meaning to, so I don't really want to dream. Do you think that's wrong? Not at all. There's nothing wrong with not having a dream. Chin replies with a slight smile, and before he knows it, he's sitting on the floor next to Duang. They curl up together in their usual position, Chin nestling against Duang as if he were his favorite teddy bear. The warmth of his lover's body causes the pale man to close his eyes. Duang kisses Chin's temple, which is resting against his shoulder, and then gently rocks him to help him relax. I'm going to fall asleep. Then sleep. You're always telling me to rest. But have you rested yet, huh? I'm hurrying to finish so we can go to bed and snuggle up. Teach me, then. I can help lighten your load. That's not likely to happen. Duang wrinkles his nose at that response. It's not like he's never begged Chin to teach him this or that computer program. He, too, wants a moment when he can write a song and play the guitar to flirt with Chin. That would be great. Dangerously great. Do you want our daughter to come in and keep you company? Or do you think she'd be in the way? They can both come. I'll be fine. Yay. Chin smiles against Duang's shoulder. Duang has gotten broader lately, now that he has time to work out. Speaking of which, how's that going? Chin completely forgot to ask for an update because he's been so busy making music. Duang. Yeah. What's going on with the tattoo shop you and pay we're going to open? Chin's well-shaped nose rubs against his lover's cheek. Duang isn't quite sure what the cat in his arms wants, but he's so cute it makes his heart ache. We're talking about whether I should seriously study tattooing, but Pei picked a school that's too far away. I'm not really on board with it. How far is too far? Korea. That's not far at all. The pale man steps back, frowning. I don't want to be far from you. I need to sit you down and correct that attitude. Every time I want to do something, you push me forward. So how can you let your feelings for me stop you from moving forward? Why are you scolding me, honey? Chin takes hold of the man's face as he begins to pout like a child. Chin's beautiful fingers point directly at Duang as he speaks in a calm voice. This scares Duang to death. He had planned not to report any progress at all. Honestly, Pei had scolded him too, saying he was acting like a high school boy. But that's because they've never been apart before. From their freshman year until now, Duang hasn't been away from Chin for more than 2 days. TT, behave yourself. I always behave. Ouch, Chin, you're an adult. Don't give up so easily on something you want. Try again. I'm giving you a chance to decide again. But I want to stay with you. And you have work too. Can't we study in Thailand? This is Pei's fault. You can't scold me, honey. I went through so much trouble to marry you. I don't want to be separated from you for even a single day. I'll hurry up and finish my work, then I'll go join you. Studying in Korea is the right decision. The artists there are much better than the ones here. You've been interested in this for a while, so you know it better than I do. Later on, you might have to go even further. I'm not scolding you. I just want you to know that if you can't be the 50 to make up the other 50 of us to 100, then I'll be more than 50 for you. We're not just boyfriends anymore, Duang. Chin looks deeply into the eyes of the man in front of him. It's no surprise he can write so many love songs when he looks into these eyes. His full lips press gently against the other man's before pulling away. He does this so that Duang knows for certain that they have been more than just that for a long time. Each other's other half. I know you'll do well. It's not that far away. And even if it were, I'd come see you, Chin says. They're the kind of people who will keep growing and understanding each other in every way. I'm happy every time you get to do something you love, Duang. They are the kind of people who make the other understand what it feels like to be truly loved. No wonder Pei tells you. Having a rich wife means you live the best life, says Jetana, deliberately provoking him because she can't stand Duang. Today she's playing celebrity manager, escorting Mr. Desperate Romantic all the way to Korea. Just kidding. Actually, she deliberately booked her flight back to Korea to coincide with Duang's. She's pretty excited that her two close friends are about to make their debut there as tattoo artists. And if anyone's wondering where Pei is, she's already gotten a head start. Marvis is looking after her like a true local. All right, Seoul, here I come. Your wife bought you a business class ticket too, so shut up. Duang slaps Jetana on the shoulder as he walks by and throws himself into Chin's arms. The closer the moment comes when they have to part ways, the more Duang wants to scream and make Chin take him back home. Will I even be able to eat or drink? Will I be able to sleep well? For the past 4, almost 5 years, Chin has been in my life every single day, damn it. Crying face. Didn't you say you weren't going to cry? Chin pulls out the handkerchief he brought along specifically to wipe away Duang's tears. He knew from the start that Duang would definitely cry, but he didn't think he'd pout and break down right in front of Jetana like this. Yeah, they've been arguing the same way from day one until now. Honey. Duang bangs his forehead against Chin's shoulder, one hand clutching the fair-skinned man's shirt tightly. He's been hypnotizing himself since this morning, telling himself that this won't kill him. Who cries just because they have to be separated from their wife for a month? Oh, me. Yes, it's me. Who could stand this? Especially knowing that I'm about to say goodbye to Chin and that he'll have to drive home alone. My heart is breaking into 100 million pieces. I'll come see you early next month. I'll hurry up and finish my work. Don't try to comfort me with that sweet talk. Duang pouts. You can do it. It's only 30 days. Maybe even less. Chin strokes him and comforts him all over. If Duang wants to take his hand and kiss it, kiss his cheek, do whatever, Chin lets him do it all. Before leaving the house, he'd already let himself be taken advantage of quite a bit. That thing Duang likes to call cuddling the cat. I love you, meow. No meow. Meow for me, honey. I miss you already, and we haven't even parted yet. Duang presses his nose against Chin's cheek without a care in the world because kissing his favorite person's cheek is his favorite thing in the world. Well, actually, everything about Chin is his favorite. Show a little restraint around your friend. Nah, my friend grew up abroad. She can handle it. Jetana, sitting there sipping a sweet drink while she waits, can only raise her glass as if to say, do whatever you want. Secretly, she understands Duang because she's been in a long-distance relationship before, too. And Duang and Chin have never really been apart. Chin isn't someone to worry about too much. He seems to be able to handle himself just fine. But Duang, better not say anything. Go on, get going. Didn't you say you were going to use the VIP lounge to take advantage of my money? Duang lets out fake sobs. His tears dried up a while ago, but his attachment hasn't faded. The more he thinks about how Chin bought him a business class ticket so he could fly to Korea and study tattooing, the more he wants to scream. This is all Pei's fault, that bastard. I swear I'll punch her the moment I see her face. Duang, I'll give you 3 more minutes. We really have to go now. Ugh, fine. Then close your eyes and wait. Are they still kissing? I'm going to send them to the horny people's jail. I don't Korea. Chin shakes his head in exasperation and stands there fixing Duang's clothes and hair, because he's like a hyperactive puppy whose fur is always a mess. He really can't sit still. I hope that once he gets there to study tattooing, he'll be able to focus. Will he like Korean food? If he gets really tired, will he just complain and cry? Is the winter clothing he packed warm enough? Is the Airbnb I booked really safe? No one's going to bother him or say anything mean to him, right? And once Chin starts thinking like that, he's the one who has to hold back the tears. Send me a message when you get home too, okay? I'll be waiting. There's Wi-Fi on the plane, you know? Yeah, I love you. You know how much I love you. I love you too. Take good care of yourself. If you get sick, I'll make you pay for the plane ticket. Duang laughs and takes that pretty face in his hands to give him a goodbye kiss. A goodbye kiss? It's not a goodbye kiss. And it is Qin himself who says it, as if he could read Duang's mind. It's a promise kiss. Qin, we'll see each other soon. I'll keep my promises as if my life depended on it. See you soon. See you soon. Qin kisses Duang once more, gently on the lips, then on both cheeks, and finally on the forehead. Qin watches Duang's broad back in that pistachio-green sweater and smiles slightly when the other man turns and flashes him a mischievous grin. Only after Duang passes through security does Qin slowly turn and walk back to the parking lot. The moment his back touches the leather seat, the first tear falls. Qin chuckles softly to himself as he realizes he isn't actually that strong. His heart sinks too at having to be separated from Duang. But what else can they do? They're growing up together. They're adults now, and that's why it's hard, because they're moving forward. We're growing up together. Why are you taking so many pictures? Is this your first time seeing snow, you idiot? It's the first snowfall. I'm taking pictures to show my wife. He's probably seen it more than you have, rich kid that he is. Pei kicks snow at Duang, who carries his film camera everywhere. He acts like he's filming a documentary, always developing his film and spending 30,000 won at a time. What else could it be but a love diary for Qin in Bangkok? At this rate, he's going to start writing love poems about how much he loves and misses his wife and posting them on every online platform. So annoying. Do you think my rich kid misses me at all? Did he run off with some celebrity from his building or something? Even with a wedding ring on, some idiots still come up to him to flirt. Yeah, that really pisses me off. Duang puts his film camera in his crossbody bag. The two are on their way to class. At first they were totally lost because the routes were so confusing, but after 2 weeks, they've gotten used to it. It's great that our classes end in time for Qin to sing for those upperclassmen. Yeah, the ones opening that jazz bar, right? Exactly. Honestly, even if classes didn't end, I'd skip them and fly back anyway. My wife hasn't performed on stage in front of an audience like that in a long time. I can't stand not seeing it with my own eyes. Let me go too. I want to see Mr. Qin's performance again. He's so, watch your mouth, Pei. So wife material. Say that again. The tall man wearing Qin's down jacket raises his left hand and points to the ring on his ring finger. This down jacket is really worth the price. Qin bought it a long time ago, but never got around to wearing it. When Duang finds out, he refuses immediately. He already has enough winter clothes. He keeps buying and collecting them, even though there's hardly any winter in Thailand. But Qin insists that this one is really warm and really wants Duang to take it. And yes, it really is cozy. But if I could hug Qin, that would definitely be so cozy. TT, stop whining. Don't start crying, Duang. Enough already. Why are you complaining so much? I miss Qin, okay? You still have another month before you can go back to Thailand. Hang in there. Ugh, fine. Duang takes a deep breath, almost crying. The atmosphere is really getting to him. He keeps his hands in his pockets as the snow falls and the cold wind blows, feeling pretty down. So, is Jet coming over for Korean barbecue with us tonight or not? I heard she is. P. said so. How about we find an excuse to buy some snacks near her house later? Sure, says Duang, and then enters one of the buildings where they study tattooing. Hopefully, by the time they get back, their tattoo shop will be ready to open. Come on, buddy. We have to do better than yesterday. Let's start by understanding what Mr. Kim is saying first. We can do it. All right. To fight, for the girl and for my wife. Qin is feeling a little overwhelmed because a lot of people have come over today. First, his parents stopped by this morning to bring some food, grilled shrimp and a few other dishes. Although he says he's alone at home and that they don't need to bring much, all he can do is stand there sighing at the sheer amount of food. The second group of visitors is Duang's family. They've come to pick up Kanfu because they've missed their granddaughter for a while. At first, they feel bad and worry about Qin being alone. Having Kanfu there should keep him company, so they don't dare say outright that they want to take her with them. Qin is the one who messages them first, asking if they want to come pick her up. And the last guest is, Duang is madly in love. Stop snooping around in every room. Have some manners. A co-worker. Qin has no idea how the hell he ended up here. I mean, I seriously thought this was some kind of photo exhibit of yours here in his office. Dan laughs. He knows Chin's boyfriend is into film photography, but he had no idea Duang took it so seriously. Why are you here? I saw you were alone. I was worried you'd feel lonely. You're the one who's alone, you jerk. Chin tries to avoid using foul language with him, since Dan is a year older. He thought that just calling him Dan, without the P, would have been enough. But eventually, he can't take it anymore. The guy is just too annoying. If he weren't incredibly good at his job and easy to work with, Chin would have cut him out of his life a long time ago. So, are you alone? You two are always glued together, right? I'm not alone. I just miss him. Damn, that line could go straight into a song. As soon as Dan says the word song, Chin has to admit the truth. All the songs he's been writing lately feel sad and heavy. He knows what it means to miss someone thanks to Duang. But this is the first time Chin has experienced this kind of longing. We'd never had to be apart for this long before. It's been 2 weeks already, and there's one thing Chin has been trying to do every day: finish his work early. Unfortunately, he accepted these jobs a long time ago. Being a music producer isn't the kind of job where you can just do whatever you want. Since it involves other people, and everyone has fixed schedules for song releases, promotions, and a million other things, Chin can't be selfish. The only thing he can do is work harder and finish sooner, which means going to the office more often. No matter which label it is, he still goes in person to discuss the details because he doesn't want mistakes that waste time and force everyone to redo things. Chin, the guy who hates talking to other human beings, is voluntarily going out to work with people every day. And it's all because he wants to get to Duang sooner. So, have you decided yet when you can go see Duang? Not yet. What's the label that's stubbornly keeping you here? The same one. Working with idiots is exhausting. I totally get it. Chin doesn't answer. He just walks over to the fridge, suddenly remembering that he has to offer his guest some water. He doesn't even ask if he wants anything else. Honestly, Chin wants him to leave right now. Do you want to have dinner together? The guest asks. No. Then who are you going to eat with? Eating alone is pathetic. Feel sorry for yourself. Chin places the water bottle in front of his coworker, then crosses his arms and legs on the couch. He does it all in silence, just to pressure the other man until he finally goes home. Seeing you like this makes me want to stay even more. Come on, let's write a song. Something with a fun beat. Go have fun somewhere else. You're really good at turning people down. And you said it was worse when you were in college. Man, I wish I'd seen you back then. How bad was it really? Dan shakes his head with a smile and finally leaves, since he only stopped by to tease Chin anyway. I'm out. See you later. Chin doesn't answer, but he does walk him to the door. There isn't even a goodbye, since he never invited him in to begin with. The fair-skinned man sighs to himself before turning around and heading back to his office. These days, Chin's life just keeps repeating itself in the same way. He's glued to his phone more than usual because he talks to Duang all day long. His beautiful eyes drift to the clock, and suddenly he feels like the clock is moving too slowly because he won't be able to FaceTime with Duang until 7 or 8 o'clock at night. How boring. As long as Duang isn't by his side, Chin can't smile the way he used to. I dried my hair today, okay? You don't have to worry. I'm strong. Duang reassures the person on the iPad screen. They usually schedule their FaceTime calls for the same time, because that's when they're both free. During the day, they mainly chat. Duang is beaming because Chin is being ridiculously cute, replying often and sending photos every now and then. Basically, Chin has come a long way since they first started talking. It really proves that it's not impossible after all. It's hard, but the two keep trying to hold it all together until they both start to feel the same way. That it's not as hard or as sad as they had thought. Duang's decision to come to Korea to study tattooing is helping them grow in their own way. Has the landlord come to fix the heating yet? All fixed. Have you taken a shower yet? He asks because if it's 9 o'clock in Korea, then it's 7 o'clock in Thailand. These days, Chin showers very late because Duang isn't there to keep him in line. He's the type of person who's always working and loses track of time. Not yet. I'll shower after we finish talking. You scold me because you're worried I'll get sick. But you're the one who's going to get sick. What did you have for dinner tonight? I ate what Mom and Dad brought home. I wish you were here to eat with me. Chin, Duang yells. It's not exactly a forbidden phrase, but every time he hears it, his heart aches. And seeing his boyfriend's blank, confused little cat face only makes the pain in his chest sharper. He wants to hug him, kiss him, touch him, but he can't. Seriously, a standing ovation for Jetana. How the hell did she put up with this? No wonder that once he moved here to live with his wife, they've been glued together like gum. Even though they're both in Yanam, he hardly ever goes out to see anyone. Every other word that comes out of his mouth is, "I'm with my wife." What a shitty friend. So, did you end up going to eat bingsu with your friends? Yeah. When you come, I'll take you. You're definitely going to like it. The strawberry milkshake was incredibly good. That good, huh? Yeah. I made a list of all the places I think you'd like. On the other end of the call, Chin smiles slightly. He FaceTimes Duang on the iMac, so he can see the other man's face more clearly. They talk about random, everyday things, even though they've already been chatting all day. It feels more like they're savoring little moments and sharing their feelings so they don't feel so far apart. Chin is also annoyed with himself. When he has days off from work, it's only 1 or 2 at most. If he'd known Duang was going to study tattooing in Korea, he never would have taken these jobs. If I could choose, I'd want to go everywhere with you. Hey, are you sleepy, honey? Why aren't you answering me? No, I just want to hug you. Chin, that really breaks my heart. Duang admits he's had a lot of over-the-top moments, like crying in the shower. Anyone can call him dramatic all they want, but they'd never been apart before. It's already been almost 20 days, and there are still more than 10 to go before Chin can go see him. For Duang, wanting to hug his boyfriend, but not being able to is already heartbreaking. But when his boyfriend tells him he wants to hug him and can't, that hurts 1,000 times more. If I'm being too clingy, just tell me. There's no such thing. We're both equally clingy, okay? Wouldn't that be nice? Yes. Duang looks at Chin, whose face is pressed close to the screen. Duang keeps taking screenshots of these moments. Normally, Chin isn't the type who likes to talk on the phone, or FaceTime, or spend a lot of time staring at a screen, unless it's for work. The fact that he sits there and talks to Duang for hours every day already means he's giving it his all. Let me see your ring. I want to see our wedding ring on your finger. Duang watches his lover slowly fade from the screen and raise his left hand to his face. The way his big kitty clearly shows his love is so cute that it makes Duang's heart flutter. He can't hold back his smile and covers his face with one hand. You and our wedding ring are so damn beautiful. Duang now understands why people always say Chin looks like an angel. Yes, he really is. And he's been his personal angel in his dreams all this time. You look gorgeous without even trying, especially with your hair all messy. Definitely wife material. You're ridiculous. How much do you miss me? As much as you miss me. Aw, Chin. Duang puts his hand to his chest. Today he's wearing long-sleeved, floor-length pajamas. The November weather in Seoul is much harsher than Duang expected. Now he believes it. When it's cold, it's freezing. It's a completely different kind of cold than in Japan. Don't forget to buy more hand warmers tomorrow. Even though the walk from the bus stop to class isn't long, I'm still worried. I will, honey. I won't keep you waiting too long. I also took some photos for you today, but I'll probably have to develop them tomorrow. I didn't finish the roll today. Then Duang starts telling Chin about today's class on coloring techniques. Not everyone who can draw well can tattoo well. There's a whole science and art to it. Now that he's studying it seriously, he finally understands how difficult it is to tattoo on human skin. This place is really strict about the skin tone of the person getting the tattoo, so Duang has to learn about color in ways he never imagined. Even if 2 people want the same green heart tattoo, the tattoo artist still has to know which shade of green would work best on that specific skin tone. Now I understand why tuition here is so expensive. If you like it, you can keep studying. I support you. No way. I'm going to be really good at this, and that's enough. After that, I can practice on my own. I'm not going to be separated from you a second time. Duang protests loudly. When he hears Chin laugh softly, he blinks and stares at the smile on the other man's face. Duang has heard that sometimes, in a relationship, you have to let nostalgia do its work. But still, when you smile like that, you're so damn cute. Who do you think I'm smiling for? Please don't stress yourself out over this, my beloved. If it's not you, I don't smile for anyone. I'm really going to die here in Korea. Chapter 7. Chin. Duang comes downstairs in his pajamas even though Chin had specifically told him to put on a quilted jacket as well. Goodness gracious. Am I dreaming right now? Ugh. Chin lets out a soft sigh when he sees him, then takes off his own scarf and places it over Duang's head to protect him from the snow. It looks like Qin is going to have to carry him back to his room himself. The guy must be so shocked that his brain has short-circuited. Are you real? Your hands are frozen, Duang. Hurry up. Qin pulls his suitcase with his left hand and guides Duang toward the building with his right. Seriously, who presses their frozen hands against someone's cheeks and mutters, "Are you real?" Of course I'm real. Qin has been working hard every day for weeks, just so he could come all the way here and surprise Duang. Yes, Qin wanted to surprise him. He flew last night and landed in Incheon at 6 in the morning. Even so, why is it snowing so hard? I missed you so much. Qin turns to look at the person who should have come to his senses by now, but Duang is hugging him from behind with his face buried against Qin's shoulder. The way the words come out tells Qin that Duang is crying. What a relief. This time, Qin is here to wipe away Duang's tears himself. Don't cry. I came to surprise you. You're supposed to be happy. I am happy. I'm crying because I'm happy. I want to scream too. You can't. They'll report you. Duang laughs into Qin's shoulder. This is the scent he'd missed so much. And has his boyfriend lost weight? Why does he feel so small in his arms? The one wearing the down jacket. When did you buy this, anyway? Mom bought it because she knew I was coming to see you. Young Master Kongsawat Pakdi in Myo Myo is incredibly handsome. Damn it. Duang knows this because just the other day his boyfriend had gone out of his way to praise this dark brown, cropped Myo Myo puffer jacket, saying how pretty it was. I never imagined I'd see him in Myo Myo. Even though the collection is super unisex, he looks ridiculously handsome, ridiculously cute. He looks so small in winter clothes like this. What are you looking at? I'm looking at my wife. If you're that handsome, are those guys going to hit on you? I'm seriously worried. Stop talking nonsense and take the suitcase into the room. The one in pajamas and a scarf that doesn't match at all chuckles to himself. He plants a loud kiss on Qin's cheek because that little devil is way too clever, even knowing the room code on his first visit here. They share everything every day. They're physically apart, but their hearts aren't. There's nothing about Duang that Qin doesn't know, just as Duang knows everything about Qin. I haven't showered yet. Can I kiss you, honey? No. What a letdown. Okay, then let me wash my face and brush my teeth first. I really want to kiss every part of you. Go on. Qin motions for Duang to go get ready while he starts looking around the room. Actually, it was Jitana's boyfriend who recommended this place. It's big enough for 2 people to live comfortably, but Qin thinks it's a little too spacious for Duang alone, which means he must have been truly alone all this time. That hurts. Qin is pleased with how clean the room is. Duang isn't usually dirty, but he is messy. It seems he's really made an effort to keep the room tidy, just as Qin had told him. In that case, he deserves a reward. A well-behaved dog should get a treat, right? Feel free to inspect. I'm sparkling clean. I didn't say anything. No one has ever come into my room except Pei. That's because they live in the same building. Qin presses a hand against Duang's face, still damp from washing. Besides, Qin doesn't suspect Duang at all. He's always trusted him. He's just looking around because he's a little excited to finally see the room he usually only sees on FaceTime. Let me kiss you, please. Duang opens his arms, and Qin walks straight into that warmth he had missed so much. After so long without hugging each other, finally being able to do so again makes that idea of letting nostalgia do its work feel different. His elegant nose presses against Qin's cheek, warming it. Duang doesn't even bother counting how many times he kisses Qin's cheek, but now his focus shifts to those red lips. Suddenly, he's fallen in love with winter. I mean, whose fault is it that the number 1 Yuk is so handsome, with red lips and a waist like that? Your hands are cold. Let me kiss you for just a second. I missed you. It isn't even really an answer, just a soft sound that escapes him because there's no such thing as just a second. Qin parts his lips for that mischievous tongue he'd missed so much, letting the older man do whatever he wants with that kiss. It soon turns into a sweet kiss, soothing both their hearts after being apart. Their faces tilt and move with the taste of the kiss. Qin strokes the hair at the nape of Duang's neck, just as he always does. It feels as though the puppy he loves and misses most has finally returned to him. Qin has found the home of his heart, and Duang is no different. They are each other's home, so much so that in the brief moment when they part from the kiss and look into each other's eyes, they both smile at the same time, filled with a quiet happiness. Relax. Your lips are so damn kissable. Then kiss me again. Chin, damn it, Duang murmurs, takes his face in his hands, and kisses him again. That morning, the sofa that Duang once thought was absurdly wide suddenly feels very small. Sol is no longer alone. The home of his heart has come all the way here for him. Smiley face. Duang casts furtive glances at his boyfriend, who is yawning over there, and smiles like an idiot all by himself. Duang says he can pick up Chin after class, but Chin, looking sleepy, insists on accompanying Duang to class. Duang thinks Chin should stay in the room and rest after working non-stop all week to get here early. Duang thinks he must have used up every last bit of good karma he had in his life. Let things be as difficult as they want. As long as he is Chin, everything always works out beautifully for him. Come sit down now. That man got up. Murmurs the little cat. When his battery isn't fully charged, Chin does everything slowly. Duang can barely hold back his laughter. If he actually laughs, he'll probably get scratched. Do you feel like you have a younger boyfriend? I'm giving you my seat, my handsome boy. I'm not handsome. Yes, you are. Even when you haven't slept, you're handsome. Chin lets it go in one ear and out the other, looking at the person who wants to carry his backpack even though he's already carrying one himself. In college, Duang was like that too. If he wasn't carrying Chin's instrument case, he'd bring a backpack bigger than usual so Chin's things would fit in it as well. Chin isn't the type to carry a backpack. He doesn't usually carry that much stuff. But now that he's in another country, he has to carry a few important things with him. If we turn there, that's the way to the mall you wanted to go to. I'll take you there tomorrow, okay? Says Duang. Okay. Duang looks at Chin's hand, which slowly reaches out to take his, and then squeezes it when he feels how cold it is. December in Korea is so cold that no one wants to go outside. Even though they're on the bus on their way to Duang's tattoo class, and the heater is on, every time the doors open at a stop to let passengers on and off, the cold air still seeps in. You look so down. With this weather, all you want to do is sleep, huh? A little. I just wanted to spend more time with you. And then you have to come back on your own. I'm worried about that. I'm an adult. I can take care of myself. Oh, really? What about me? The tall man replies. Today he really bundled up because he checked the forecast ahead of time. Now that he thinks about it, Chin fits in very well with the Koreans. Of course he does. This is the land of monochrome, black, white, gray. When Duang arrived, he was a little surprised because he was the only one wearing bright colors. Like today, when he's wearing a blue coat. I'll wear whatever I want. You're still just a little kid. Who taught you to say things like that? I heard it from other people. Duang walks over and pinches Chin's cheek out of sheer, playful affection. But before he can do anything else, they have to get off the bus because they've reached their stop. It's a bit of a walk. I'm used to it. Put on your hat. If it starts snowing, your hair will get wet. Chin lets his boyfriend pull the hood over his head, his eyes following the way the other man takes his hand and slips it into the pocket of his own coat. He has no idea what drama Duang is playing out in his head, but whether this feels warmer or colder than before, who knows? It doesn't matter. With that huge smile on his face, I have to let him do it. I'm blushing. Why? It feels like I'm the main character in a drama. There he goes. Chin rolls his eyes. He really wants to know what goes on inside Duang's little head every day. Right now, he's probably genuinely imagining himself as the hero of some sappy romance series, because he's walking around all dramatic even though no one is watching them. Duang. Yes. Click. The sound of the film advancing after pressing the shutter makes the tall man jump. Did Chin bring a film camera to take pictures of me? Hey, this is getting way too romantic. Come here and let me take a picture of you too, Chin. Don't go anywhere. Turn this way, honey. Duang lets go of their intertwined hands so he can take pictures of his boyfriend. He loves photographing Chin, even though Chin isn't too keen on having his picture taken. Still, everyone has their exceptions. Even though Chin hates having his picture taken, he never says no when Duang wants to snap a shot of him. Since they met, Duang has taken so many photos of Chin that he's used up who knows how many rolls of film. Smile a little. It's too cold. It's okay. You're cute when you pout. And so, Chin actually smiles, because Duang is so adorable when he rushes to defend him. Even without sleep, Chin still looks handsome to him. Even when he pouts, he's still cute. So, how could Chin not smile? You and the snow look so good together. At first I was excited too, But after a while I started to hate it. The ground gets slippery and my hair gets wet all the time. If it's slippery, just walk carefully. This time, it's Chin who takes Duang's hand and tucks it inside his own jacket as if it were something precious. They look into each other's eyes and understand everything without saying a word as they walk together down the path covered in snowflakes. No matter what today is like, no matter this moment, no matter what surrounds them, rain, sun, falling snow, they will always be together. I missed you. I missed you more. Duang struggles to keep his cool. The more he watches Chin wrap an arm around Marvis and pull him closer, the more the fire in his chest rages. When Jetana says to Chin, "Now that you have a husband, why don't you get yourself a wife too?" Duang wants to punch his friend. Don't start. Don't give him any ideas. And what about Chin? When he says he missed you, do you tell him you missed him too? I won't stand for it. His real wife is already here. Let's go home, just the two of us. Shut up, Duang growls at Jetana. Now you look like a sad, pathetic, scruffy dog. That's not true. We showered together before we left. I'm not pathetic or scruffy. I'm a clean, good-smelling dog, and my owner loves me very much. Duang protests loudly because Chin has already gone into a clothing store with his arm around Marvis's shoulders. Today is another day when Duang doesn't have class, so they all met up at the Hyundai Seoul. Everyone knows that cafes are closed on Mondays. Duang doesn't understand why Koreans choose this particular day to close cafes and restaurants, which is why the mall is always the go-to spot on Mondays. Don't be sad. I know Mr. Chin can't be anyone's husband. That was well said. I'll buy you a coffee. That's my boy. Jetana claps. Winning Duang over is ridiculously easy. Anything works. You just have to cheer him up a little first. But he's not lying either. The more he's gotten to know Chin from all these different angles, the more he understands how the number one Yuk behaves. God has truly blessed Duang with something beautiful. Who could argue with that? Come here. Huh? Me. The guy who had been chatting animatedly with his friend points to himself before walking over to Chin, who is standing in front of a clothes rack. Chin isn't exactly a fashion-obsessed person, but the longer they've been together, the more Duang's bolder-than-average sense of style has rubbed off on him. These days, Duang mostly wears the clothes Chin picks out for him anyway. If Chin isn't dressing himself, he's dressing Duang. Duang is basically Chin's dress-up doll. You look like... Like what? My wife. Isn't that right? Jetana and Marvis, listening nearby, nudge each other as they enjoy the scene. Who knows why they're so excited? They're excited even though Duang and Chin are already married. Well, there's no need to ask who's the happiest of them all. Duang is smiling so much that his mouth practically stretches from ear to ear. Which one do you like best? I like everything my baby picks out for me. Duang's cheeks are about to burst. The more Chin holds up shirts one after another, the more Duang wants to run straight to the fitting room and come out to show them off. My owner really does love me to bits, doesn't he? Then we'll take both of them. Kyan. We can share them anyway. Again, Chin shrugs. It's the same line as always, but it works every time. Chin can always say they'll share them, even if they don't actually do it. Chin is so cute. Can I borrow him to hang out in my room? It's Marvis who says this, since Jetana is there interpreting for Chin. Absolutely not. I'm protective of what's mine. But he really is handsome. Duang looks at the older man with wide eyes, as if to say, right? Right? Before, every time I said Chin was handsome, everyone would say, "You're crazy," or "Are you blind?" Ugh, maybe you guys are the ones with no taste. Korean gay guys love this look. What? Marvis bursts out laughing because the little pup is yelling so loudly. Before he knows it, Duang has already approached Chin. He really shouldn't tease him so much. At this rate, Duang is definitely going to stick to Chin like glue all day. But he was telling the truth. Chin really is exactly the kind of person everyone here is drawn to. Oh, come on, stop acting like a fool. He's not looking. Trust me. Pei pours soju into his friend's glass. He's looking. He definitely likes my wife. Duang whispers in his friend's ear as he wraps an arm around Chin, who is sitting quietly chatting with Marvis and Jetana. They're at a bar in the neighborhood where they're staying. This place is a regular spot recommended by the locals. Duang isn't exactly an expert on Korean food, but this place really makes an incredible paean. Even Chin, the picky eater, has eaten a lot. Perchai, I swear I'm going to fight. He smiled at Chin just a moment ago. But your wife completely ignored him. Why are you getting so worked up? Haven't you heard that saying? He's busy. You look, and you get beaten up. You're delusional. Jamie, come see your friend. Perchai complains to the friend sitting across from them. That guy's over there cuddling with his own wife. And I'm the only single guy here, ugh. What's wrong with you, Duang? Hurry up and have another drink. You've already eaten half the snacks. I don't want to get drunk. I have to look after Chin. I don't plan on getting drunk anyway. Chin confirms, since he doesn't even like soju. They've been sitting here for almost 2 hours, and he still hasn't finished his first glass. Duang is the only one acting like he's in a drinking contest. Oh, make a bet. If I get drunk, you take care of me, okay? Everyone shakes their heads in exasperation because Duang rubbing his face against Chin's arm is so annoying it makes you want to kick him. As for Chin, he's the same as always. Duang can do whatever he wants. When Duang asks for a kiss or a peck, Chin sometimes even nods yes. These two are so damn cute. How can they be so perfect together? Chi-win, Chi-win, Chi-win. That Korean guy is actually getting up and coming over to our table. Pei nudges Duang to stop cuddling with his wife. This is a total emergency. Not only does Chin have a wife's sixth sense, but Duang has a husband's sixth sense too. Pei swears that from the moment they sit down, Duang knew exactly who's staring at his wife. Didn't everyone say that in Korea there are no gay men, just flower boys? So why are all these guys staring so intently at Thailand's #1 Yuk? What's he saying, Jet? Translate that for me. I'm stressed out, Jet, Duang says in a flat tone, as if he doesn't care that the handsome Korean guy has shown up at his table. But seriously, why is he here? He's asking for Chin's contact info. See, I told you, Duang. The guy from the Korean gay scene. That's not funny, Mr. Marvis. Tell him I'm Chin's husband. Deep down, Duang wants to say it himself in English, but not everyone here understands English. And even though he's been in Korea for almost 2 months, his Korean still isn't that good. Of course not. At tattoo school, he mostly got by with English and body language, and the instructor wasn't exactly fluent either. Chin secretly watches as the jealous one puts on a stiff, sullen expression. Usually, he's just a silly puppy who happily plays with anyone who comes near him. Now, however, he's turned into a wolf. They're both equally possessive. I already told him they're married, but he didn't believe me, so I told him to look at the rings, says Jetana. Here, look. Duang lifts Chin's hand and kisses it to show off. It takes a while before the Korean guy finally gives up and goes back to his table. Duang gets it, of course. Of course, everyone wants Chin all to themselves. But we're married, for God's sake. No flirting, no staring, no dreaming about him. I beg you, honey. Please, stop being so handsome. Can you give me a break, gorgeous? The larger man presses his palms together in front of his chest. It's a good thing Chin isn't drunk today, because if he were, he'd be even more handsome, more clingy, more cheerful. I'm seriously going to lose my mind. I'm not handsome. Yes, you are, Jetana interjects immediately. You're handsome. I like you. I can totally be that kind of top for you. What? My wife is about to become a top. Can we all just go home now? Jetana shouts. Marvis laughs at his younger boyfriend. But hey, it's true. Enough with the arguing. Mr. Chin really is handsome. P. Mar, you'll never be a top. Jet, take your wife home. And Duang, stop acting like a lunatic. No one's going to steal your #1 Yuk. Stop kissing Chin in public. Pei puts an end to the whole situation and downs the last sip of soju. Tonight, I'm just going back to my room to cry myself to sleep. I'm sick of non-single people bragging about how sweet they are all day long. Are you nervous? Not exactly nervous. More like I'm afraid I won't do a good job. Because it's been a long time since you've been on stage? Duang fixes the hair of the man waiting backstage. After finishing his tattoo course in Korea, Duang stayed there another week with Chin before they returned to Thailand for their mission. A senior whom Chin has known since he started college opened a jazz bar near Siloam. Chin says that when he played bass in that senior's band, he promised that if the senior ever actually opened a jazz bar in the future, Chin would go sing a song at the opening night. I didn't think he'd actually do it. He acted like he was going to move abroad for good. But a promise is a promise, he said. All Duang can do is smile. What a treat for everyone. So what song are you going to sing? Are you really not going to tell me beforehand? It's a surprise. So you're singing it for me, right? Duang smiles, holding Chin's hand and swaying it back and forth. He's acting exactly like he did when they were still in school. Of course. Every time Chin is about to go on stage, Duang always does this. I've been singing all these songs for you this whole time. What the hell? What is this critical hit? When I look down, I have to be able to see you. You definitely will. I'll be in the same spot. Chin smiles slightly. He likes those words, the same place, because they've always been there for each other through every stage of life. That's why Chin knows exactly where Duang will be in a room full of people. We've really spent our whole lives preparing to love each other, Chin thinks as he takes Duang by the neck and kisses him. It's not a deep kiss, just lips touching lips, but that gentle warmth spreads and envelopes both their hearts. Don't unbutton any more buttons. I'm jealous. Duang says this right against Chin's lips before pressing one more gentle kiss to finish. Today, Chin is dressed exactly as he was for his freshman singing exam, a dark satin shirt and matching trousers. God, I keep falling in love with Chin over and over again like an idiot. You'll do great, honey. Even if you sing off-key, I'll still clap for you. Would you even know if I sang off-key? That's the point, I wouldn't know. Whatever you sing sounds good to me. Chin pinches the flatterer's nose. They hug once more before Chin gives a slight nod to signal that it's okay. He's not so nervous anymore after receiving Duang's encouragement. I'll wait for you outside, says Duang. Thanks, honey. You're so damn cute, the tall man says one last time before obediently stepping out to wait in front of the stage. Today, Duang is wearing a tight-fitting light blue long-sleeved shirt with brown pants that flare out slightly at the hem. He clearly dressed to match the venue's atmosphere. Plus, he's even wearing glasses. Did you go to give him emotional support or to get up to something naughty? Don't be silly, Duang tells Pei, who insists on accompanying him. Since they returned from Korea, he hasn't been apart from Chin for a single moment. Did I make the right decision in opening the tattoo shop with him? Yes, probably. Now we're in the same boat. So what scenes did I miss? Give me some yaoi vibes. Who taught you to talk like that? Who else? The one and only. Pei downs his drink. If it weren't for Duang bringing him here, he probably would never have come. A jazz bar in the middle of Siloam? You don't open a place like this unless you're rich as the devil. And the place isn't small. It's huge, flashy, over the top, all decked out in imported furniture. Who the hell owns this place? Just the usual hugs and kisses to cheer you up. You should be used to it by now. I'm not. I'm still jealous of them. Today you're going to see him again in Mr. Chin mode. I like it when he's on stage, but he doesn't like it that much, haha. Duang laughs, thinking about how Chin complained last night before going to sleep. That pretty little mouth of his wouldn't stop complaining that he should never have made that promise. And of course, he's exactly the kind of person who has to keep his word. Duang doesn't even want to imagine what his life would be like if Chin wanted to be a singer, basking in the spotlight as that version of himself. He'd probably follow him to every show and become his manager too possessive to let anyone else handle the job. He trusts Chin, of course, but people can really test the limits of his patience. At school, people would crowd shoulder to shoulder just to see Chin sing. Right? Because once class was over, he'd disappear. You could never find my wife. Sometimes, even I couldn't find him. So what song is Mr. Chin going to sing? I have no idea. He didn't want to tell me either. But he did say he's singing it for me. Ugh, your face makes me want to punch you. Pei kicks the friend next to him. Duang really dressed up today, but no matter how handsome he looks, he's only drinking water because Chin is definitely going to be getting drinks all night. It's opening night, after all. Once Chin comes off stage, people are definitely going to pass him drink after drink. Duang is already on high alert. Duang is going to have his hands full, but I'll be here enjoying the show. Drunk Mr. Chin is devilishly cute, with rosy cheeks and a slow way of speaking. But don't tell Duang that I've been sneaking glances at his wife. He'd literally kill me. They turned off the lights. Can I scream? I love my wife. No, you idiot. You're going to ruin the show. Pei whispers, covering Duang's mouth just in case he actually screams. Then the lights come back on, and the person they've been waiting for appears. The red curtain behind him sets off the dark shirt he's wearing. His black hair falls softly across his face. His beautiful left hand rests on the shiny silver microphone stand, making the ring on his ring finger clearly visible to everyone present. No matter how handsome he is, he's belonged to someone else for a long time now. And that someone is still smiling with sparkling eyes, just like the first day he looked at this man. Pei shakes his head with a smile. If this isn't the dog that loves its owner the most, Then what is? I have to tell Duang about this. Wow, Olivia Dean? Seriously? Duang hums along as he listens to the music. Of course, it's a live performance, and Sheen has reworked the arrangement to suit his own voice and style. Duang knows this because he was the one who dropped Sheen off at the band's rehearsal yesterday afternoon. However, he wasn't allowed to listen. Sheen wants it to be a surprise. That's my... Watch your mouth, Pei. My number one uke. The tall man smiles. Duang doesn't need a mirror to know he's grinning like a madman. Even though he's standing here, Sheen, singing over there, is taking him back to all those old moments between them. Duang is memorizing everything about Sheen in this very moment. His heart beats wildly, overflowing with the feeling of falling in love with the same person over and over again. Especially when Sheen looks at him and sings the line, "Maybe it's the love in your eyes," and then gives him a little smile. Duang feels that the well of love into which he willingly plunges has no end. It really is a bottomless pit. Maybe it's the fact that every time I fall, I lose it all. But you got me from my head to my feet. Duang falls in love with Sheen all over again in the morning, when Sheen wakes up rubbing his eyes and asks if they should go eat Hainanese chicken rice. Duang falls in love with Sheen all over again mid-morning, when Sheen sits there earnestly teaching Kanfu how to play with a new toy. Duang falls in love with Sheen all over again in the afternoon, when Sheen comes over and kisses his cheek to thank him for ironing his shirt. And Duang falls in love with Sheen right now. And I'm ready to dive. When they smile at each other as if they both already knew that every love song Sheen sings has belonged only to Duang for a long time. Chapter 8. What are you holding on to when you wake up? I wake up holding my wife and our marriage certificate. God, you're annoying. Get out of here. Pei kicks her friend, who is rummaging through the drawer looking for ink colors for this morning's tattoo session. Ever since Duang registered his marriage to Sheen, he hasn't stopped showing off. Normal people might send stickers to say hi in a direct message, but Duang posts a photo of his marriage certificate in the chat, along with a whole speech about how much he loves his wife. It's enough to drive anyone crazy. If Duang refuses to treat his terminal case of henpecking, then Pei will go and treat his jealousy. I can't stand it. How many clients do you have today, Duang? 2. Isn't that too few? The pieces are huge, damn it. I don't like to rush my work. If I'm tattooing someone, I want it to turn out right and look beautiful on them until the day they die. Although Duang has changed careers and become a tattoo artist, he still hasn't gotten any new tattoos himself. He only has the one on his ankle, which matches Sheen's. He touches up the color every now and then, but it's still the only one. Isn't that a little weird? A tattoo artist who doesn't want any more tattoos. So, is Mr. Sheen really going to have another one? Probably. Why do you say probably? Because I don't want to tattoo it for him. It would look too good. Can you stop being such a wimp? I'm begging you. Duang slumps his shoulders. He doesn't want to be a pushover, but what can he do? Even though the spot where Sheen wants the tattoo will only be seen by Duang, it was still too much for him. These days, Duang already cuddles up to Sheen so much that they scold him all day long. If Sheen gets a tattoo too, damn it. If he gets so hard he can't get it down, how exactly is Sheen going to take responsibility for that? Come on, give me a hint. What are you going to do? I'm not telling you. Aren't you even going to post it as part of your portfolio? No. People would see my wife's beautiful skin. Pei rolls her eyes. This idiot is beyond help. Pei, Duang, your 2 clients are here, Mind calls out. Okay. Hey, has Lucca arrived yet, Mind? Duang perks up, waiting for the answer. Mind is the manager of all their online channels. Booking appointments, organizing the schedule, responding to clients. She takes care of everything. Lucca is the shop's tattoo artist. Right now, he and Pei are looking for another female artist, because not all women feel comfortable getting tattooed by a man. And Duang usually tattoos arms and legs. If it's the torso or more private areas, he considers it on a case-by-case basis. Most of the time, he tattoos men's torsos, and only in certain areas. To be clear, Sheen never forbids it. Sheen understands that it's just work. Duang is the one who feels uncomfortable doing it, so he sets some rules for the jobs he accepts. Even so, he has a ridiculous number of clients. His schedule is already completely booked until the middle of the year. Duang never imagined he'd end up as a tattoo artist. He's good at drawing, but drawing isn't the same as tattooing. The more seriously he studies it, the more he understands how delicate the work is. Perhaps because Duang takes such care, the feedback and word-of-mouth recommendations are excellent. His shop has become very popular because the two owner artists have completely different styles. Pei's work tends toward rough, bold lines, sometimes even freehand. Duang's style is softer, and he's better with color than Pei. Even so, the tattoo Qin wants. Shouldn't Pei be the one to get it instead? No. Absolutely not. Pei would be touching Qin. I'd rather practice until I master that style myself, and then tattoo Qin with my own hands. Duang. Qin sent some snacks and drinks via delivery. There's something for Pei too, says Mind, poking her head into the tattoo room with her arms full. The shop owner's partner, who's out somewhere right now, regularly sends over meals, snacks, and drinks. That's love. Hey, thanks, Mind. Have you eaten yet? Yeah. Qin ordered food for everyone. We love number one Yuk. Say it together. Pei shouts from the tattoo table. Number one Yuk is my wife, Mind declares. What? Mind, you too? Duang's eyes widen. You really can't trust anyone, can you? And Qin just laughs every time the younger staff at the shop say things like that to him. Even the girls want to be Qin's husband? Huh. This world is nothing but lies. Your boyfriend is so handsome, Duang. I'm going to overdose on yaoi vibes. Why do you two always have to sit on each other's laps? Wait, when did you two do that? Pei grimaces at his dear friend. Wasn't it Duang who said they couldn't act too shamelessly in the shop? He lectured him over and over because he's afraid Pei will bring someone in and do something obscene on the tattoo table. He even threatened him by saying there are cameras. So why did Duang do it first? All the time. He just sits on my lap, that's all. Nothing more than that. Are you sure? Says Mind. Did you delete the recordings for me yet, Mind? You two are so cute. Mind sways back and forth where she stands, living her happiest life as a BL fangirl. Every time the shop owner's boyfriend comes by, she gets her dose of yaoi. By the time she gets home, she has to sit down and calm herself, or she'll collapse from an overdose. Wait, what did you do? Why do we have to delete the recordings? Duang, I swear to God I'm calling the police. There's no evidence, damn it. We didn't even do anything, right, Mind? Duang quickly shifts the blame away from him. Right, because they already gave me 500 baht. Not again. Pei can only sigh. Whatever. He's accepted the money before, too. Chi Win. Duang looks up from his iPad. He's sending the final draft to a client after a long back and forth online about the tattoo design. But wait, Qin is using my real name like that. I didn't do anything wrong, did I? I didn't do anything, honey. Qin places a hand on the broad shoulder of the man who comes home and immediately walks around half naked. That is, he's only wearing cargo pants. His shirt is already gone. How annoying. Now that he has more free time to himself, he really is working out a lot. Wow. Are you looking for your puppy fix? Something like that. Qin, let me take a shower first. Are you already starting? The older man's startled expression, as if he were actually ready to dash to the bathroom, makes Qin walk over and twist his nose. Naughty dog. Is that all you think about? Kanfu wants a little sister. Huh. Duang's mouth drops open. So that's the kind of puppy he meant? Oh, come on. Who said that? Our daughter. And do you two actually get along? Duang laughs, then opens his arms and pulls Qin onto his lap. The desk chair isn't that big, but it fits them both just fine. Of course, if Qin enters his office, the admission fee is sitting on the owner's lap. She's alone. She's an only child. And I'm just supposed to take your word for it? Will you buy her one? Qin doesn't just ask with words. He wraps an arm around Duang's neck and applies pressure at the same time. Duang presses his nose against Qin's cheek with a loud kiss. Of course he'll buy her one. Duang knows Qin has probably been thinking about this for a long time. He's seen him standing in the neighborhood common area, talking to dog moms and dads, asking about each breed's personality as if he were writing a thesis on them. Seriously, but if we're really going to get one, what breed should it be? I can buy you one, sure, but you have to tell me what breed first. I don't want to play mystery box with dogs again. Like that one over there. You saw it didn't bark and you bought it on the spot. Duang nods toward his daughter, who is lying there munching on a dried cow's ear, completely unconcerned. I want one with a face like yours. What? Even though all dogs already have a face like yours. What's that supposed to mean? The dog-faced man laughs. All right then. I can be a dog, but only if you let me bite and lick you all over. Here. You mean this thing looks like me? Yes. Chin holds up his phone, comparing a photo of a Chow Chow to Duang's face, and it really does look like him, especially when she's still little. She looks way too much like Duang. She looks so silly. Chin, Duang squeals. I already picked out a name for her, too. Wait. Actually, I already paid the deposit 2 months ago. We'll pick up Hutong tomorrow. Duang laughs so hard his shoulders shake. Chin's cheeky, serious face is just too cute. So why did he ask me? He's already got everything all set. No wonder. I was wondering about those boxes of packages Chin kept ordering but never opened. So that's what it was. He's been getting ready to welcome a new dog. So the photo you showed me is actually our puppy, right? Chin admits obediently. Duang probably thought I just grabbed some random photo off the internet. So how did you end up naming her Hutong? Look at her ears. Duang taps the center of the phone screen. This chubby Chow Chow has folded ears, slanted eyes, and fur sticking out in all directions. It doesn't look anything like me. He's supposed to be a handsome Samoyed, not this chubby little dog that looks like a walking ball of fluff. Poor thing. Her ears are so tiny. Do you think people are going to pick on her? Chin says, I'll be the first to bother her. Pei probably will, too. And the biggest bully of them all is Jetana. She's a bully. Anyone who bothers her won't be allowed in the house. I guess her dad will be the first one to sleep outside. Chin pats Duang on the back as Duang shifts so Chin can rest comfortably against his chest. Chin has been thinking about bringing Kanfu's furry little sister home for at least 2 years. Every time Kanfu goes out to play with her neighborhood friends, Chin can see how happy she is. More importantly, when his daughter lies down to play alone with her toys, Chin feels like he's seeing his own childhood. Although he never wanted a younger sibling, he believes his daughter does. He loves playing with puppies, and he's also very gentle with them. Are you going to love Hutong? Very much, but definitely not as much as Kanfu and Hutong's mom. Thank you. The fair-skinned man says it softly, his hand wrapping around Duang's thumb as if he needs time to think. Duang has been with Chin for 7 years without any real arguments, so just from this, he can tell that Chin needs a moment to put his thoughts into words. The only reason I now have the courage to raise a dog is thanks to you. I've wanted one ever since I was a kid, but Mom and Dad probably weren't ready for that, and I wasn't sure I could raise one on my own. They aren't the kind of toys you get tired of and put away in a closet. They have feelings and are very sensitive. I'm sorry, I didn't ask you first this time either. I want Kanfu to have a little sister. I want her to experience what it's like to have a playmate, because even though we can be her mom and dad, we still can't understand everything she feels. Oh, honey. Chin doesn't usually talk much, but with Duang, he's always completely honest. Duang thinks that's one of the sweetest things about him. He loves that Chin never lies to himself, that he embraces his feelings and accepts them at every stage of life. And Chin doesn't need to apologize to Duang at all. Duang is already ready to welcome a new member into their family. Let's go pick up our daughter together tomorrow morning, Duang. Kanfu, Hutong, Papfi and Mamfi love you both very, very much. Smiley face. How can she look so well-behaved and act so stubborn? Just like you. See? Did you hear that? Mom's doing this to Dad again. Hutong, that's enough, honey. Dad's going to faint. Duang grabs his hair. Is this a dog or a rabbit? It's jumping around too much. Woof, woof. And it barks a lot, too. Hutong, come here, sweetie. Chin calls to the puppy, who is still learning her new name. Chin has been keeping an eye on this farm for a long time. Not only are the parents very healthy, disease-free, and carefully selected by the breeder, but the farm also trains the puppies from a young age to use the bathroom on their own and socialize properly so they don't grow up to be spoiled, grumpy little things. But is this really the calm one? Right now she's climbing all over Duang's face. Oh baby, why are you so heavy? You're only 2.5 months old. We need to buy a new bed. When she grows up, there definitely won't be enough room for the two of us to sleep together. Chin lifts Hutong onto his lap. The chubby puppy tilts her head from side to side with the cutest look of confusion. She really looks a lot like Duang. Chin's heart is definitely going to melt, and he's going to spoil her with more treats than necessary. Let's just make them a new room. Let the two of them sleep together. I can't handle this, Chin. I can already sense the trouble brewing. Kanfu, help teach your little sister, okay? Duang watches as his children's mother instructs the two little girls. Not many people see this side of Chin except Duang. He's someone who doesn't like talking to people, but loves talking to dogs. And one more thing, Chin doesn't like cats, to the point that he refuses to go near them. A cat who hates cats? She really loves her little sister, Duang. Our daughter even knows she's the big sister. Duang is genuinely amazed when the corgi trots over carrying her favorite squiddy stuffed animal to share with the puppy. At first he thought they might fight, but they didn't at all. Kanfu plays so gently, sniffing her, inviting her to play all the time. It's enough to make a parent cry. TT. Of course she knows. She's 7 now, isn't she? You're 7 now, sweetie. You're the big sister. Good girl, Kanfu. What a good and pretty girl. Duang is lying down, clutching his chest. Chin is even calling his daughter a pretty girl. I'm so jealous of Kanfu. I want to sit on Chin's lap, too. What are you doing? Chin looks at Duang, who lifts Hutong off his lap and also pushes Kanfu away from where she's leaning against him. You're mine, Duang. Chin's slightly exasperated tone puts Duang in a good mood for no reason at all. I want to sit down for a second. I'm jealous. You're huge. Mom, give Dad a hug too, please. Duang is bigger than Chin. Sure, they're about the same height, but width-wise? That's a whole different story. And now this giant wants to sit on his lap like a 2-month-old puppy? I'm hugging the little girl. I'll give you just 1 more minute. Wow, so you get a new one and forget about the old one? Wasn't I your first dog? The father of 2 complains. He had once been deeply moved when Chin said that Duang was what had given Chin the courage to raise a dog. But after asking a few more questions, he realized that Chin meant that, to Chin, Duang was like the first dog Chin had ever managed to raise. Then came the second dog, Kanfu, and the third was Hutong. God, how am I supposed to brag about this to everyone? So Chin really does see me as a dog. Sad face. Aren't you embarrassed in front of the girls? They're watching. No, we've already shown them a lot more than this. The moment Duang finishes speaking, Chin gives him a hard pinch on the side. Ouch, 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 Chin. The big man collapses to the floor, writhing in pain, because Chin pushes him and then goes over to hug his daughter. And honestly, whether it's Kanfu or Hutong, both of them are ridiculously smitten with Chin. They kick me, step on my face, and ignore me. Do they think their daddy is a toy or something? This is so unfair. I'm your dog too. Ugh. Chin sighs the moment Duang buries his face against his neck. He keeps muttering that the puppies are misbehaving. When he can't get the better of Chin, he takes it out on the dogs. Sigh. Seriously. My granddaughters, my goodness, they're just too adorable. Kanfu, Hutong, come here. Grandpa has freeze-dried yogurt for you. Don't spoil the granddaughters too much, you two. I'll come pick them up. Duang wipes the sweat from his forehead. Just looking at his parents is enough to stress him out. Are they ever going to stop giving the granddaughters the treats they secretly bought for them? At this point, their house has basically turned into a dog park with dog toys everywhere. They even have this ridiculously luxurious bed for Kanfu and Hutong. Then, late at night, they put the granddaughters to bed and they all sleep crammed together, 4 of them in a single bed. They sure do have a happy retirement. You can pick them up next month, Duang. Let me kiss them to my heart's content first. Chin, get plenty of rest. Okay, sweetheart? Mom loves you so much. I don't love Duang one bit. I love you more than anyone else in the world. You two get some rest, too. If they get rowdy, just have them sleep outside. They aren't noisy. They can sleep with us, dear. We love our little granddaughters so much. Duang makes a face at his mom after she plants a loud kiss on Chin's cheek. As for Chin, every time he's with Duang's parents, he turns into a baby. Chin isn't very good with older people. It's as if he never knows when to step in or how to start a conversation. Well, actually, Chin doesn't want to socialize with anyone at all. But this is his partner's family. Duang has always seen how hard Chin tries to start conversations. Of course, Duang's parents have also always seen his efforts, and they absolutely adore him for it. Everyone understands Chin's nature. No one has ever questioned or criticized him for being the way he is. Because we love Chin. We love Chin exactly as he is. Watch your back while you play, Grandpa. I warned you. Go on, get out of here, Duang. This is family time. His dad waves him away, but not before putting an arm around his son-in-law's shoulders. By the time Duang and Chin finally leave the house, nearly 30 minutes have passed. At first they thought they'd just drop off the girls and go out on a date, but they ended up staying quite a while. Hutong ran after you a moment ago, Chin says. That girl has been really attached to me lately. I'm seriously confused. That's because you're always playing with her. I can't carry her for very long. Hudong is really heavy. No, don't say that where she can hear you. She knows how to give a hateful look, you know? She doesn't even feel like a dog, more like a little girl. Duang wraps an arm around Chin's waist to help him get into the car, making sure to open the door for him. He's always done that. It's second nature to him, and he'll keep doing it forever. At first I wondered if Kanfu would feel left out. I was afraid everyone would pay too much attention to the baby. But she's such a good big sister. Duang smiles slightly, listening to Chin talk non-stop about the puppies. Besides music, dogs are the only thing that gets Chin to talk more with other people. Happy now, huh? Yeah. See? Happy wife, happy life. The big man, who's offering to drive today, shrugs, and to Chin, it's an extremely annoying shrug. So, are we really going to see a horror movie? Yeah. That way I can scream and hide behind you. Okay, sure. Chin says with a slight shake of his head and a smile. Lately, Duang has been screaming a lot. Probably because Hudong loves it when he does. Meanwhile, Kanfu is more attached to Chin. When Chin works, she lies down at his feet, as if silently saying, I'm quiet, see? I'm not bothering you. Just let me touch you a little. Something like that. After raising 2 dogs, Chin realizes that every dog has a completely different personality. Even dogs of the same breed can be polar opposites. Most Chow Chows are calm, composed, and independent. But Hudong? She's full of energy, hops around like a rabbit, climbs everywhere, and has no sense of her own strength. She loves to roughhouse with Duang. Just the other day, Pei came over to play, and the two of them ended up completely exhausted. Chin had never seen Duang's friend raise his paw to call a timeout. Kanfu, on the other hand, behaved herself. She played for a while, and then retired to chew on her squiddy. What Chin loves most about having a second dog is that it lets him see new sides of his first dog. Kanfu shows him so many adorable traits. She really understands everything. Chin can't help but wonder what the two of them talk about late at night. Every time he checks the security camera, they're always lying there with their heads together. What a long face. You miss the girls, don't you? How adorable. Duang jokes, ruffling Chin's hair as he sits in the passenger seat with a dazed expression. They're practically glued together now. I don't think I can go anywhere far anymore. I want to take the girls everywhere with me. That's the life of a dog mom. Dog dad. Whoever's getting their nipples sucked is the mom. Ouch. Chin, you pinch me again. Duang pretends to complain. It doesn't hurt at all, but he's exaggerating in case Chin decides to comfort him. You deserved it. So, can you stand to miss the girls? We can reschedule if you want. Anything is fine with me. We're not rescheduling. It's happening today. Chin's firm reply makes Duang's heart race like an inexperienced teenager's. Just the thought of Chin lying on the tattoo table later sends Duang's mind into a frenzy. Yes, you have a one-on-one tattoo appointment today. All right then. Get ready. Duang wonders if he'll end up paying Mind 500 baht to delete the security footage again. Well, it's worth a try, isn't it? Tongue sticking out. Chin has been to the shop before, but he's never actually gotten on the tattoo table. Duang has been refusing to tattoo him for over half a year since he opened the shop with his close friend. Duang said he wanted his hand to be steady enough before tattooing Chin. Give me a second to get everything ready. You can sit down and relax, okay? The shop has gotten a lot bigger. Pei just hired 2 more artists. You already told me that. But yeah, it really has grown. Chin looks around. Seeing Duang's dreams take shape like this gives him a warm feeling. It's like watching Duang climb one mountain after another, each one he wants to conquer. Chin is always there to support him, no matter what Duang wants to do or who he wants to become. It's the same way Duang has always supported Chin unconditionally. Are you still hot? Once you take off your shirt, you might get cold, Duang says. There's no need to turn up the air conditioning. It's fine like this. Duang is about to ask if the size of the tattoo he's printing for placement looks okay when he freezes. That fair skin. I can't handle this. Those beautiful shoulders. Those collarbones. The silver Cartier necklace with the pendant resting on his chest. To Duang, Chin has always been a work of art. Sometimes he's like a painting, other times like a photograph, and occasionally even like a sculpture. The light from the lamp in the corner casts a glow on Chin that seems half real, half dream. Duang can't help but put down what he's doing and take Chin's face in his hands to kiss him. The spontaneous kiss takes place right next to the tattoo table, The only sound Duang can hear is the rapid beating of his own heart, as if a switch had been turned up to full volume. His rough thumb brushes against Qin's soft cheek, adjusting their angles for a deeper kiss. Their tongues entwine, and the wet sounds of their shared emotions make Duang's whole body grow hot. At this rate, I'm not going to get any tattooing done. Really? Duang whispers against Qin's lips, pulling away reluctantly when Qin ends the kiss. Behave yourself, Qin says, pointing a finger at Duang as if scolding a mischievous puppy. I've always behaved myself. I can even behave myself on the tattoo table. You're a pervert, says Qin, using his foot to nudge the larger man back to his work. It takes them another 20 minutes to finalize the placement and size of the tattoo. In the end, Qin ends up lying face down on the table so Duang can work more comfortably. From this angle, you look so damn sexy. Duang. Okay, I'll shut up. Duang shakes his head to clear his thoughts. He needs to focus on the task at hand. It's not just about tattooing Qin. He's meticulous with every client. He pays attention to every detail, so much so that payoff and says he might have to work until 2 a.m. if he keeps this up. Well, if the client doesn't mind, Duang is fine with it too. He just wants the work to be perfect. Duang puts on his gloves, double-checks the tattoo machine, the ink trays, and all the other tools one last time before he starts. If it gets too painful, let me know, okay? I'll give you a break. Okay. Promise me, Qin. Duang leans in to meet Qin's gaze. Once he's certain Qin would speak up if necessary, he gives him a light kiss on the cheek before turning on the tattoo machine. Why did you choose this design? May I ask? Qin gives a slight smile. Duang doesn't just ask with words. He also presses a kiss on Qin's shoulder. The sting of the tiny needles repeatedly piercing his skin is bothersome and, oddly enough, pleasant. For Qin, every tattoo is memorable, whether it's the first one they got on a whim or this one, which excites him because Duang is doing it for him personally. Because without Duang, Qin would never have discovered the beautiful garden within himself. Because someone made flowers bloom inside me. Is that a declaration of love without the word love? I love you. The quiet confession falters slightly at the end, probably because the tattoo needle has just brushed against a sensitive spot, leaving Qin's pale skin reddened. Duang's heart aches, but he can't rush. Qin's camellia tattoo is intricate, and Duang doesn't want to miss a single detail. He wants to do his best for Qin. He wants to do his best for himself. Even though it's not finished yet, just the fact that they designed it together has already made Duang fall in love with it. He's sure this will be his favorite tattoo he's ever done for someone. Now I'm going to move over to your side, Qin. Hang in there. Qin nods, moved by the I love you, Qin. I love you more, that Duang whispers in his ear. So that's why Duang said the session would take time, for moments like this. He keeps comforting me while he tattoos me. This is definitely going to take a while. Does it hurt? I can handle it. Hey, I'm really nervous, you know. If it hurts too much, I'll ask for a kiss. So can you hurt yourself now? I'm ready to take off my gloves. Duang laughs, trying to lighten the mood. The last time Qin faced a tattoo needle was during their first year together. Honestly, Duang never thought Qin would get another tattoo. He doesn't even have pierced ears. He rarely wears jewelry, and his clothing choices are always unique. But here he is, choosing a tattoo in a spot that only a husband like Duang will ever see. Just thinking about it makes Duang rub his face nervously. All right, let's take a halftime break. You've bitten your lip until it's all red. Only halfway. Are you giving up already? Qin shakes his head vigorously. It hurts. A lot, especially around the waist. But he wants to finish it today. He's eager to see how the flowers will look on his body. Once it heals, can I kiss from the petals all the way down to the stem? Duang's question makes Qin pause. They look into each other's eyes in the dim light, since Duang has turned off the bright tattoo lamp to give his eyes a rest. He hands him a cup of hot tea. This tattoo parlor really does have excellent service. Should he let him do this or not? Consider this a deposit. The tattoo artist's breath catches as his client wraps an arm around his neck for an incredibly sensual kiss. If the tattoo turns out perfect, I might give you more than just a kiss. Sigh. How could I ever escape from you, Mr. Charat? Chapter 9. Let's go to the hospital. No. Duang lifts Qin out of bed, but the patient puts up a ridiculous fight. In the end, Duang has to let Qin curl back up in the blanket as if it were his cocoon. When Duang gets sick, Chin practically drags him to the hospital by the collar. But when he's the one who's sick, why does he get so stubborn? Sigh. This husband really wants to cry. Honey, you're burning up. Come on, let's go. I wiped you down, but your fever still hasn't gone down. The medicine hasn't kicked in yet. Chin, don't argue with me. Come here. I'll carry you. No. Damn. What is this? An adult acting like a toddler. TT, let's go to the hospital. I'll buy you a new shirt, the turquoise one you said you wanted, okay? I don't want it anymore. The large man, dressed in comfortable loungewear, presses his hand against his temple. Lately, aside from being broke, it really doesn't seem like Chin wants anything. Young Master Kongsawat Pakdi already has it all. After all, a house, a car, a husband, and 2 daughters. So what is Duang supposed to do now? He can't think of anything. The truth is, in all the years they've been together, Chin has never been seriously ill. The only time he was hospitalized was when he broke his arm. This time he probably caught a cold from someone, because a couple of days ago he went to a celebration for the new album of a band he produced, and it was a huge success. Even though he only stopped by for a second to congratulate them, he still caught it. I'm worried sick. My heart aches. I don't want to go. Chin replies in a dry, hoarse voice. He sounds half asleep, but he forces himself to answer anyway. Duang runs a hand over him. His body is so hot that Duang thinks that as soon as Chin falls asleep, he'll carry him to the car, whether he likes it or not. That's what a life partner does. Sometimes Duang has to make decisions for Chin when things get out of hand. He can't stand seeing Chin like this. He's been lying there burning with fever since this morning. If I go, I won't be able to see the fish. Grown-ups always lie. Then the voice Duang loves to hear the most falls silent, leaving him alone with a mystery that causes a sharp pain in his chest, because he can piece together enough clues to understand. They've been together for 8 years and have never had a serious fight. On the days when Chin turns into boiling water, Duang becomes cold water and pours himself into Chin's glass until their temperatures even out again. Of course, Duang has his days too, days when he becomes short-tempered, impatient, and unwilling to listen to anyone. His full lips press together as he smooths the hair of the man who has fallen asleep from the fever. Duang had already loaded all the important things into the car a while ago. As for his 2 daughters, he also called their grandparents to come pick them up. Now all that's left is to carry Chin to the car. He just hopes Chin won't get angry when he wakes up and realizes that Duang took the liberty of taking him to the hospital. This is our fault. Don't blame yourself too much, okay? Duang nods and gives Chin's mother a faint smile as she gently squeezes his shoulder. They talked about all sorts of things while they waited for Chin to wake up. Chin's father is currently abroad on business. By the time he returns, Chin will probably have already been discharged from the hospital. They say we all have a little child inside us. The little child who fell down and had to get up on his own. The little child who never understood why they had to take away his old, worn-out blanket to wash it. The little child who was loved only to the extent that people knew how to love. The little boy who was left behind with questions that have lingered in his heart to this day. Even if I make excuses and say it was my first time being a mother, that doesn't make things any better. That's why we've always been so grateful to you for taking such good care of Chin. You understand, don't you, sweetheart? And when I say taking care of him, I mean this too. Chin's mother points to the left side of her chest, and Duang understands very well that every family has its own way of showing love. No one goes through life without making mistakes. What matters is whether, the moment you realize you've made a mistake, you repeat the same mistake or fix it in time. So when Chin grew up, his dad and I decided that if he ever got sick, we'd have to drop everything and be right here, so that when he opened his eyes, we'd be the first people he saw and he wouldn't ever feel unimportant again. Sometimes we forgot he was just a kid. Even if he didn't say what he needed, we still had to show him that we'd stay right here for him until he felt safe enough to tell us. Duang's eyes burn with tears. Now he truly understands why Chin always thanks him for making him feel safe enough to tell him so many things. Duang honestly doesn't know how he could love Chin any more than he already does. In Duang's eyes, Chin has never seemed broken. Not because Duang pretends not to see those small cracks of pain, but because he believes they can heal them together. They can always tend to those wounds together. But today he understands that they will never truly disappear. They turn into scars, the kind you often forget are even there, until one day an invisible hand brushes against them, and the old sting returns. Duang. They both turn toward the hospital bed almost at the same time. Duang thinks that Qin's mother must be suffering too, knowing that the first person her son calls isn't her. But that's just how it is. Everyone here has long since accepted that Qin has made Duang his whole world. Are you feeling better? Does your head still hurt? A little, Qin replies softly. It feels as if there were 100 razor blades in his throat. Let me see, my stubborn boy. You've got a little color back in your cheeks, haven't you? Mom, I'm not stubborn. If Duang hadn't carried you all the way here, you wouldn't have come. I know it. Duang lets mother and son talk while he presses the button to call the nurse. Even though Qin doesn't say it, Duang can tell he's quite happy that his mother is here. Dad couldn't come, sweetie. Even if he flew back, he wouldn't make it in time. If you're upset, you can tell me. I'll talk to him for you. I'm not mad. I'm not that sick. Yes, you are that sick. It's the flu, you know. Qin doesn't answer, but the look on his face shows he's frustrated by being sick. Dressed in a hospital gown, he lets his mother stroke and pamper him as much as she wants. Just as he's about to ask a question, the nurse walks in to take his temperature and check all the tubes and IVs in his arm. Qin has never liked hospitals. That's why he's always taken such good care of his health. And even though he loves to scold Duang for not going to the doctor when he's sick, when it comes to himself, if he can be stubborn, he will be. Qin has never had a single good memory here. Will the two of you be okay on your own? Or do you need another adult to stay the night? Can I help out? Mom, just go home. You'll catch it. If you two want some time alone, just say so. I understand. I'm an adult. Duang stifles a laugh, watching Qin argue with his mother over every little thing. He's probably in a bad mood because he has to stay in the hospital. Once everyone leaves, Duang will probably have to spend a lot of time convincing him. It's okay. I'm always happy to do this for you. I'd gladly do anything, no matter the cost, without expecting anything in return. Don't take off your mask. I'm not going to catch it. Even so, don't take it off, says Qin. The hospital bed looks much narrower tonight. 2 grown men are crammed onto it. If a nurse comes in, they're definitely going to get scolded. But it can't be helped. Duang wants to spoil Qin. He wants to make up for what that little boy went through before he got here. To Duang, Qin is the strongest person in the world. Even if that strength comes from necessity, there's nothing about Qin that Duang sees as strange or wrong. He's just a normal person who's been through some growing pains. Duang wants Qin to know that it's okay to make mistakes, stumble, and fall, and always start over. Duang will never let Qin go through feelings like this alone. Never. How come you're still handsome, even when you're sick? Don't say that. I looked in the mirror. I don't even have any color in my face. You already have a little on your cheeks. Duang lightly touches the tip of Qin's nose with a finger. Lying on his side like this, looking at the patient face to face, only makes him want to love him more, as much as it's possible to love someone. No one in the world deserves Duang's love more than Qin. When I was little, I once cut my chin. Really? Seriously. I was playing with Funan, climbing up the kitchen counter. I think we were pretending to be soldiers or something. Their hands are loosely clasped, and Duang keeps rubbing the back of Qin's hand, just like he always does. What did you play when you were little, honey? Something by myself. Hara. Qin. No, I mean drawing, building blocks, toys. What kind of things? Probably Lego, mostly. How little are we talking about? So let's go in order. What did you play in kindergarten? How am I supposed to remember that? Come on. Duang really wants to nibble on Qin's cheek. Too bad he's been told not to take off his mask. He doesn't know how many more days Qin will have to stay in the hospital, but Duang can stay. I can stay anywhere, as long as Qin is there. Really. In kindergarten, I probably liked playing with dolls. Did you give them voices? I always did. Mostly in my head. God, why are you so easy to tease? The listener's heart aches deeply, slowly untangling the knots inside Qin, bit by bit. With Qin, Duang has to be very patient. Every time Qin feels safe, it's always him who opens up. In elementary school, I was obsessed with those handheld games, computer games, stuff like that. But Funan was so spoiled. He never let me play. I'd play until I got bored of them. That's what happens with only children. How could you possibly understand what it's like to wait for your older brother to finish using the computer? If I had a brother or sister, we'd probably hate each other. The big man in the bright yellow t-shirt bursts out laughing and leans over to ruffle Chin's hair. Chin is lying next to Duang on the pillow, looking at him affectionately. When you were little, what did you want more, a younger brother or a dog? A dog. And then when you grew up, how many dogs did you get? 3. Your husband isn't a dog. He's pretty close. Chin gently touches Duang, slowly tracing a finger over his beautiful eyebrows above those beautiful eyes, then down the bridge of his nose to the point between his nose and lips. Chin likes Duang's skin, soft and smooth like a peach. Sometimes he also likes the warmth of it. But at the end of the day, Chin still can't decide what he likes most about Duang. Maybe he likes everything. I really hate hospitals. He likes everything about this person. But this place feels so much less lonely with you here. Chin. Thank you, Duang. That, thank you, is enough to bring tears to Duang's eyes. He really wants to hug Chin, but those 4 lines and medical tubes are in the way. If he could, Duang would take every bit of that pain upon himself instead. He wishes Chin's pain threshold were a little lower, so he wouldn't have to endure so much all the time. Duang wants Chin to bear only what he can bear. How long did it take Chin to finally find the courage to say no and extricate himself from situations he didn't want to be in? The more Duang thinks about it, the more he wishes they had met sooner. He wishes he had met Chin sooner. He doesn't want to waste a single second without loving Chin. The firstborn gets sick a lot. That's what I heard most often when I was little. If I had a choice, I wouldn't want to get sick either. I hated that cold feeling when I woke up and no one was there. Even if the hospital room was huge, even if I didn't have to share it with anyone, even if there were piles of toys waiting to cheer me up and help me get better faster, when I was still a child, the only thing I really wanted was for Mom and Dad to hold me. Duang presses his hand against Chin's cheek and begins to cry because he can't bear the weight of this feeling. Once, Chin told Duang that strong people are those who allow themselves to feel. The reason Chin was able to teach him that was because Chin had once comforted himself with the idea that being strong meant feeling nothing, but he was wrong. Strong people are those who allow themselves to feel everything. Strong people are brave enough to face their wounds, but they don't let those wounds keep hurting them. Please don't destroy yourself just because you hate these wounds that will one day turn into scars. I got sick like that once in elementary school, too. Mom and Dad promised that if I went to the hospital, they'd take me to see some fish. I was probably really into aquariums back then, but when I finally agreed to go, not only did I wake up to find no one there except the babysitter, they'd also forgotten their promise. It's a smile with a bitter aftertaste. So bitter that Duang has to cover his face and cry. Compared to that, Duang's childhood was much more fun. Sure, he fought with his older brother practically every other day. Even with just 2 toys, they'd still fight over them all day long. But in the end, he and Funan were never left behind. They would go to sleep with their mother reading them stories every night, weaving little lessons on how to be a gentleman into the fun tales. Their father would take them to swimming lessons and toss them into the adult pool, saying it was the shortcut for the brave. Duang grew up that way, running around and scraping his knees, but every time, his older brother would run back to help him up. The moment he realizes that Chin never had anyone, the pain hits Duang so hard that he collapses, sobbing. The pain of the person they love becomes their own once they realize it's no longer just one person's happiness or sadness. It is no longer just something that one person has to bear. Duang will never let that happen again. Whatever might leave a scar on Chin's heart, Duang will do everything in his power to make sure it never happens again. Even if he can't erase Chin's scars, Duang will make sure Chin knows he's still himself. That he is beautiful even with scars. That he is worthy of love even with the broken pieces inside him. Why are you crying? Chin wipes away Duang's tears, then lets go of the knot of emotions as if it were a balloon. It floats away from the palm that has held it for decades. It's funny, in a way, that it's always the same person who makes Chin willing to let go of those balloons, one after another, just to have room to reach out and hold Duang's hand like this. I'm angry at myself. Why, huh? Because I met you too late, Chin. Chin laughs through his tears. What? If you'd met me in elementary school, would you have loved me back then too? Of course. When I love someone, I love them with all my heart. I believe you. In the end, they cry, but not because they're sad. It's because they're happy. Thank you for loving me, Duang. Thank you so much. They're so happy to have finally found each other. On the long bench, there are only the two of them and the beluga whale. It glides through the blue water. Chin likes how its white body stands out against the background. It's a little enviable, like a cloud that could float anywhere. But, on the other hand, it's also a pity that it's trapped here. You look worried. Isn't this what you expected? Oh, come on. I wanted to impress you. This is the aquarium right next to the harbor, you know? I feel sorry for her. She's trapped in here. Oh, honey. Duang ruffles his boyfriend's hair. From a dream come true to a tragedy. That fast? Right now, they're at the Nagoya Port Public Aquarium. There are several types of whales here, and Duang definitely can't call them fish, or Chin will get offended. Duang did that once before and was corrected on the spot. Whales aren't fish, they're mammals. In addition to Jetana, the walking encyclopedia, we also have Chin, the little marine life lover. At first, Duang asked him if he wanted to go to the zoo. Chin said he didn't like zoos because they smelled, and he hardly ever went as a kid. He only wanted dogs. And why? Because once he wanted to have a whale as a pet. And you can't exactly put one in a fishbowl. Thank God that was impossible. Otherwise, it would have been a total disaster. Here, sweetie, take a break and have a drink of water first. Duang stifles a laugh when Chin shoots him a look the moment he calls him that. A pale hand takes the bottle of grape juice Duang pulls from the vending machine and drinks from it. They returned to Nagoya yesterday afternoon. The two spent the rest of the day feeding coins into capsule machines until nightfall, then moved on to the claw machines. Chin kept trying to win stuffed animals for Duang until they were almost out of money. Chin loves every moment of his life that he gets to spend with Duang. And as soon as he thinks that, he leans in and plants a quick kiss on the other man's cheek with a loud smack. Hey, don't get all cocky now. When you do things like that for me, it's not a small thing, you know? Thanks for bringing me out here to see the fish. You're so cute, damn it. I want to bring you here every month. Let me save up first, okay? Are you broke already? You didn't have to buy business class tickets. You bought me a business class ticket to fly to tattoo school back then. Now that I'm making money, let me pay you back a little. For the business class ticket? For the bussy you've given me. Chin raises his fist toward Duang, who puts on the most punchable face imaginable. Pervert. You took care of it. I just went with the flow. Dressed in denim overalls and a t-shirt, Duang raises his film camera and takes a picture of Chin. He specifically brought a rangefinder camera because not all of the compact cameras he owns allow him to turn off the flash. The aquariums are pitch black, and although a rangefinder film camera is heavy, the photos come out incredibly sharp and beautiful. Maybe I should make a photo book of the #1 uke and sell it. Would I even get 10 customers? Never mind. Let me just make one to worship Chin. No. Give me a thumbs up, Chin. That member of the staff is feeding the fish right now. Hurry up, cheer them on. Chin, peace sign then. Let's go, Duang says, trying to talk his way out of it. They say goodbye to the beluga whale and move on to the other areas. This place is full of kids, and Chin looks like he's fighting the urge to kick someone's kid across the room every time one runs wild and bumps into him, and Duang feels sorry for him. Sure, he loves fish, but not kids. As soon as he hears a child crying, he turns to look with a murderous glare. That's my guy? They walk hand in hand, looking at this and that, until it's time for the dolphin show that Chin has been waiting for ever since the staff handed out flyers at the entrance. Although he grumbles that it's animal exploitation, once he sits there watching alongside a crowd of kindergarten and elementary school kids, he fits right in from Duang's perspective. Open your mouth, Chin. Blink, too. Wait, it's about to jump. Duang looks at Chin's hand, which is tapping his thigh, telling him to stop feeding him shaved ice for a second because the huge dolphin is about to jump through the hoop hanging high above the water. Damn, that's really high. Will it actually make it? So good. Duang hears Chin murmur as he opens his mouth and bites into the shaved ice that Duang already has near his lips. He has completely turned into a little kid. See, that's why they say that no matter how old we get, we can still be like children. We all have an inner child that wants to be hugged. Did you know that the pool for the show here is the biggest in Japan? Really? What else? Why doesn't the beluga have a show too? Maybe she's just good at screaming. Chin says after thinking for a second, with a perfectly serious face. Hey, then it's just like me. You're more like a dog. Hey, I miss our daughters. Our daughters are with their grandparents. By now, they've probably eaten way too many snacks. By the way, is a dolphin a fish? Duang quickly changes the subject, getting his little marine life enthusiast to talk about something he likes again. No, they aren't. Dolphins are mammals, like whales. They even have nipples. Looks like we're going to spend the whole day talking about fish today. But if you're happy, I'm happy too. Today starts with them sleeping so soundly that they don't wake up until 11. Duang really wants to know what kind of bedding this hotel uses, because both he and Chin are sleeping like logs. You have something in your mouth. They're eating on a jirai because they don't want to waste time looking for a random restaurant. Duang smiles and thanks Chin for wiping his mouth. Now that he thinks about it, maybe they slept so soundly because they walked around the aquarium until it closed yesterday. In just a few more years, they'll both be 30. Is this the first sign of getting old? When we came to Japan together, we could still walk around until midnight. Now, at 8 o'clock at night, the two of us are dragging ourselves back to the hotel. TT, do you think we're getting old already? Kim says that the moment you start getting acid reflux is when you're officially getting old. I don't want to grow old. I want to stay cheerful for a long time. You can still be cheerful even when you're old. You'll always be the joy of my life. Duang's eyes widen as he clutches his chest. What is this? Wasn't that moment a little while ago supposed to be from a romantic movie or something? How can he be so cute? What kind of older person do you want to be, honey? Duang likes this. He likes being able to talk to Chin about anything. He likes that their conversations never end. Duang loves everything about them, so much so that it sometimes upsets him, because he's afraid they won't have enough time left to do all the fun things together. Not a boomer type, Chin replies. Oh my God, watch your language. Chin shrugs. These days he speaks so softly to Duang, in a tone that only Duang picks up on. With everyone else, it's a different story. Chin admits he has a double standard. That is, there's the normal standard, and then there's the Duang standard. I want to be the kind of older person who isn't a burden to anyone in any way. That answer is so you. Duang squeezes Chin's hand tighter as they continue walking after finishing breakfast. Their destination is a vintage shopping district, and Duang has been looking forward to it so much that he even packs an extra-large cloth bag in his backpack. Duang loves secondhand clothes with all his heart. How much does he love them? So much so that Chin once complained to Jetana that if Duang had to choose between a Dior bag from the official store and one from a secondhand shop, Duang would choose the secondhand one. God, Chin knows me way too well. Let me use your film camera for a bit. Sure. Duang pulls the Conta T2 out of his pocket. You've already taken so many photos of me. Today, let me take some of you too. Duang stops and squirms because Chin is being too cute. What nobody knows is that Chin is actually really good with film cameras. Now I get it when people say that couples pass certain skills down to each other. Nah, I'm just being silly. Duang still can't figure out the music software on Chin's computer, and he still can't play a single guitar song to flirt with him, even after practicing in secret with Funan. All he got was an hour of free teasing. Funan loves to tease me. How many pieces of clothing am I allowed to buy today? Just enough to fill that cloth bag you brought along in secret. Kin, the fair-skinned man shoots his boyfriend a look, as if warning him not to buy anything unnecessary, even if it's secondhand. They keep walking together until they reach the subway. Chin leans against Duang's chest while Duang types on his phone, replying to messages from Pei about the tattoo shop. It seems the tattoo artist who's leaving work to take his boyfriend to Nagoya is already being called. That's what happens when you're a tattoo artist with a packed schedule. I'm so proud of Duang. I'm so proud of him because he always does well on the path he chooses for himself. Honey, you know what? I think Pei and Mind are secretly seeing each other. You just noticed? What? How do you know? Pei told me. Why does everyone tell you everything? I see them every day. He never said a word to me. Chin pats Duang on the head, feeling helpless. He doesn't really know how to comfort him, and he doesn't know why everyone feels the need to tell Chin things he hasn't even asked about. It's kind of funny. I mean, we already talked about how there shouldn't be romance at work. If they break up and Mind quits, everything will come crashing down like dominoes. They're adults. They should know how to separate their personal lives from work. Pei is like a baby. What part of him is an adult? Every time I see him in a relationship, it's toxic as hell. Duang now really gets the idea that maybe someone can be a good friend, but not a good partner. He doesn't even know if the problem is Pei or Pei's partners. Every person he chooses ends up being someone who can't get along with him. Well, it works the other way around, too. So why do you keep trying to mix oil and water? It's raining. Really? Duang looks around. They've just gotten off the subway and are walking the rest of the way to the popular shopping district. Just then, Duang reaches for the cloth bag he brought, planning to throw it over Chin's head as a quick shield against the rain. But before he can, the sound of an umbrella opening cuts through the footsteps of people rushing to find shelter before getting wet. The pale sunlight glints off Chin's eyes, making him so beautiful that Duang can't take his eyes off his face. Every feature looks as if a painter had carefully designed it. Duang bites his lip without realizing it because his heart keeps beating faster. Chin, who hates carrying a lot of stuff, actually brought an umbrella in his bag. The weather forecast here is pretty accurate, Chin says, then tilts the umbrella toward Duang as if he doesn't want a single drop of rain to touch him. Chin tilts his head slightly as well, as if he doesn't understand why Duang is looking at him like that and saying nothing. Chin, why do you have an umbrella? Because you put all my stuff in your own bag. So I put the things I thought you probably wouldn't have, but that were still important, in my own bag. Duang gets emotional again. Right now, all he can do is try with all his might not to cry, but Chin can probably tell anyway, because Duang feels Chin's hand slide closer and squeeze his. Although their legs keep moving forward and they both get a little wet because the umbrella isn't big enough to fully shield them from the falling rain. It's enough. We came here ready to love each other, didn't we? Says Chin. Duang nods slightly in response. I'm going to love you and take good care of you. Thank you, really, for bringing me here to see the fish, Chin continues. Then, Duang nods again and presses a kiss to the temple of the person beside him. And Duang knows that Chin knows better than anyone, that Duang will also love and take very, very good care of him. Chapter 10. Duang puts the Derek dog doll in his backpack, then adds a cap in case the sun outside is too strong. This journey may be full of difficulties, but Duang will never turn around and come back here. Duang looks at himself in the mirror once more. Today is the last day he'll be 29. He can't believe he's actually doing this. Now that he thinks about it, he's never had thoughts like this before. But when someone's heart is gone, no matter what you do, things can never go back to the way they were. That's right. And Duang is a dog about to run away from his owner. Duang will never bow down to the number one uke again. Sad face. 3 days earlier. Honey, do you want steak tonight? My schedule is really light today, so I can go buy some fresh ingredients and cook for you. Duang says cheerfully over the phone. In his mind, he's already picturing the two of them opening a nice bottle of wine and drinking together. On a Friday like this, what else could they do but be sweet to each other? Now that he's approaching 30, Duang finally understands that happiness doesn't have to be something grand. These days, just waking up and seeing Chin yawn and stretch like a cat is enough to make his whole day cheerful. Probably not tonight. How about we wake up and make pancakes tomorrow morning instead? The man cleaning the tattoo table looks puzzled. But if he remembers correctly, Chin doesn't have work tonight. An urgent job came up. I'm really sorry. It's totally fine, honey. It's nothing. What time are you coming home? Probably late. I can't say for sure, but I'll hurry. Okay, no problem. I'll wait for you on the couch with the girls, and we'll watch a movie. If it gets past 10, go to sleep in your room like you're supposed to. Otherwise, you'll complain again that your back hurts. As soon as you say things like that, I know that I'm old. Duang grumbles, patting his shoulder. They chat a little longer, and then Chin hangs up because someone has come to pick him up. Duang can hear it clearly through the phone. Today he's wearing a white tank top under a dark plaid shirt. He stretches lazily as he wonders what kind of work Chin is doing and why he has to come home so late. Past 10? That late. What's up, man? Ready to go home? I was about to, but Chin said he'll be late. Who are you having dinner with? Who are you having dinner with? Idiot. Pei dodges his best friend's kick. Why does he look so down? He's almost 30, and just because his boyfriend can't come home for dinner due to work, he's pouting like a child. I'm going to eat alone, you idiot. If you're leaving too, wait a second. I have a tiny tattoo on my wrist. Can you do it in an hour? Easy. It's tiny. Duang nods when his friend gestures to show the size. Then he heads to the staff room, which they share with the other tattoo artists. It's been 5 years since they opened the tattoo shop. Of course, once the cafe downstairs went out of business, they took over the space right away. That's when everything got chaotic. They had to become makeshift interior designers because neither he nor Pei trusted anyone else to decorate the place. That's just how art school kids are. They probably believe more in their own taste than in God. P. Duang. Oh, what's up, Ter? Do you need anything? Duang turns to look at Ter, who took Mine's place 3 years ago. Yeah, sure, that didn't work out. Pei and Mine's ship sank like the Titanic. But Duang doesn't blame Pei for that. Who can ever win against love? He warned him it would ruin the work, and what happened? He ruined it. He still remembers how he and the other tattoo artists scrambled to find someone to replace Mind after she quit. And since then, Pei hasn't really dated anyone. He is now happily single, and will be Kanfu and Hutang's godfather for the rest of his life, just as he wished. Chin sent some snacks for you. Huh? Thanks. Have you eaten yet? If you're hungry, you can have some. Duang takes the bag from Ter lately. He's been crazy about savory bread. And Chin bought him so much this time. Oh, Chin already left a note saying which ones belong to whom. Thank you so much, Duang. It's okay. Hang in there. Work has been pretty heavy lately. Thanks. Duang gives the younger man a thumbs up before opening one of the savory buns to take a quick bite. He's thinking that Chin is really very sweet. Whenever he's not there in person, he always sends little things to cheer him up. Duang actually does the same thing. But having someone like Chin, Duang's life is truly blessed. Oh, Duang, aren't you going home yet? Not yet. I'm waiting for Pei. Are you leaving? Yes, my daughter is waiting for me, says the shop's first female tattoo artist. Although the shop now has plenty of artists and tattooers from abroad who come in for collaborations, for Duang, when it comes to beautiful lines, no one beats Lucca. If you recall, the reason he and Pei hired Lucca back then was because they were the same age, thought alike, and, even though they graduated from different universities, they really clicked. They've worked together for 5 years, and everything has continued to go smoothly the whole time. Are 2-year-olds really a problem, Lucca? Oh, don't even get me started. I'm going crazy. Sometimes I want to strangle my own daughter, but what can I do? It's her first time living on her own, too. All I can do is take a deep breath and keep repeating my daughter is just like me. My daughter is just like me all day long. Damn, is it really that bad? So bad. When she throws a tantrum, she throws everything around. Whatever I teach her, she argues. She screams until she's practically about to throw up, and she still doesn't stop. Even when I ignore her and pretend not to see her, she keeps screaming like that. Duang clutches his chest. He always thought he'd live long enough to first help Pei raise a child, but after hearing this, he doesn't want anyone to have children. Raising dogs is nothing like raising a child, and his dogs are ridiculously well-behaved. Kanfu and Hudong are so obedient. They learn everything quickly. Every time they go to dog training school, the instructor praises them for being smart dogs. The girls have never been stubborn or wild enough to harm people, the house, or property. And yet you still have to drag yourself to work every day. That's right. I'm a mom. I'm strong. Lucca flexes her arm. But your daughter is really cute. Every time you bring her, she begs me to hold her. She likes good-looking guys. That explains it. The first time he met Chin, he went right up to him and hugged his leg. Duang shakes her head. Kids are like that. He's only 2 years old and already knows too much. He even knows exactly what his type is. And your boyfriend doesn't even like kids. I still remember Chin's face. But Chin patted Jumpoon on the head. It was hilarious. That was the most he gave her. My daughter really wanted your boyfriend to pick her up. Duang really likes Lucca's daughter's nickname. She knows that Jumpoon is the name of a flower. She once asked Lucca why she chose it, and Lucca said that her own mother's name is Jumpa, but naming her daughter Jumpy didn't sound nice to her, so she chose Jumpoon instead. Duang still remembers Chin's voice as he gently stroked the girl's head and murmured, Jumpoon, Jumpoon. Watching Chin with children is ridiculously cute, even though Chin doesn't like children at all. TT, I'm leaving. My daughter is waiting for me, and my husband keeps calling. Friday night, huh? Makes sense. The dark-haired man mutters that before waving goodbye. Yeah, even though it's Friday. What's this? Why aren't you at your own place on a Saturday? Can you not ask questions? Duang plops down on the couch. He's been to Jitana's condo near Udom Suk many times. Honestly, he's glad his friend has returned to Thailand. Maybe when people get close to 30, they just want to have their friends around. These are the only close friends Duang has. Where's your wife? I told you not to ask. You're definitely pouting. You're totally the bottom. Jatana sticks out her tongue and makes a face. That whiny, clingy personality of hers really is incurable. Probably only Chin thinks she's cute. Duang wants to kick him right off the couch. And how could you just abandon your two daughters like that? You're a terrible father. The girls are with Chin's parents, you idiot. Grandma and Grandpa never stop spoiling them. And Kanfu is getting older too, so they really want to. I get it. They want to spend a lot of time with her. Yeah, that's right. Chin sleeps hugging the girls every night. There's no room for me to squeeze in. Love rival, huh? Duang nods slightly, and then lets out a deep sigh. Jatana changes the channel with the remote, then turns to her best friend and asks again. Where's your wife? At work. Then why are you so down? You're a grown man. She went to work, okay? She didn't go see a lover. Don't say that. Duang covers his ears and whimpers. Did I hit a nerve? Wow. So your wife is now both husband and wife. You're an idiot. I'm seriously going to cry. Jatana laughs and ruffles her friend's hair roughly. Deep down, she really cares about the idiot. What kind of person keeps complaining about the same thing from 18 to 30? You've got to give you credit, Duang. Seriously. You've been together for almost 12 years, and you still don't trust Chin? If I were him, I'd be devastated. I always trust Chin. It's just that I don't trust other people. You know that a lot of people are after my man. Tell me too, my dear friend. I'm going to tell your wife. Duang stares at his friend. My wife went on a trip with friends, so go gossip somewhere else. I swear Chin didn't have a job, but he said he did. Listen, kid. Jatana grabs her best friend by both shoulders. Honestly, she taught him this back in their first year of dating, but whatever, people forget. Never question the uke. Repeat after me. Never question the uke. Duang repeats weakly. It's true. Chin went to work. Chin would never lie to me. The uke is always right. The uke is never wrong. Okay. Yes. Chin wouldn't lie to me. Why are you so fucking fast? Stop and wait for me. Want to grab a bite to eat? I'm at the same mall as you. Huh? But I'm at home. Duang, standing in front of the mirror shaving, frowns. What? Then who is Mr. Chin with? I saw it with my own eyes. Did Chin go to the mall? Pei's words make Duang put down his razor. We're at Mall X, you idiot. Are you even awake? I really am at home. And Chin didn't say anything about going to the mall. Shit. Wait, let me call you back in a second. But are you sure it was Chin? Of course I'm sure. How many people do you think have that kind of aura? There's only one. I've known Chin just as long as you have. There's no way it wasn't him. Duang grumbles under his breath before hanging up. He looks at himself in the mirror. Now he really understands why he looks so pitiful when he's down. Lately, I haven't understood Chin at all. Last night Chin also came home very late and fell asleep almost instantly, even though Duang had barely been able to hug and kiss him for a minute. Duang wants to know what this so-called job is, what company it's for, and why they're pressuring him so much. The thing beneath the left side of his chest is beating harder than ever as he calls out to his lover. Duang doesn't even know what he's afraid of. Maybe he's just terrified of losing Chin, so he worries about everything. So much so that he gets angry at himself for it. Chin, what are you doing? I just left the recording studio. What's up? Can't you find something? Duang runs his finger back and forth across the counter, nervously biting his lip. He's afraid that if he asks, he'll sound too clingy, but he doesn't get it. If Chin is going somewhere or doing something, why can't he just tell him straight up? Mom called and said she saw you at X Mall, so I got confused and called to ask you. Huh? I've been at True Blue the whole time. I haven't gone anywhere. Frank is coming back next month, so we have to hurry. I'll be done next week. I'm sorry I haven't been around much for you. It's okay, really. If you're tired, you should rest too, okay? I'll wait for you at home. Thanks. And Chin's voice grows hoarse, too faint for Duang to hear, as his thoughts drift off to some distant place. 12 years is a long time, but whenever someone asks Duang how things are going, what it's like to be with Chin, or if they're starting to get bored of each other, he always gives the same answer. Not at all. I've never been bored. His heart still races, and he continues to fall in love with Chin every time he smiles, laughs, or even accidentally does something silly and mutters to himself. Duang still finds himself smiling every time Chin opens up and tells him this or that. Not a single day in his 12 years has been boring for Duang. Not a single one. That name sounds familiar. Thu, that jerk. Wait, let me think. It's that guy, remember? The one who went to the same school as Chin. Pei nudges Jetana in the shoulder. Your memory is terrible, even though it's been more than 10 years. But Chin told me there was nothing going on there. I mean, that guy liked Chin, but Chin never felt anything for him. Yeah, you know that. So why are you hanging around here? Jetana frowns. The trio has a little get-together today, and it looks like the family drama isn't going to end anytime soon. Jetana even offered to ask Chin directly about Duang, but he kept hesitating. No, saying it would hurt Chin's feelings. God, they've been together for so long. Why can't they just talk about it? Because he seems better than me. Don't be crazy. You have to talk to him directly, Duang, says Pei, slapping his knee hard. How is this going to end? Duang and Chin aren't really going to break up, are they? Probably not. But if they did, how would the shippers survive? I already talked to him. Chin said he was working. So you're the one who's delusional here. You don't believe him, and then you come complaining to us about who knows what. You're not being nice to us, okay? You're only cute to your wife. Wait. Isn't your birthday coming up, Duang? Yeah, tomorrow. Pei and Jetana turned to look at each other, their eyes wide. Oh my gosh. And you still don't suspect a thing, Chiwin? She's probably planning your birthday surprise. Jetana snaps her fingers loudly. Sure. Case closed. Everyone can go home and sleep now. Really, Duang can hardly believe it. Even though they've been together for 12 years. They don't exchange birthday gifts as often anymore, because they've given each other so many things over the years that they've basically run out of ideas. They decide it's better to save the money, hoping that someday it will allow them to stay together in a nursing home. Yeah, we've actually planned that far ahead. What else could it be? Which bakery do they usually buy from? Call and ask, quick. Trust me, he definitely went to pick up your birthday present. I'd bet my life on it. Jetana pulls out her phone with complete confidence. A glimmer of hope is also beginning to take hold in Duang, that maybe things aren't quite as bad as all that. He's overthinking it, going round and round in circles, but deep down, Duang just doesn't want to lose Chin. If something is wrong in their relationship, Duang wants Chin to tell him directly. Like when Marvis saw Chin near Ari with someone named Thu, who's now an actor. If it were just a rumor, Duang wouldn't think much of it. But some observant netizens posted photos of the actor, and Chin just happened to be in them too. Duang, let me ask you something, and answer honestly. Sure. Are you afraid Chin is cheating on you or something? You know he would never do that. No way. I know. I just don't understand why he had to hide it. And if this is supposed to be a birthday surprise, what does that jerk have to do with any of this? Pei and Jetana nod in understanding. Duang is probably feeling all kinds of things right now. At this point, all they can do is wait for the bakery, the one Duang and Chin order from every year to eat birthday cake together, to answer the phone. Hi, this is Duang. Oh, haha. Yeah. I wanted to ask you something. Did Chin call to order a birthday cake for me? Jetana can barely breathe. The more she looks at her friend's face, the more her stomach churns. If this isn't a birthday surprise, then what the heck is it? Oh, he didn't? Thank you so much. And I'm sorry to bother you, too. Yeah, it's fine. Thanks again. What the hell is our Lord Chin hiding from everyone? Present. Chin opens the front door and immediately frowns because the house is so dark. Usually, if Duang is at the office, he leaves 1 or 2 lights on in the living room, waiting for Chin to come home. Chin's pale hand pushes open each door, one by one. He already knows Duang probably isn't home. But based on what they said that afternoon, Duang told him he was at Jetana's condo with Pei and that he'd be coming home to have dinner with him. Chin feels a little annoyed with himself for having turned Duang down 3 times. 3 whole times. He opens the bedroom door last. A single glance is enough to tell him he needs to call someone. Of course, it's not Duang. Where is he? Duang isn't here. I swear, he really isn't here, Mr. Chin. I didn't say who I was talking about, says Chin as he heads back into the living room to bring in the things he just took out of the car. I made Duang sad again, didn't I? But if I tell him, how can it still be a surprise? Ugh, this is so hard. Chin just wants to make Duang's birthday extra special this year, because he's afraid Duang will get bored of being with someone as dull as him. Chin's world had always been black, white, and gray, until Duang came along. He doesn't want to lose those beautiful colors, which is why he spent months trying to figure out what kind of surprise to give him. How did it turn out like this? Did he really run away from home because of that? Tell Duang I'm coming to pick him up? and tell him to follow the first rule of our agreement too. Chin is referring to the agreement they made. No matter how badly they fight or hurt each other, it must be over in a day. They won't turn their backs on each other. They'll talk about everything. And Chin knows for sure that Duang is pressing his ear to the phone, listening. Duang isn't here, Mr. Chin. But just in case you forget, it's Udam Suk Soy 12. But seriously, he's not here. Come pick him up right now, Mr. Chin. Now. Okay. But there's definitely no Chiwin Thumapa here. Jetana can confirm it. Put it on speaker so Chiwin Thumapa can hear me, says Chin. Then, Chin hears a lot of commotion on the other end. It takes a while before things calm down again. Chin lets out a soft sigh as he turns the steering wheel and drives out of the neighborhood. It looks like they're going to have a long talk tonight. Ever since the day I was born, I've never loved anyone as much as I love you, Duang. Not even myself. I only started loving myself because you loved me. But this is still Chin's fault. I'm sorry for making you worry. I'm coming to pick you up. Let's go home, Duang. He's the one who didn't think things through. Take it easy, couple of the year. I'll be on standby up in my room, but you can park and sort things out right here. This is my parking spot. Jetana hurriedly shoves her beloved idiot friend into the car, slams the door shut, and then runs back to the condo. She acts like she's going upstairs, but she's actually going to spy from the big window in the lobby with Pei, just in case something terrible happens. I'm sorry, says Chin. I'm sorry, says Duang. As silence settles in the car, they both speak at the same time and end up looking at each other. At least Duang's eyes aren't red. Chin will take that as a sign that he arrived in time. Duang hasn't cried over me yet, has he? Chin. Duang murmurs, barely believing his eyes as Chin picks something up from the back seat and places it on his lap. They are two gift boxes, not very large, but Duang still has no idea what they are. I guess the only time I was able to surprise you was when I proposed to you. After this, I won't try again. I'm sorry for being so careless. The older man covers his face and starts to cry. This time, Duang is truly crying because he feels guilty. Duang is furious with himself. He swears he never thought Chin was keeping something from him. He just didn't understand why Chin had to hide it. It never even crossed his mind that Chin might be planning a surprise. Deep down, Duang fears that 12 years might have made Chin grow tired of him. But now that he knows Chin has also been trying so hard, Duang realizes he's not the only one who's afraid. Chin must be scared too, right? I was going to give it to you at midnight, but now is probably better. I'm sorry I made you worry so much. And I actually ran into Thu today, too, but it was just by chance. I went to get your birthday cake, and Thu's boyfriend owns the cafe. You made a cake for me? Duang stammers. His hands tremble as he takes the cake Chin lifts from the back seat, and his eyes well up with tears. Yeah, it's not very pretty. You know I'm impatient. Duang's heart aches all over. After 12 years together, Duang knows that Chin would never, ever bake or make a cake. His Chin gets so easily flustered, and the man who always gets irritated by anything that requires patience and precision was actually sitting there piping cream to write, "Happy birthday to my good boy. I'm not your good boy anymore. I was toxic to you." Chin pulls his boyfriend into his arms. The more Duang sobs and says he's not a good boy anymore, the worse Chin feels. So this is how the first night of his 30s is going to be, miraculously full of tears, all in such a short time. So how could someone call this a marriage? You don't have to be perfect or put up with everything from me, okay? You know that, right? They still have a lot to learn from each other. I made you worry, but there was a reason for all this. You didn't suddenly become like this for no reason. If I can only be a good guy 99% of the time, will you still love me? Chin nods immediately and gently wipes away Duang's tears, trying with all his might not to cry too. It really is a delicate matter. Although he feels like he understands it and that it should be simple, love remains such a heavy feeling, with so much responsibility. But if he could go back in time, Chin would choose the same thing. I love every version of you, Duang. Chin would still choose to love Duang. Chin would allow himself to feel love for this person. Me too. I'm sorry for overthinking things. I was just afraid you'd get tired of me. These past 12 years, I've been happy every single day I wake up and see your face, Chin. With his eyes swollen from crying, Duang lifts Chin's hand and kisses it. Once his tears clear enough for him to see, he notices that Chin has been holding back so much that his eyes are red, too. I've never gotten tired of you, and I never will. And when Chin's tears finally rolled down his cheeks, they end up hugging each other, crying like little children. Life with you is so wonderful that sometimes I can't believe I'm smiling so broadly. I'm sorry for making you cry again, Duang. The last day before turning 30 is really intense. Can we not do this, Chin? Can I just not turn 30 after all? You're so damn adorable, Chin. You're smiling like you weren't bawling your eyes out a second ago. Duang opens the gift and starts pounding the mattress with excitement. Whatever. I love being 30 more than anything. Chin. But wait. This kind of pottery has to be molded in a room without air conditioning, right? Duang blurts out. He's already happy about the gift, but when he really thinks about the fact that Chin made it himself, knowing how difficult it must have been, he's over the moon. Yes, that's right. Oh my God, where's my will? I'm going to write your name 3 times. Honey, can you become my God? I'm so mad at myself. Why did I overthink it so much? You might overthink things, but just let me know when you do. And no more surprises. I've learned my lesson. Standing in front of the mirror drying his hair, Chin says this to the man in bed. Seeing how excited Duang is about the bowl of matcha really makes Chin happy. It was worth it. Just seeing Duang smile with that sparkle in his eyes makes it all worth it. Even though they cried so much a couple of hours ago, their tears weren't wasted. And anyway, Chin isn't the only one crying. Come here, I'll dry your hair for you, okay? Duang offers, as he always does. He's been doing this ever since Chin's hair was longer than it is now. But Chin doesn't wear it that way anymore, because not only is it hot, but it also means having to use conditioner on the ends. Honey, thank you. I love the 3 gifts you gave me so much, says Duang. The matcha bowl isn't the prettiest, though. I broke a lot of them before I got this one, and honestly, it's the best one yet. But the camera, I think that's the one you really wanted. Did I make the right choice? Dressed in his usual pajamas, Duang's oversized t-shirt and a pair of shorts, Chin looks up to ask the birthday boy standing behind him, drying his hair. Honey, a Rolleiflex is already top-notch. And with the Carl Zeiss Tessar lens, and you even chose the f/3.5. I can honestly say I'm done buying film cameras forever. Really? Chin frowns. Why yes. Say that again. Really? Duang says, squinting. But before he can add that he wouldn't dare wish for another camera anyway, since this one already costs a fortune, the man sitting in the chair pulls something out of his pajama pocket. This is for you too. Happy birthday, Duang. The tall man takes a deep breath, ready to cry again, because Chin's birthday gifts this year are just too much. That ridiculously adorable cake, the film camera Duang has always wanted, the matcha bowl Chin shaped with his own hands, and now these ask for whatever you want coupons written in Chin's own handwriting. Who taught you to do this? And how is the heart of a man who loves you so much supposed to survive all your sweetness, kindness, thoughtfulness, and warmth? Sad face. Can I really ask for anything, Chin? They don't expire either. Chin's slender finger points to the corner of the 300 GSM card where he wrote, no expiration date. You come here. I'm going to kiss you all over. Duang takes Chin's face in his hands and kisses him hard, and the other man doesn't resist at all. Maybe because it's already midnight. Which means it really is Duang's birthday now. And you even gave me 5. Think carefully before you use them. Chin warns him before getting up from his chair. But before he can take a step, Duang's warm hand grabs his arm. I want to use one right now. Chin frowns. Now, there's something I've wanted to do for a long time. Chin watches his boyfriend open the drawer where they keep their glasses. Chin has a bad feeling, especially when he sees the look on Duang's face, his eyes, and his whole demeanor. After 12 years together, he can tell exactly what's about to happen to him. Honey, do you know that when you put on these glasses, you look sexy as hell? Is this really the same person who was sobbing in the car a little while ago? Did turning 30 turn him into a wolf or something? Chin. Yes, replies the man by that name, his neck tensing involuntarily because he can't handle this version of Duang. Chin's heart pounds at the way the other man blows warm air against his ear before softly whispering his request. I want to come on your face. Chin says he'll love every version of Duang, so he has no choice but to put on the glasses the birthday boy picks out for him.